Everything about them sucks except she used the color green, so it passes.
I was the one who suggested the color green, so I was the only one who did something right.
Dude, you guys know if I had my druthers, I would have put one in every single color and made a rainbow. So
Doesn't really add to the layer of tension and fear that's supposed to be present.
Which is why I asked you what color you wanted. Because I was like, oh, this one can be purple and this one can be yellow.
You should have done that on on every face.
There you go.
So
I didn't want it to be garish.
On
Plus, there are only things on 4 sides, so that wouldn't work.
Yeah, but there are multiple parts on each side. There's 2 colors right there.
So,
that's
like red and orange, yellow and green.
So what
That's
you're saying is she messed up and she really could have done better by... Okay, that's the important thing. Let's drill down to the important thing, which is she didn't do a good job.
I'll just make the suggestion. Could have done the exclamation point as a rainbow of colors.
True.
I would have loved
that. Like a pyramid of colors, yeah.
It's a cascade of colors.
Dude, I could have done that. No, it's a really small space. I would need a lot more time to do that.
Small space.
Because I was literally just like, yeah, I'm going to eat a taco and then I'm going to do this real quick before the game starts.
Sounds about right.
Thank you. Why are you giving me trash?
You can make the taco
I was
rainbow.
making you aware of it because you vacuumed earlier and so the vacuum doesn't pick up everything.
And the
I've noticed that
2
as
things?
well.
Okay, what?
So.
What?
It's a gift.
Thank you for the donation.
You're welcome.
Jason,
I'll pick
1
it up
part
later.
cat.
Yeah, it's the part that vomits hair. That's the part that I am.
I made this for you.
Arts and crafts.
Collective sigh.
We're gonna make some real fun characters tonight, guys.
Hoo boy.
Oh boy.
So I saw D6s and I saw 2 D20.
So get your D20s and D6s out. Well, you don't even need your D6s if you use
The
these.
challenge dice.
That's why I asked Rachel to make them tonight because they're easier to just roll and go, okay, that's a 1. You know. Rather than trying to interpret them as like, okay, well, 3s and 4s are blank, and then 5s and 6s are
this, and
1
1s and
plus
2s
an
are this.
effect. Like, you know.
I gotta figure out how to do 3D modeling so I can just print some dice like that.
Well, that'd be good.
That'd be awesome.
How would you get the last face?
You do
would just
blank
make-
down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, blank down? Okay.
Yep.
Instead of doing it like this. Because that'd be a
Oh,
lot.
yeah. And then you run into some really weird print errors.
Yeah. I
It's-
figured that'd be a lot harder than...
Yeah, it's best to try to print without supports whenever possible.
How's it feel to have power back?
Oh, it's so nice.
I meant to message you like Monday and be like, hey, you can come cook at my house because that sucks.
But not cook for yourself. Cook for us.
No, I definitely.
I mean,
I
if
was
you
trying.
had the food, I would cook.
I was trying to find a way to not awkwardly like
Invite
to
you
streamline it and be like, okay, you can come over and use my kitchen. You don't have to feed me, and I will feed you. But if you just want to use my kitchen, and I was like, this is
This is rambling.
this is convoluted. That's cool. Which I was like, hey, Twitter will limit my character count. That'll make it easier.
Twitter does help in that regard. Forces you to think about what you're saying.
Yeah.
Or to just tweet a lot.
1 of 6. Come on in.
Get out of here.
Hi. He's in Zoe's bedroom because he's being annoyed.
He has been exiled.
He has been exiled.
Have you been exiled?
He's been voted off island.
Hey, at least for a little while he has
Oh,
been.
no worries.
That's cool.
He needs some time to just...
I guess you
Cool
might
out.
need more than 2, so...
More than 2...
D20.
Oh, D20.
Up to 5, yeah.
I know, the system's a lie.
Well, the base roll is 2d20.
And then you just build on it.
Let's not get upset here.
For him.
Yes.
Okay, image.
Okay. All right.
I made dice for this game.
You made dice?
Well, not really. I colored dice.
Oh,
Still technically
Look at
making.
yep.
It's adding to them.
We thought we'd do. Well, Jason thought we would do Cthulhu for you.
Oh,
really?
yeah.
Yeah, we're doing a special thing tonight. I might have mentioned it before when you were here, but I signed up for the play test for. They are converting Achtung Cthulhu, the World War II era
Okay.
Cthulhu game, into their 2d20 system that they use for like Star Trek and Conan and that sort of thing.
Okay.
And so they were looking for playtesters. I was like, yeah, I might have time during the next couple of weeks to get it done.
Cool.
And I figured tonight would be a good opportunity to do that.
Awesome.
So
G's not here, so.
What's that?
G's not going to be here, so.
yeah, he's still out of town. Is this everybody?
Yeah.
Unless Nick's going to show up.
No, I think
Lance isn't here.
There's a quick moment where I'm like, did you forget your glasses?
How bad does your vision have to
I've
be?
been there.
Dude, just had a conversation with my.
Yeah.
No, I'm just being.
No, he lost his sanity already.
Ooh.
Oh, right.
Ooh, that was quick.
Right, I've already failed the sanity roll. I haven't
Well,
rolled with the character
that
yet.
was quick.
I've been watching the
hell is
Netflix The Mist series, so that's been getting kind of
Oh, the
fun.
one based on the Stephen King?
Mhm.
Yeah.
How was it?
Just Google now, just pop
Good.
up on you.
I guess like
So far,
coming
it's
up for
one
you.
where it starts off and it's got
Tomorrow,
all
gotta
the
work.
like trappings at the start where I'm like, ooh, I feel like I should be worried about this.
Mm-hmm.
Because literally the first scene is man wakes up with amnesia with a dog, and you immediately know what's going to happen to that dog. Thankfully, it's not.
Come to fruition yet?
No, it happens like immediately. Yeah. So you don't get to fall in love with the dog.
But I'm already
It's
there.
too late, yeah.
It's a dog. Boom, I'm in love.
And it is immediately ripped away from you by something in the mist.
Bad off to a bad start.
Yep.
Okay.
And then ends up with the teenage daughter of two of the main characters.
Sounds like the story so far, though. I mean,
Yeah,
from what I remember of it.
going to a party,
Okay. Yeah. I
getting
remember
drunk.
that. Mm-hmm. Yep,
Yep.
I remember that.
It's just when I look at
come back
that, I'm
now.
like, everything's just, but it's handling it well.
Okay. Netflix
So,
usually doesn't mess up too much stuff.
yeah. So far it's still on that like back and forth.
Unless it does.
Yeah,
Unless
exactly.
it really messes it up.
Yeah.
Oh. So it's good.
But sometimes that's because
So
it's an
far.
anime adaptation. And they're just bad
Yeah,
as live action.
That shouldn't happen.
Well, there's some like we watched the Haunting
Some
of
are.
Hill House,
Hmm.
and we're like, oh, this is all right. This is good. This is really good. What was that?
Yep.
I don't
You know
think
what I mean?
yeah, it wasn't completely.
There were good parts to it.
Well, it wasn't
There were a
completely
lot of
successful.
good
There was a
parts.
lot of good parts, but it wasn't
Yeah.
completely successful. I feel like at the end it didn't really like nail the landing, but a lot of TV shows don't. So that's not really a big deal. But there's one episode in there. It's like the 6th episode where they're at the funeral.
So
It's like
good.
the acting is really good, the writing is top notch, and like the camera work. It's basically like one uninterrupted take. It's like the amount of like work put into that.
And, like,
it pays off. It's a really great.
It does such a good job of showing them as real people and not like caricatures of themselves because they're dealing with like loss and addiction and like all these really real things and abandonment. And it does a really good job of just doing that and not shying away from it or making it like soap opera-y. And
It's definitely worth a watch, even
It
if you're
is.
not
it's
And
just
especially
the
if you're
very last
not-
episode.
all that up with you. All that up on the original novel because
Yeah,
it's a
we weren't.
pretty liberal adaptation of it. Like it's there's quite a lot that's been changed. It's almost like a reworking of the basic premise into something new.
Admittedly, I do tend to prefer that when it comes to like TV adaptations.
Rather than trying to
Yeah.
cover the original thing.
Take it
Yeah.
whole cloth. Like, I know recently somebody's doing an analysis of it, and they used it as a good example, where it's like, okay, the original book, it's bouncing back and forth between two time periods,
Yeah.
and then a movie, it's just focus on one.
And then focus on the other.
Yep.
Right, as the sequel is going to do.
I
Yeah.
watched Castle Rock too.
Castle Rock I felt like was not as good as Haunting Hotel House, but there was still some pretty good moments in there. Again,
The Queen?
there was one episode called The Queen, which focuses on
Sissy Spacek.
Sissy Spacek's character, which was really excellent. Like, lately we've been watching a lot of these serialized shows on Netflix or whatever, and I don't know what it is. It's like, there's just one episode that they really nailed, and it's like really accepted. It's good to watch the show just to get to that episode.
It's where they put all their budget.
Well, no, not even
No.
that. It's not necessarily
I
a
think it
flashy
was-
episode.
I
It's
think
just
it was
like
half
really
just
well
fucking
done.
Sissy Spacek,
Well, I mean,
to be
they
honest.
just like focused all their efforts on it. It's still
It seems like
It's just
they
to me,
were just like they hit their peak right there.
Yeah.
It happens to be in like the middle of the season, and it's just like
And there are other good parts of Castle Rock. What's Skarsgård's first name? Which one is that? Is that Bill? Bill Skarsgård. The acting with the eyes, and I'm just like, you're saying so much, and you're not even like moving. So there are good parts of Castle Rock too, but Sissy Spacek is definitely a high point.
as this is a playtest, you know, you've got your shitty character sheet there. I mean,
As it was meant to be.
work. It's like an Excel document or a Google Sheets thing. So I mean, what do you expect, right?
We do this all the time.
Yeah.
it's not that bad.
So as we're working on our characters right now, I have linked some of the playtest documentation on Google Drive, on the announcement for the event, on the Facebook post. Obviously, I would recommend viewing that only, not downloading it, and if you do download it, to delete it immediately after you're done with it, because, again, it's material that, like, is not meant to be sort of dispersed, right?
Yeah.
And as we're creating characters, I want to go through it kind of mechanically. I know we have a lot of... most of us at the table are pretty experienced in terms of playing role-playing systems, and we want to kind of like do a bunch of things at once and kind of get over
in
it.
there.
But I would rather work through it kind of slower as a group, just so that we fully explore the character creation process and have a record of it, so that when I submit the feedback in the form and everything, I've got a really clear sort of focus. And they may be able to listen to this as well and like get active, you know.
Could you submit this podcast as
Possibly, that's what I'm saying. There's a feedback form that I'll go to a web page, and it's like a Google form thing or something like that. I'll put my information in, and then this might be additional content that I can actually listen to. Anyway, so with that in mind, I'm going to be a little bit more deliberate, a little more explicit about, like, here are the rules. This is what you can do. Like, do we understand everything that's going on? Because it is a playtest, because it does rely on... It relies on figuring out whether or not I, as a game master, can digest this text and then deliver it to you in a way that makes sense. And what doesn't make sense needs to be very clear so that we can address it, and yada, 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 yada. Okay.
So stay a while and listen.
Yes. So, Achtung, Cthulhu is in this iteration. There was an old, I think it was actually the first system that Modiphius, as a publisher, ever published. Modiphius is a relatively new company, because they funded it on Kickstarter. Here's the original books that I was able to get a hold of a little while ago. This is for the combined, like, Call of Cthulhu 6th edition and Savage Worlds. That's how long ago it was. Right. The original Savage Worlds system. When they had the, I think it was the, like, Explorers edition, but it was, and the Call of Cthulhu 6th edition. So you can see that there's, like, Cthulhu stats and Savage World stats in here. And it's meant to... It straddles this kind of line between historical horror, and there's also this kind of pulp aspect to it as well. Because not only do we have sort of the realities of after the Great War, like 38 to 45, right? Really the heart of World War II, you know? We have the sort of historical, cultural realities of that, but we also have the horror of deep ones being summoned, and like occult Nazi factions that are like, trying to, extract blood from the color out of space, or it's that kind of
Right,
thing.
yeah.
And then we've got troopers walking around with like high-tech flamethrowers built on like alien technology, or Nazi officers who can like do magic and things like that. So there's that whole element to it. And I bring that up because unlike say a traditional Call of Cthulhu game, the historicity of it is a secondary concern, not a primary concern. Right? In a lot of traditional Call of Cthulhu, there's a heavy emphasis on like the time period and the tone accordingly with that.
A lot of verisimilitude based on...
Yes, exactly. Verisimilitude is a great word for it. Like it's a kind of a simulation, which then is introduced into some kind of creepy elements. But in this, it's more understood that there's very clear kind of pulp bent. And so, if we're not historically accurate, that's not a big deal, right? So you don't have to have an exhaustive knowledge of World War II or any of this stuff like that. These are trappings which enable us to have these sort of pulp horror adventures in the context of, the Ally and the Axis sort of fighting, right? So, because this is the 2d20 version of Achtung, Cthulhu, I will explain sort of as briefly as I can how to play the game, right? Because some of you have never played a 2d20 system before, and some of you, we did Star Trek Adventures that one time. There are some slight differences between those things, so they all use some variant of the 2d20 system, but there are like tweaks and changes based on the property that they're adapting or the feel that they're trying to get for the game system, right?
The Doctor Who one as well as
2d20, right?
No, the Doctor Who was it was a vortex system, which is slightly different. Yeah,
Coffee.
it's not a 2d20. It's not the 2d20 system. It's something else. So, in order to resolve tasks that you're doing, right, making a skill test of some kind, you are starting with a base pool of 2d20, hence the name of the system, right? And when you roll these, like I'll roll this right now, I got a 10 and a 15. Now, depending on how many of the d20s in your pool that you roll are equal to or under the
difficulty.
the target number, I will say, but to be very clear, the target number, that's how many successes you're getting, right? It's equal to or less than, right? Not equal to or above.
that's
So
not
you're
good.
trying to get under.
We're trying to get low.
Well, equal to or under. Yeah, you're going to get low, right?
Okay.
You figure out the target number by taking the attribute that you're checking and the skill that you're checking and adding those two numbers together.
And that makes...
That'll make, say, like, you might have a low brawn, which is kind of a 6, that's below average. And then your athletics might be a 2. So you have some, like, maybe you ran track in high school or whatever, but you were never terribly good at it. That gives you an 8, right? 6 plus 2. And then, based on what I rolled, I got a 10 and a 15. None of those are successes because they're not 6 or below, right? So I got no successes on that.
I see.
Now, where the difficulty comes in is the number of successes you need. That makes sense? That's why I say target number and then difficulty. Those are two different things.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I might say that the difficulty of a test is 1. You just need 1 success. So you would take a look at your attribute and your skill, add that together, that becomes your target number. Then you roll however many d20s you have. Again, it's a base of 2. You can buy more later with a currency called momentum, up to 5. So you could be rolling maximum of 5 at once.
Okay.
And then figuring out what's under. See, again, none of these are under 6. I got 11 and an 8.
Okay.
So I got no successes. So I didn't even pass that test.
Okay.
Is there a crit in this system?
Yes, there is. Rolling a 1 is a critical success. What that means is that instead of getting 1 success, you're getting 2.
Okay.
Right? Because not only it's the lowest possible value you can get, right? That's also under your target number, right? Also, if you have what's called a focus, which is like, think of it like a specialization under a skill, right?
Okay.
If the focus applies, then instead of just rolling a critical 1 giving you a success, it's whatever's equal to or less than the rating you have in your skill.
Oh.
If that makes sense. So let's say, for instance, that I, in my skill of, let's say, academics, right? I've got a skill of academics, but I've got a focus on linguistics.
Okay.
So if I'm doing a reason, which is kind of like the intellectual applying logic and facts and that sort of thing, reason plus academics roll.
Right.
To try to suss out what a language means, right?
Okay.
That's a foreign language that I've never seen before, right? If I have, since I have that focus of linguistics,
And language is what's being dealt with.
and language is what's being dealt with here, it's very clear that that focus applies.
Right.
If my academic skill rating is a 3, now I will get 2 successes if I roll a 1, a 2, or a 3.
That's because you have the focus.
Because I have the focus, because it applies there. The range of critical success gets increased to whatever your skill rating
So
is.
if you have the focus, then
And it applies.
and it applies. Then any success is a critical success.
Any-
As
No.
long as it's underneath that.
as long as
thing
it's
that's
under the
focus.
skill rating.
Right.
Because the target number is the attribute plus the skill.
I see.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
skills can go from 0 to having no training to being 5, which you're a master in the field. You're one of the best people in the world at it. So you're looking at somewhere between like 1s being critical successes or 1 to 5 being a critical success, if that helps you
Yeah. Okay.
get into that mindset. So that changes your critical success range, right? So even if you roll like a 1 and a 2, you're still getting 4 successes out of that because the 2 counts as like it's a critical. Right?
Yeah.
It's a little more sort of getting this out in text, sort of explaining this to you is feels probably a little like somewhat difficult to parse, but in play it makes a lot of sense, right? But it's relatively because you're dealing with small numbers, right? If you roll a 20 on the opposite end of the spectrum, you suffer a complication, which can be any number of things. I'll explain that a little later. So basically, you add your attribute and your skill together. That gives you the target number. You see if any focuses apply, right? Because that'll change your critical success range. You will roll 2d20 or more, depending on if you spent momentum. You check for successes. Do any of these fall under the target number that you set? None of them are 1s, or none of them are 20s, so those are little special cases. And then you just figure out how many successes you have, and compare that to the difficulty that the game master gave you, which can be anywhere between 0, which does not require a die roll, but you can roll for it
Get extra successes.
to get extra successes, which turn into momentum,
Yeah.
or 5, which is really, really hard. Good luck. And then I'll tell you the result. That's that simple. Okay? So there's a couple of layers, but they sandwich on in a way that in play make a kind of intuitive sense. Okay? So, here's an example of difficulty ratings. Like a 0 is pretty trivial, right? Because you don't need to roll for it. Researching a widely known subject would be an example of this. However, a 3 would be disguising yourself in the middle of a crowd.
Oh, that's really hard. Okay.
A 5, which is the top range of difficulty, you need 5 successes to make it.
Yeah.
Retaining your sanity as you stare into the face of a cosmic horror.
Which would be technically impossible without buying momentum to get extra dice. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so your crit range might be expanded, but if you see you're rolling 2d20, you can only get a maximum of 4 successes, right? Because you'd have to roll 2 crits.
Right.
So you would need to use momentum to buy extra dice to even be able to.
Can you
Make
use
a
your
check.
momentum after your roll? Or do you have to declare
Yes,
it before you
you
roll?
can. I'll get into different things that you can do with momentum,
Okay.
but you don't have to declare. No, momentum is spent as you need it.
Okay.
Okay.
You should not be first.
So, let's see here. Again, about difficulty 0 tests. Those are trivial if for some reason the difficulty of the task is 0, or because of gameplay factors you turn the difficulty into it being 0, right? You're lowering the difficulty of the task you're trying to attempt, you don't have to roll because it's automatic. I mean, you just did it, right? But you can roll, and then any successes you roll generate momentum,
Okay.
which is part of a shared pool that everybody pulls from. However, you can also generate complications by rolling 20s during that. So there's a risk-reward kind of system there. So if you need extra momentum, you could roll on a difficulty 0 task, but you could also make things more complicated as well.
Does rolling a success always generate momentum, or only when you roll on a 0 difficulty task?
On a 0 difficulty task, any successes translate into momentum.
Okay.
In a regular task, just when you're just doing it, like it's difficulty 1 or something like that, successes above the difficulty turn into momentum.
Okay.
So if you got 4 successes and you only need 2, you just generated 2 momentum.
Nice.
Does that make sense? Yeah. Let's say you want to assist other characters with something, right? That's kind of a group task, right? Where somebody's doing something and the other people are trying to chip in, right? You assign somebody to be the leader, and then you're the leader. And then the other ones are the assistants, right?
Okay.
So the leader is doing their basic skill test, whatever I ask of them to do, right? And then the assistants will just roll 1d20, just the one, and use their own attribute plus skill target.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to be his. It just has to be yours based on how you're helping. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have to be the same skill test that he's making.
Oh, no, that's
Especially if what you're doing is complementary but in a different area than what this person's doing, right?
Like construction worker and foreman.
Right, yeah, those are
A
two
generic
different...
example.
Yeah, construction workers like actively building the thing, but the foreman is also sort of like taking the role of like coordinating and design and stuff like that. So that might be the difference between like an athletics role and like a coordination engineering kind of thing, right?
Okay. So, say we're trying to do research in a German library. We're all Americans. We're trying to do research in a German library. The leader is going to be the researcher, and then there's a player who's got skill in German, and he could help use
To try to
German.
help, translate
And
some
then
tricky passages.
Another
or something.
person could help using diplomacy to try to get the librarian's assistance.
For
And-
instance, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And as long as it contextually makes
Someone
sense,
finding the
then those
material.
assistants will roll a single d20. They'll check against their target number, their own personal target number. Focuses would apply here, right?
Okay.
And then, as long as the leader gets at least one success, the assistants add any successes they make to the leaders.
Okay. The leader does need at least one success.
Leaders got to succeed on the task for the assistants to
Sure.
also succeed.
Yeah. Okay.
To be able to help.
Yeah, that makes good sense.
There are also, as in every RPG, I think, ever, opposed tests. One party is trying to do something, another party is trying to do something. Usually 1v1, character and an active and a reactive character, an attacker and then a defender or what have you, right?
Someone fleeing from him.
Right. You'll
Sure.
both roll against you'll make a skill test, right? And then compare the number of successes. And then based on that,
Still members.
Gotcha.
For instance, if you both fail your skill test, then neither of you gets what you want. If the active character succeeds their skill test, but the reactive character fails, the active character achieves their goal, the reactive character doesn't. If they both technically succeed their skill test, then you're comparing the momentum generated. Right? So if the Black Sun member, and I'll tell you about the Black Sun in a minute. If the Black Sun member got 2 successes, and you also got 2 successes, well, let's say you got 3. And the difficulty is 2, you both passed, but you generated more momentum than he did.
Yeah.
So you're on the up and up, right? You're on the advantage. You achieve your goal.
Specific question.
Yes.
Say we've got that scenario, but in that case you lose. Say it's a target number 2, you rolled a 3, they rolled a 4. Did you generate momentum? Or because you lost, you didn't generate momentum?
Well, since you didn't pass the skill test, you didn't generate.
Okay.
If the skill test, if the difficulty level were 2, he got a 3, the Nazi got a 4.
You still ended up losing.
Oh, I see what
You
you're saying.
still lost to the Nazi, but you you've got a success beyond.
You
what
have
was required.
generated momentum. I'll read you the exact passage because this gets a little, I feel like a little thorny, but
Okay.
this is a very particular case. Right?
Yeah.
Compare the total momentum generated on each character's skill test. Right, successes beyond the difficulty.
So
right?
1 in his case, 2 in the Nazi's case.
The character with the higher momentum wins, achieves their goal, but they lose 1 momentum for each their opponent scored.
Oh,
You see how that works?
okay. So that's a little inversion on it.
Right.
The loser then discards all the momentum they generated and can't spend any.
No, it's basically the net
Yeah.
momentum.
Well, in that case, the Nazi would have caught him if that was a pursuit,
And they would have had
but he would
net-
only generated 1 momentum instead of 2.
Yep.
Exactly.
So we're talking about a pursuit.
Sure.
Nazis chasing him. The difficulty is 2.
Is this a recurring fear?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Chased
It's a
by
nightmare,
Nazis.
clearly.
I mean, I was
They both fail.
playing
Sure.
Rita, so.
So neither gets what they want.
Right.
But he's trying to escape from the Nazi. So if the Nazi doesn't catch him, the Nazi doesn't get what he wants. How does he not get what he wants, which is getting away?
He is also harried by something in the environment, so they're both at a kind of like a standstill. Does
He
that
may
make
not be
sense?
captured, but he hasn't gotten away.
The,
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
chase is not over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the simplest answer. Like,
Okay,
you know,
fair enough.
The status quo
You're able to
remains the
close the door so that the Nazi has to try to get through it, but at the same time, you turn around, bash your ankle on a crate, you know, you've sprained your ankle, and then you're trying to limp away. He's got the opportunity to break down the door. You see, there's.
Yeah.
So no one has really achieved
So
their
it's a
goal.
stalemate for a moment.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that basically the same thing if you both succeed but you tie?
If you tie, the active character wins, but doesn't have any momentum left.
Okay.
So the pursuer, in that case, is the active character if there's a chase going on.
In that case, it would be the pursuer, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
The aggressor
Versus
is-
the defender, you know.
So usually the active character is the aggressor in that kind of
Well,
opposition.
aggressor, not exactly, but it's the character trying to accomplish a task in circumvention of another person's will. Does that make sense? It's contextual. Those
Yeah,
opinions will
right.
figure those things out. Right. So, and I already explained some of this to Rachel. She heard some of this as I was looking over it today. So, so you generate more successes than the difficulty of a test. You're getting momentum out of that, right?
Yeah.
That's not bad.
How do you spend that in order to make good things happen? Well, immediately after passing a skill test, you can spend the momentum that you generate, like right then and there. Right?
Okay.
Or, well, it's not an or. Anything you don't spend gets banked into the group pool.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Now, there are some instances where, like, you might generate bonus momentum from an item or a talent, and in those cases, that doesn't get saved to the pool because that's just kind of temporary to you. Does that make sense?
Oh, interesting.
It'll
Okay.
say very clearly if it's bonus momentum. But anyway,
Your bonus momentum has to be either used immediately or lost.
yes.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So, what do you do with momentum? Well, for instance, before you roll for a skill test, you could spend some momentum from the pool to buy up to 3 more d20s, getting to the maximum of
Okay.
5, right?
Why would you do that before if you could wait and do it after?
If you know that you can't make the success.
Yeah. Specifically, you can only spend momentum to buy d20s before you roll the skill test.
Oh, I see.
Afterwards, you could spend momentum to, in this next part, to re-roll something. No. You'd have to spend something else for that. But anyway, there are options to you buy more d20s before you roll, and then you could spend something to, like, re-roll those d20s. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll go get to that in a second. It's kind of, we're going through it. So you could buy d20s before you roll. You start with 2. You spend 1 momentum, you get another d20. You spend 2 momentum, you get another d20. You spend 3 momentum, you get another d20.
So
That's a total of 6.
It's a total of 5. 5 dice for 6 momentum, yes. 1 plus 2 plus 3,
Yeah, that's what makes 6 more.
right? Each time you add a d20, the cost goes up.
okay.
You could create a truth
It's additive.
for 2 momentum. You spend 2, and you say some truth applies in the scene, which could be situational, like, you know, I have The gunfight that we're in has broken a portion of the steam valve and has created this, a steam effect in the room, which makes it more difficult for the Black Sun operatives, and technically for us, to hit each other.
Okay.
But we're safe for the meantime, right? So it makes ranged stuff more difficult by 1 or something like that.
Okay.
You're creating a truth, or you're removing a negative truth from the situation. Right?
Okay.
So in our scenario before, with the Nazi chasing and closes the door but barks his shin on the table, there's the stalemate. He could spend 2 momentum and say, "There's an open window in the room."
Well, it has to be related to the skill test you just passed.
Oh, okay.
If you're spending momentum on it that way.
Okay.
Right? And it must be something that would result from your actions. It's got to make sense contextually and immediately based on the skill test you just passed.
Okay.
That make sense?
Yep.
Now, there is an option to create truths with something that you have personally, not as a group, but personally called fortune points. Which could be like, oh, I brought that thing that I didn't think I had. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is very much cut out of whole cloth. Like, aha, there is a window in here.
Oh, that's a
right.
fortune point spend and not a momentum spend.
Right.
Okay.
You could obtain information. And this is repeatable. Like, as many times as you spend momentum, you can ask me a single question about the scene, and I must answer truthfully. I don't have to give complete information. And the question's got to be related to what test you just attempted. That you just generated momentum, right? But you can do that as many times as you want to spend momentum. It's 1 per, so like 1 momentum, 1 question, over and over and over again.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Now this is, pardon me. This I assume this isn't like normal questions. Like, how many tables are there in the room?
if you can see it, then I'll tell you. This is like getting
we're talking
additional
about,
information.
right? Things that I wouldn't normally be privy to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Things
the
that-
hidden information.
Things that would be hidden or obscured to you that you're using to get that kind of not quite sixth sense, but get a greater sort of awareness of your surroundings and go, I didn't notice that before, but now I do. So buying D20s, we talked about that. Creating a truth, obtaining information. This one is repeatable. You can do this as many times as you want. Or you can reduce the time it took for the task you just did.
Okay.
So, and that'll be dependent on, I'll say, spending 2 momentum might reduce the time by 10 minutes. So you did it 10 minutes faster than you normally would. Or something like that, right? Normally, you can only spend momentum on 1 option once on a skill test. Except for the obtain information thing, which you can do over and over again, right? So you could... Momentum can only be spent on 1 option once on a skill test, or once per round in a conflict. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it'll say repeatable or per momentum spent, which is exactly what obtain information says.
Okay.
The number of momentum you're spending is the number of questions that you can ask. Right? So, again, their bonus momentum can come from different situations or equipment or talents or whatever. You basically have to spend that right away or it's lost forever. And the rule may say that it can only be used in a specific way. Like, this bonus momentum can only be used to buy dice or to obtain information. So, as I said before, if you're not spending momentum, and it isn't bonus, it doesn't evaporate, right? You can save it to the pool, which is for everybody, right? It has a maximum of 6. So you can only have 6 momentum total in the pool at any one time. So you're encouraged to keep spending it so that any momentum that you're generating isn't getting wasted, right? So you can always bank, right?
Then the bank does degrade.
Yes, at the end of each scene, as the term momentum would suggest, you lose 1 point from the pool at the end of each scene. And I'll tell you when the end of the scene is. So there's a natural degradation of momentum the longer that the story goes on, right?
Okay.
So we talked about, I briefly mentioned truths, like they are significant details, short single words or short phrases. A location truth might be a dense forest, right, which has its effects on the difficulty to do certain tasks, like to see things clearly, or to navigate the terrain, or what have you. A situational truth, like darkness, heavy rain, right?
Mm-hmm.
A personal truth, which you'll pick some of these during character creation, like shell-shocked, or veteran of the Great War, right? Which say things about you, and which may make some things that you do easier and some things that you do harder, and they're like aspects in Fate. If you've ever played Fate, they're sort of like tags that say things about your character, which can then be kind of invoked, if you will, and manipulated to make things happen.
Can you also use them to try to compel us to do things? Like in Fate, you're like, oh, if you do this, I'll give you a Fate
won't exactly
point.
know. That's really not a compelling
Okay.
part, but I may say that, because you're this, the difficulty for you trying to do this is one higher.
Okay.
You're a well-known, you're claustrophobic. And
Yeah.
the rest of the team knows it. And you
really
trying
like
to
to
go
steal
through
things.
a ventilation shaft or whatever, difficulty is going to be harder for you because you're actively fighting against yourself and your mind trying to do that. Or, instead of ranging the difficulty, I might increase the complication range.
Okay. Like 16 to 20.
So I might say that, because you're claustrophobic, any 19s and 20s you roll introduce complications, for instance. So there's some options there to make things not necessarily more difficult, but to very clearly post that the thing is riskier than normal or more uncertain than normal, right? So what do truths do exactly? Well, they make an action easier, take the difficulty down by 1. They can make something harder, bumping up the difficulty by 1. Or they can make an action possible or impossible, depending on... And that makes sense. Situationally, if there's something there that, if you're in the middle of...
Like the dense forest, you might not be able to drive things through
because it is so dense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great example. You may not be able to drive a vehicle through because there's simply no space.
Right.
That's an example of the truth making something impossible.
Right. So you could declare, if using a momentum, that this is a dense forest. Okay, that means they can't chase me in their jeep now. They're gonna have to get out and chase me on foot.
There are some times where you're kind of manipulating the narrative truth of things, and I'll get into specifically what the extent of that is. Right?
Okay. Yeah. For some reason, I'm stuck on pursuit tonight. I don't know why. This is
I don't know, man. It's
coming up in my
deep-seated
mind.
fears.
Huh? It is bubbling to the top.
Maybe you just
lay
really
down
want
on
to
the
chase after some else.
Also, these truths can come with kind of like a modifier. Well, not a modifier, but they'll have a number attached to them. For instance, smoke 2 increases the difficulty to shoot through it. For instance, by 2 instead of by 1.
Okay.
Oh, does that make sense?
It's so dense.
Because it's that much smoky,
Yeah.
right?
That makes sense.
But that's something I'll tell you. I'll be clear. It's not something you have to sort of remember. It's just, a truth may be kind of compounded on itself that much worse. And I'll say that instead of increasing the difficulty by 1, it might be 2. Or instead of decreasing the difficulty by 1, it might be 2. It's that much easier.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway. Complications, when you roll a d20 and get a 20, that introduces a complication. I can introduce complications by spending from a pool called Threat, which is a lot like your momentum pool,
Oh.
right?
Is there a cap on yours?
I don't believe so. No,
Okay.
I don't remember in the rules if there's a cap on the
I
threat.
don't remember you saying that either. I was like, ooh. Are you capped at 6 too?
Also, I may allow you to turn a failed test into a pass by instead taking a complication. That makes sense.
Okay.
So you exchange a failure for a success, but you have to take a complication.
Can't we also give you threat points?
I was about to get to that.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
When you suffer a complication, so you've rolled, let's say, a 20, you're going to get a complication. Some kind of truth about the scene that'll have a negative impact on you, right? You could add 2 points of threat to my pool to ignore that, to make that not happen. But you're trading a problem now for a potential problem later because you're giving me points that I could spend, right?
But you can drop complications on us at will. You don't have to spend points for that.
No, I do.
Do you?
Yes.
For like if
Complications come in
extra-
by rolling a 20 and a d20, me spending threat to make those things happen, or allowing you to succeed at a cost. Right.
But you're creating the scenario, right?
Yes,
Out
I
of
am,
your
but the
mind.
complications make skill tests harder or impossible. It's a very
Okay.
clear mechanical escalation.
I see. So you, in planning out your scenario, you're not going to plan to have the room full of smoke. You're just going to put the room there. If you want smoke, you have to spend things on it, right?
Well, in terms of design, I don't know because the actual scenario design, for instance, is included in the playtest documents. But in play, you may have things in there that might, produce smoke. But there also may be things that the players introduce that also eliminate that smoke or produce more smoke or whatever.
Oh, I
So
see.
you're reacting to that by
Okay.
spending the threat, generating the complications,
Okay.
and making things harder.
The way I see it, like threat and complications are supposed to be like the tightening of the rope, rather than like the rope itself can be there around you, but it's the tightening and like making it more difficult
In
or
real
harder
time, right? Gotcha. Okay.
is what you use. Like
So
the
I talked about very briefly the complication range, right? Where in some circumstances rolling like a 19 and a 20 will get you complications. Or in extreme circumstances rolling a 16 to a 20 will make complications. I will clearly let you know when that happens. So that's about momentum and threat. The group pools, the pool that you have to make things happen and to increase your chances of success, and then the pool that I have to introduce complications and to help NPCs succeed as well. Right. You personally, each of you individually, have fortune points. You begin your adventure with 3, and those refresh at the beginning of each adventure. That makes sense? You can't have more than 5 at a time. Any excess points you get, immediately discarded. Like that's your cap.
Gotta spend them.
You can spend 1 fortune point per scene only.
Okay.
You personally.
Right.
Right. You have to wait until the next scene to spend another point.
Okay.
Here's some things you can do with fortune points. You can take a single d20 that you would have rolled, put it as a 1.
Oh.
Automatic critical success, which means 2 successes.
Yeah.
Now you would roll the remainder, right? Obviously, and
You want that momentum.
you have to select that option before you roll any of the dice,
Okay.
right?
Sure.
You say, okay, I'm going to spend 1 fortune point to make sure that I get at least 2 successes on this. Here's my 1.
Okay.
And then you roll the rest and see how many successes you get. There you go. You can spend a fortune point to re-roll any number of dice in the pool.
Okay.
Either d20s or using these challenge dice, which are often used to determine how much stress you're dealing to an opponent with your attack or something to that effect, right? So you could re-roll any number, which means that you could choose to re-roll only 3 of your 5 d20s because the other 2 were successes and you want to keep those.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you reroll, you only
Once you re-roll, you got to keep the new result.
not like advantage. You keep the higher
Yeah.
number
It's a reroll.
or the better
It
number.
is literally a re-roll. You re-roll and then that's what you get.
Right.
You could, if you were in the middle of a conflict, spend a fortune point to take an additional major action. Normally you can only take 1. But
Okay.
you could then do it immediately again. Or, if you're outside of a conflict, you could perform another skill test or significant action immediately before anybody else had a chance to respond. Right?
Okay.
You could spend a fortune point to immediately return from defeat, which is a condition where you've been stressed and injured to the point where you're out of the scene. Right? You could spend a fortune point to go, aha, I'm fine. In that kind of Errol Flynn tradition. So you could either do that right when you're defeated, like, okay, well, I'm not defeated, I'm okay. Or some point later during the scene. You might get up and like, oh, my Bible stopped the bullet.
Bullet.
You know, and that
Right, just knocked me
classic sense,
unconscious
right?
for a moment.
I was playing dead.
Or you can make it happen. You can immediately introduce a new truth for the scene. It could be something that no one in the scene has noticed yet, or a piece of equipment you didn't think you had, but actually do.
Okay.
This may be used before rolling for a skill test. You could spend your fortune point to say, well, I happen to have my
Sonic screwdriver.
My boot
mass
gun.
spectrometer on me, or whatever, and that's going to make my engineering roll easier, right? And I'll be like, yeah, sure, that applies
That's a
here.
whole
Yeah.
machine.
Or whatever.
Just been,
Hey, you got
wheelbarrow.
alien tech? It might be fun.
Yeah, you've got an industrial lathe that you're dragging around. So, now, you normally get 3 at the start of an adventure, and it's until the next adventure that you regenerate those 3 fortune points, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, can you get more? Yes.
Yes.
How do you do that? Well, you do just really cool stuff. Right?
It's the inspiration.
Awesome.
Make a noble sacrifice, deploy a killer one-liner, that sort of thing. Or you might also get fortune points based on your progress in a campaign, completing an objective. Those are at my discretion to sort of hand out.
Puns count against you. You take 14.
Yes, you will. Well, no, if you will automatically be defeated. You'll,
You must spend a fortune point in order to become
Deliver the puns.
undefeated.
now, one truth about your character may be a physical or mental toll that has been taken from your experiences in combat during the war and all that stuff like that. We'll call those scars, right? And if you were to voluntarily invoke one of those scars to make a negative effect happen during a scene, you would get a fortune point for your effort.
Okay.
But the bad thing would happen. So you're like, okay, my bad leg's going to act up, but I'm getting a fortune point out of it. You're voluntarily saying, hey, my bad leg is
Flaring up again.
yeah, my old knee. I got the sciatica in my back.
Old injury, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pressure changes. I'm feeling it right there.
Right. And then I have a threat pool that I can spend on stuff. You don't need to know all the details of that. Just
It can happen.
it can
That
happen.
can happen.
I will spend stuff. Bad things will happen. There you go.
Don't worry your pretty little head about it.
So let
Be
me
aware, these things are available to me.
let me kind of briefly run through like conflict, like action scenes, fighting, and that sort of thing, just so that you know kind of the basic understanding of it. I won't go through like all the options that you can do, like all the minor actions and major actions or whatever. There's not an exhaustive list, but there's a couple, and they'll make sense. I'll tell you what they are when you want to use them. So, they track distances in zones, like range bands, right?
Okay.
Reach is not really a zone. It's a state that you're in with respect to another creature or object. When you move into or within a zone, you can move into or out of reach of an object or character. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So you could be in close range with somebody, but not in reach. That makes sense?
Okay.
Right?
Could you be in long range but still within reach?
No.
Okay.
So it's
Good, because I was going to
Well,
lose my brain.
Not a character, but maybe like
Well, yeah,
a
not a
mad
hotep or
scientist
something
ring
with-
or something.
Yeah. A Shoggoth with pseudopods.
you're
and-
always in range.
Being within reach of an enemy increases the difficulty of any skill test that isn't a melee or mental attack by 2, because they can
Harry.
block you, they can harry you in some way.
Kick the gun out of your hand.
For instance,
Grab
right?
your bow. Yeah.
Close range is the zone you're in, where you are. That's a distance of 0 zones because you're in the zone that you're in, right? Medium range is an adjacent zone. That's a distance of 1 zone, right? Long range is 2 zones away, a distance of 2 zones. 1, 2. Extreme is anything 3 or more zones beyond, right?
Okay. So zones are pretty big.
They're pretty big, yeah. And on your turn, for instance, just to move ahead just a little bit, as your minor action, you could move to any point within medium range. That makes sense?
Sure.
So you can move within the zone that you're in, which we could say is like the factory floor. Or you could move to the next zone, the medium range, which is the nearby office, like housing that's on the factory floor. Right? Does that make sense?
Okay, so it's kind of breaking it down more into areas.
Yeah, literally
that you're
zones
moving between.
that you're in.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you can
And
spend your movement to move around in your zone, or you can spend it
To an
to
adjacent
change your
zone.
zone.
Yep.
Okay.
Basically, to any point within medium range. So in your immediate zone or into the adjacent
Oh, I
zone.
see. It's medium range up to you. I see.
Yeah. And so, depending on... And that has an effect on communicating with your fellow PCs. Like, if you're in close range with somebody, you can talk normally. Like, Stephen and I are at close range. We're technically within reach right now. But if, say, Zoe opened her door and I was trying to talk to her, I wouldn't be able to talk normally. I would have to raise my voice, right? That's a medium range, right?
Okay.
You'll need to raise your voice. And at long and extreme ranges, maybe somebody can hear you but not understand you very well. So that's where you break out the radio equipment or the telephone and that sort of thing. Similarly, if something is at a long range and you're trying to notice something about it, the difficulty will be harder because they're at a farther distance. Further, I should say. Or is it farther?
Greater.
They're at a greater distance.
It's an old editor's trick. Just
Right, just get it all out of the way. Now,
Done and done.
if this thing isn't trying to
Who cares
avoid
about
your
effect or
notice,
effect? Just say,
then you don't even
impact.
need to roll a skill test under normal
Because it works.
circumstances because it's literally right there. You can see it.
yeah.
However, if it's actively trying to obscure itself or something, you might have to make a skill test, and the difficulty would be harder depending on how far away it is. Just to give you an example of how zones and everything affect
mechanics.
skill tests and mechanics and things.
Okay.
So I talked about movement, right? Moving to anywhere within medium range in your zone or in the adjacent zone is a minor action, so long as your movement is unimpeded. Obviously, if it's difficult terrain, for instance, then you may have to make a skill test to try to navigate those, right? If you wanted to move further than medium range, you could take the rush major action.
Sprint.
Or I think it might be called sprint later in the document. There's some instances of some discrepancies there. But you would make a test, and then you'd be able to move up to long range because you're going all out. Right?
Yeah, 'cause in their movement, they call it sprint.
Yeah, like I said, this is a playtest document, so there's some minor discrepancies. Like, for instance, they say in one background you have spiritual leader, but in the other, it may not be a background, but spiritual leader, and then later on it says shaman. Technically the same thing, but the terminology is different. So you're in a conflict, right? You're shooting at each other. Not the individual party, not you or
You and your enemies are
Things
shooting
have
at each
really
other.
broken down.
We're shooting at each other.
You and your enemies are shooting at
Things
each other.
have gone very much south.
You done fucked up.
So you have rounds and turns. Rounds being a compilation of a collection of every participant's turn. Right, makes sense. Each character takes a turn during a round. During that turn, you can do one major action and one minor action.
Okay.
Minor actions are examples like moving, remember, to within medium range, aiming, dropping prone, for instance,
As a part of your movement.
as a part of your movement. That's something you can do. You could prepare to set up to take a major action. In some instances, spell casting would require you to prepare and then use your major action to cast the spell.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
Draw an item. Pull it out. If it doesn't require a skill test to use, you can immediately use it then.
Okay.
If you pull out a flask, it doesn't require a skill test to drink what's in that flask.
But if you're going to take a shot, it's a different story.
Right. So is taking the shot from the flask your major action?
No, he was
Okay.
joking. That would be free.
That was
Nice.
If you pull out a radio and you were trying to remove the power source from it,
That's a major action.
that would be a major action, because your minor action was to literally take the thing out.
Okay. But turning the thing on is not a major action. You can take it out.
I mean,
and
you
turn
could take
on.
it out and flip it. That's
Yeah.
a basic, it's a
Yeah.
simple thing.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the difference of do you need
Do you need a skill
skill
test?
check? Yeah.
Gotcha.
Right.
You
That's
might to like rush it to like
Yeah.
get the screws out, but to
I'm with
flip
you.
a switch.
Right. Right.
You can also use extra minor actions for story points.
If you spend 1 momentum, you can take 1 additional minor action
Okay.
once per turn. So basically, you can spend 1 momentum and do another minor action.
They cannot be the same.
It's got to be a different minor action. You can't double up on aiming twice, right?
Oh.
For instance, right?
Sure.
You can't drop prone twice. That that it's kind of the way that they sort of make that very clear mechanically. Then you've got your major action, right? Things like attacking, casting a spell, assisting another character with a skill test during their turn. It may be that you assist them before your turn, in which case your major action is taken up by doing so when it comes to your turn. Does that make sense? Or you can catch your breath, which is kind of a way to remove stress that you've taken.
Oh. Okay.
Kind of think, not quite second wind in that way, but you're making a skill test, and then any successes that you get are removing stress from it, which keeps you in the fight longer.
Mm-hmm.
You can do free actions, very short stuff, talking, turning, dropping something. I will determine what's a free action, and you can perform as many of those as makes contextual sense, right? Free actions never involve a skill test. That's a good way of looking at it that way, right? You can also use more examples of major actions. You can ready, right? Your major action is a reaction to something else, right? You can create a truth by altering the circumstances of the battle. You'll make a skill test and then alter the scene in some way by creating a new situational truth, like smoke, right? You can rush, move anywhere within long range. You got to make a test for that. Stabilize a character is a major action. Or just a simple skill test. You're making a skill test. You want to do something that's not attacking or casting a spell or something to that effect. You also have 1 reaction during each round. And those, you'll have specific things, for instance, on your character sheet that may tell you that as a reaction you can do this.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, for instance, can hit the dirt.
You get shot at.
You're targeted by a ranged attack. You can dive to the ground and brace yourself, which means you can immediately move to any point within close range, you're within a range, and you'll drop prone, which gives you cover, right? Which makes it harder to
hit you.
Well, not to hit you necessarily, but harder to damage you.
Oh, okay.
I'll explain that in a minute. So here's an example of an attack, right? So I'm in close range, a couple of feet away from a Black Sun trooper. I have a fire axe for whatever reason. I like my Luger that I borrowed from
Hans over there.
a dead Nazi commandant, right? It's been knocked out of my hand, but I managed to grab this fire axe that was nearby. So I got that ready. So I'm gonna use my minor action to move in. Mm-hmm. It's within close range, so I don't even have to move to the adjacent zone. I'm within reach now, and then I'm going to spend my major action to do a melee attack. So I'm going to roll agility plus fighting.
Okay.
The difficulty of that is 1, because this is an opposed test. The defender will do agility and fighting as well, with their difficulty of 1, and we'll compare to see who wins and who loses. Yeah.
Okay.
If I succeed and attack the Black Sun Trooper with this axe successfully, then I will roll the number of challenge dice indicated by the weapon. So the weapon may say that I do, let's just say 3, for instance.
Okay.
So I've got 3 challenge dice here. I'm going to roll that. All those faces are blank.
Okay.
That's bad.
What are the odds?
I inflicted no stress.
Each die has 2, so not bad.
Not bad.
So it's completely a whiff, right?
Oh, that's a shame.
Either like it, gets caught on clothing, or like strikes them in a very non-vital area, or
As your
contextually,
alignment was wrong.
basically they don't. Yeah,
Sure.
Whatever
You hit the
it may
armor
be.
and it just bounced right off.
You shot him in the butt.
Now let's say I instead had done this. I've got 2.
Okay.
1, 2. So that 2 would be the number of stress that I'm inflicting on the Black Sun Trooper as I'm attacking him. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now he has the option. Well, he then rolls some challenge dice because of his cover, for instance, and if that's the case, he'll roll. I don't know why he would have cover in this circumstance, but like he would roll whatever the result was. He'd add that to his resistance armor, or in the case of mental attacks, courage, morale, whatever it may be, and that will reduce my successes like a soak.
So he's just negated.
Yet again.
Yeah, for instance, he rolled 2, and my 2, again, there's no stress being done.
Okay.
Not sure if this is a good sign or a bad sign from the dice.
Now, specifically with a melee attack, for instance, if the target, the defender, won that opposed test, they could inflict stress on me instead. Or they could move to any point within close range, kind of like a dodge or a roll out of the way or that sort of thing. Does that make sense? Now, if he didn't have cover, and his resistance was, let's say it's a 1 because of his armor, I rolled a 2 for the fire axe.
Okay.
So I'm inflicting 1 stress on it. That makes sense, right? Because it's 1 soak minus 1. So that's 1 stress.
Right.
So your characters and NPCs have stress boxes, right? That gets filled up with mental or physical stress and doesn't delineate between the two mechanically.
Okay.
He got 1 stress, so he'd mark 1 box. So he's taking a point of stress.
Okay.
Now, your maximum stress track is your resilience skill plus brawn or will, whichever's higher for you. And it represents, like, how much pain you can take, how much fatigue you can endure, how much agility you've got before that runs out and you become seriously injured, right? So basically you'll have this maximum stress track. Let's say, for instance, it gives an example of a Pathfinder shaman named Bobby Two Trees,
Okay.
right? He's got a brawn of 6 and a resilience of 1. That's 7. So he's got 7 boxes for his stress track. If he takes, let's say, 2 stress, he'll mark 2 of those boxes. So he's fine. He's taken some damage, flesh wound maybe, or he's winded himself, trying to get out of the way or whatever. It's
Mr.
stress,
Sanity will.
whatever it may be, right? Yeah. But no matter if it's physical or mental, that gets all added to the same track, right? There's just the 1 track you're doing. If he were to suffer 5 or more stress from a single attack or a hazard or something like that, he would take an injury. Which would be either P, physical, or M, mental, depending on the nature of the attack, right? If you reach your maximum stress, the minute that happens, you take an injury. Physical or mental, depending on what happened.
That last hit.
If both of those things happen at once, you take both injuries.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yep. So if you take 6 stress,
5 or more.
yeah. So if you take 6 stress, which maxes out your stress,
That's 2
then
injuries.
you've got 2 injuries.
Exactly.
Is that 5 before or after soak?
That's after soak.
After soak.
Yeah. If you suffer the stress, not if the
Suffer,
stress has been. Yeah. You have to literally be marking off the boxes. Also, that's just the 5 stress or above thing is a threshold. It's not like if 10 stress
10,
were dealt
you
to
wouldn't
you,
take 2.
you wouldn't take 2 injuries because of that. You just take the 1 because it's 5 or more.
Okay.
Right. Now, you may be wondering, okay, well, if my stress gets maxed out and I get an injury, so what? Well, injuries have to do with when you're defeated in combat, right? So let's say you take 3 injuries. You're down.
Whether they're physical or mental.
Whether they're physical or mental,
Right.
you're down. You're defeated.
Okay.
Now, let's say You've got one mental injury. You have a bout of extreme panic. And then 2 physical injuries. You've got blood loss and maybe a broken bone or something like that. You're defeated because you've taken 3 injuries in total, right? Mm-hmm. Because when you were defeated, you had more physical injuries than mental ones, you're dying.
Aha, okay.
And you would be like essentially, we'll say bleeding out, but contextually that may not be what's happening.
Right.
You're dying.
Right.
At the end of each of your turns, you'd roll a challenge dice. If you get an effect symbol, you'll die.
1 and 6.
Actually, 2 and 6.
2 and 6.
Because 5s and 6s are effects.
So question. So you're not technically immediately downed when your stress box gets maxed. You just take an injury.
Yeah, I'm about to get to that. When you get maximum stress, if you were to take additional stress damage, it becomes an injury in that case, right? So your stress is like a buffer before you start getting injuries, right?
Yeah.
So once you max your stress, every additional stress is an injury.
Yep.
If I'm remembering correctly.
No matter how many points it is, it's 1 injury. All right?
Yeah, no matter what. Yeah, once you've
If you take 3 stress, you probably only take 1 injury.
Yeah. Just every time you take stress.
Each separate incident.
Yeah.
There's something that very clearly. Let me see here. Fatigue.
Resistance. Injuries.
So you're defeated, for instance. You've got your 3 injuries. You fall prone immediately. Can't take any actions unless I allow it. You're incapacitated. If you're defeated and you take another physical injury, you die.
Okay.
If you suffer another mental injury, you go insane or you fall into a coma, whichever makes more sense, or something to that effect. Either way, you're not a playable character anymore, right? So don't suffer another injury when you're defeated, because that's bad.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, if you were to take stress after you've already at maximum stress, which you would be because you're defeated, you would get an additional injury.
Okay.
So don't
Even
get
before you're defeated, you take an injury.
Yeah, if you're already at maximum stress, then suffering any amount of stress afterwards will cause an injury.
If you have 5 or more, you get another one. It's the same rules.
It's
Just
same rules
just
apply.
like before. Okay. Now you mentioned that if more of your injuries are physical than mental,
At the
then
time you're
dying.
defeated, then you're dying.
Then you're dying. How about if more of it is mental than physical?
Then you're not dying, you're just defeated.
Okay, I see.
But you could still take another
Physical.
like a physical injury, for instance. And because you are already defeated, you die.
Okay.
Because you are compromised in some way. You can't defend yourself. Right.
Sure. Okay.
Or you could take another mental injury, in which case you just go insane. Or you're out of the picture.
Gotcha.
You turn that corner of no return.
Right.
Now, this is... I wouldn't say you have to know this right away, but here's an option that is available to you. You can feel free to ignore me when I say this. When you suffer 1 or more injuries, you can choose to become defeated immediately.
Oh.
Now, why would you do that?
I know exactly.
Well, if you did so, you'd only suffer 1 injury. Anything after the first one would be ignored. You'd immediately become defeated, and you'd get a fortune point out of it.
Ah.
Also, having accepted defeat voluntarily, you can't die, and you can't gain a scar no matter how many injuries you receive. In exchange, you can't be revived during that scene. You say, I'm just out of the scene, period.
Yeah.
And you can't spend fortune to recover from being defeated in that scene. You're just out of the scene.
Okay.
So basically, you're saying, I don't want to die.
I'm stopped.
I'll voluntarily be defeated, but I'm out. You guys have to take care of the rest of this. Right?
I really like that. From a
Yeah.
storytelling point of view, there's that moment where you're like, all right, we're outnumbered, we're outgunned, we could try to escape, or let's see how the prison sequence goes.
Yeah. The prison sequence.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You said that, and now I have Hamilton stuck in my head. I'm so sorry, guys.
So, some other things to note about conflict. Let's say your brawn attribute's high. Let's say it's a 12, for instance. In addition to the challenge dice you're rolling for the weapon's damage, you get some extra dice because you're strong. It's brawn, right? It makes sense. If you have a high insight, you're rolling extra challenge dice with your ranged weapons because you're that much better at perception, accuracy, precision. If you have a high will, mental attacks that you inflict, more challenge dice. And there's a little table like, oh, I have 12, so I'm going to get 3 more challenge dice, or whatever.
About mental attacks. Are mental attacks always magical psionic or are taunting people? Does that count as a mental attack?
Ooh, I do like when systems
Insulting people or trying to manipulate them?
Vicious mockery style.
Sure. Or just trying to persuade them of something ridiculous. Is that a mental attack? Or is that more of a...
Persuasion.
Yeah.
Well, I can say that trying to convince them of something is a skill test, right? That'd be a persuasion thing.
Okay.
Here's this will probably put it into context for you. Mental injuries, for instance, significant effects of psychological and emotional distress, fear, extreme anxiety, and panic.
Okay.
So if you're doing a mental attack, you're either trying to, like, terrorize the enemy, either magically or otherwise.
Okay.
Trying to make them panic, extreme stress. Like, there's a specific contextual thing where that makes sense.
So, like, intimidation can be a mental attack.
If you were using it during conflict, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, but if you're just, like, questioning someone and you intimidate them, that's not a mental attack.
That's not a
just
mental
skill
attack.
test.
It's just you're just doing a skill test, right? Yeah.
That
Okay.
makes sense.
And again, most of the time, if you're talking about mental attacks, there's going to be some kind of, like, psychic or magical sort of component to it.
So
Fingers
generally,
to
it's not
forehead.
mundane stuff. You're talking about
Generally, it's not
something
mundane stuff.
supernatural.
Yeah,
Okay.
There are effects on weapons, which, when you roll the effect symbol on your challenge dice, all of those effects apply.
Okay.
Also, important to note that these effect symbols also count as 1.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
They
So you're
got the little
inflicting-
dot at the bottom.
Yeah, you're inflicting 1 stress plus the effect.
Okay.
That's good.
Um,
So your likelihood to
some of those
actually get
effects,
damage is low.
some of those effects will actually like increase based on the number of effect symbols you rolled.
So would, like, knockback from a shotgun be an effect?
Here's an example. Yeah. So let's say you have backlash. Backlash X. Each effect that you've rolled inflicts X amount of stress to the attacker.
Oh.
Because the weapon is like backlash. Injuries may be physical or mental at the GM's discretion, whichever makes sense.
Okay.
So if you rolled 2 effect symbols, you'd be taking 2 stress because of the backlash.
Okay, so it's not always good for you when
No,
you
it's
roll
not
those
always.
effects. Okay.
Those are just elements of the weapon, effects of the weapon that when you roll an effect, everything triggers.
It's like the quality tags.
It's like quality tags. Yeah, it's like things about the weapon that,
Yeah.
when the effect happens,
Okay.
come into play.
So, like, when I was a kid and the first time I fired a shotgun,
It
and
kicked,
I literally dropped it because I was
Ow,
completely
my shoulder.
unprepared.
Yeah,
It, like,
yeah.
flew out of my hand
Exactly.
to my father's everlasting panic. I think he still sees that flashing in front of his
That
eye.
makes me feel much better about the first time I shot a shotgun.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That would be like
Because it would always hold up.
that's the
instance.
effect, and I
Yeah.
probably took mental damage from that.
Yeah, mental damage or in case physical damage. If
Yeah.
it kicked back into your ribs or whatever, you
Right.
know, like
In that case, it was mental because I was so ashamed.
There you go.
My dad took some mental damage too because he thought I was going to die.
you can
That
spend
inflicted
I don't think
fear.
he'd ever seen anyone drop a gun before. Like, ah!
when you're in conflict,
Most of the time,
you can spend
Start
fortune
saying
in pretty much the exact same way as you would outside of conflict. You can spend 1 fortune per scene, and it works the same way. You could get a crit success. You could reroll a d20. You could avoid defeat, right? You could instead say, I'm not defeated, I'm fine. You could introduce a new truth for the scene, right? All that stuff is the same. There are some additional options for momentum in action scenes. Like, if you spent 2 momentum, you could disarm a character within reach. Like, you're literally knocking the weapon out of their hand. You could spend 2 momentum to knock them down. They become prone. You could spend 2 momentum to make an additional target within reach of the primary target also affected.
No,
Trick shot.
I missed the first part of this for some reason.
These are things you can spend
effects?
momentum on during like specifically a conflict.
Okay, so like knocking someone down, you'd have to hit them first. I'm assuming to spend momentum to knock them down.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd be
couldn't just spend
rolling
the
your
momentum
skill
and say, "I
test,
want
which would
him
be
on the ground."
attacking, right? And momentum you're generating, you would be.
It's kind of it's how you can use like your bonus momentum. from
Yeah.
your roll.
Okay, sorry.
You could also add bonus damage. Every momentum you spend adds another challenge dice on top of it.
Oh, okay.
You can use that up to 3 times.
Very
Per-
nice.
per
In a
roll?
turn? 3 times a turn, or up to 3 times?
Per roll.
Per-
Each momentum spent adds 1 challenge dice to the attack's damage before the rest are rolled. You can use this up to 3 times for a total of +3
Okay.
challenge dice. I think you can only use that
on a single attack.
on a single attack. Like
Okay.
you'd have to wait until your next turn to do it again.
Yeah, because you're limited on momentum spends to 1 a turn.
Oh, so it's only
But in this case, it says per momentum spent. So
Yeah.
you can spend up to 3.
The specific trumps the general.
Yeah. And there's some other, like, we already talked about you can spend 1 momentum to take an additional minor action.
When you gotta run.
You can spend momentum to buy d20s before you attempt your skill test. That's normal. We already talked about that.
again. You can't choose run twice. You have to use the rush.
So if you want to shoot.
So, yeah, you could rush as a major action. And then when you get there, you could spend a minor action to draw your crossbow. And then you could spend 1 momentum to do another minor action, which is to aim. Right? And the aiming would allow you to re-roll a d20, for instance, when you make an attack technically that turn. So it wouldn't really benefit you necessarily. Unless you spend a fortune point, for instance, and get an additional major action,
There you go.
then you fire. Right?
Big action here.
This is how those things all kind of like layer on top of each other. Let's say you want to stabilize somebody. Somebody's dying.
This will happen.
Coordination plus medicine, difficulty 2. If you succeed, they're stabilized.
Okay.
And of course, you can generate momentum, which you can use for other stuff or bank it.
Okay. So it is kind of rough to do.
Healing injuries. Depending on its physical or mental, it's coordination plus medicine or insight plus medicine. Success means that a single injury of the type that you chose is treated. And then if you spend 2 momentum, 1 additional injury per 2 momentum spent.
Why would you not do that instead of stabilizing someone? Because I assume they would be stabilized if they were healed, right? Or do they have to be stable in order for you
I
to
think
do that?
healing takes time.
Healing stress is different than healing injuries.
Yes,
Right.
because if you have 3 injuries, you become downed. Right.
Yeah.
You can still have stress.
You can have
bars
maximum
unpicked
stress. Yeah.
without while having 3 injuries.
You might also take 3 injuries and not have maximum stress.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
and so then you're still down.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we talked about scars. Those are personal truths that happen because of, let's say someone's trying to treat your injury and then a complication comes out of the skill test. Now you've lost an eye.
Oh, I wanted that eye.
Now you have post-traumatic stress disorder.
That did.
Whatever, contextually, whatever makes sense, like the complication will make a scar, and that'll be a personal truth about you that could be invoked later. Like you lost an eye, well, your the distance perception, depth perception, that sort of thing, it's not going to be as good as it used to be, at least for a little while. So it may be harder to hit people at range or whatever.
One thing we skipped about the injuries is that they increase your complication range.
Oh yes, so that's important to mention. Like the more injuries that you have, your complication range for any of your skill tests jumps up by 1. So now it's 19 and 20 make complications, or 18 and 20 make complications.
It's
As
physical for physical and mental for mental.
Okay.
Increase it by 1 per.
It technically says your skill tests, so even a mental injury
Oh,
make
it doesn't
physical
specify.
tests
I
harder.
thought it specified since
Does
it
not
caused.
specify. Of your skill tests.
Yeah,
any
yeah.
of them. Any of them.
Because
affects
in that case, then why'd they break it up in that document? Because that seems
Physical and mental.
Yeah.
Just to be clear that, like, again, there are physical injuries and mental injuries. And you're supposed to track them differently.
because that's also just describing how the injuries are.
Yeah.
That's not
What they're like. Yeah. Okay, so
I thought that was an extra.
sometimes you can also get fatigue, but that's not going to be a part of the game tonight, I don't think, so we're just going to kind of skip that. Basically, if you suffer fatigue from extreme heat or cold, thirst, starvation, abject despair, it says on this one, overexertion. Basically, for every point of fatigue you suffer, you lose a stress box.
Okay.
Temporarily, right. You can remove fatigue, in which case your stress box's maximum goes back up, right? Okay, let's put characters together. So you've got your sheet.
Does anybody have a USB-C charger? An
No.
Android charger?
I do.
Yeah? May I borrow it before my phone dies?
Yes, just a moment.
Thank you.
Let me zoom in on this page. Zoom in and out. Well, that's too much.
Ready, come on.
Can you tell? Can you, from your perspective, tell? Oh, so this is one, right? The mission that you're accomplishing is here in the village of Hotoso-san, right? Down here. That's just to give you an example of, like, well, here's the sun, you know, and like, when people mention a land, it's like up to the northeast, several miles, and
how long is that? Just a few miles?
downriver.
so this
It's probably like 10 miles.
is 1 mile. We're talking about 2,
Right.
3, 4, 5,
Five
6
miles.
miles. But the point is, like, just to give you an idea, this is where you're going to be in France.
Okay. Yeah.
How do you get that?
That's kind of cool.
Charger.
No, not yeah. Oui.
Hey, Ann.
Mhm.
Well, she's supposed to be here for that.
I don't know. What year is this supposed to be? 42?
That's a good point.
It's after the First War. I don't know exactly what year.
Yeah, because
Between 38 and like 42, I think.
Because I think
Depends on
he was
history.
searching for maps in 42 of France. So.
So it might be yeah.
Because the character idea was going to be a German Jew, probably trying to
Get out.
get out of Germany.
Hoo-yah.
That would be a thing to do.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I can get behind that.
It's not a place you want to be.
That's going to be... I imagine I might have some clues as to what those scars might look like.
Yikes.
This is during the war
Presumably.
in France.
That we know.
Yeah.
Where's the 50-page document? There we go. Michäl would be a good last name. What's a Jewish last name?
Okay,
Oh, man,
so
I don't know many off the top of my head
hopefully,
for that time period.
hopefully all of that will give you an idea
Sink
of
and settle.
a broad idea. Hopefully, it didn't take too much time of how the system works, because there are some differences from. I hesitate to say standard because that implies like a norm, right? But you know, other systems that you may be familiar with, right? Including Dungeons and Dragons and Call of Cthulhu, for instance. These are very different systems. So here's that.
Thank you, sir.
Should be power going to it while the blue light is on.
Do you
Very much.
Yeah, I already told her. Good night.
Oh, you did tell her?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay,
Surprised you
so
got away so quick.
putting she came into the room.
Oh.
So putting characters together. First of all, you've got attributes. They're all pretty self-explanatory. Agility, brawn, coordination, insight, reason, and will. Does anybody need to be clear on what does what?
So you mentioned earlier that insight would boost like ranged attacks.
Yes.
Presumably, then insight is your skill roll for that, or is
No,
it gonna
insight
be
is
more-
attribute.
Ah, okay.
Your skill roll for a ranged attack would be well, actually, it would be coordination plus fighting.
Okay. So it will be
Insight gives you
coordination.
extra challenge dice, opportunity to get more damage and stress.
Okay.
Right.
So you have kind of two different benefits, an
Yes.
accuracy and a damage in quotes.
Right.
Damage in effect, I suppose.
So, but to be clear, insight is not only your perception, but also your instincts and your ability to kind of comprehend what's going on around you. So it's a combination of, let's say, the D&D tropes. It's both perception and, like, insight. Right.
Yeah.
Whereas reason, logic, intellect, the application of facts, that sort of thing. Will is your sense of self, mental strength.
So difference between agility and coordination, then?
Agility is speed, balance, and muscle memory for movement and similar activities. And coordination is fine motor skills, so more like dexterity,
Okay.
accuracy, and also a sense of timing. Right?
All right.
Coordinated characters are good shots, good drivers and pilots, and excel at sleight of hand and other delicate, precise tasks.
Okay.
Brawn, for instance, is a combination of the classic strength and constitution,
Right.
physical fitness and endurance.
That's a good way to break up the usual, or the issue 5e's been having with agility or dexterity being the quote-unquote best stat to have.
Yeah.
By splitting that in half to some degree.
Yeah, now you have agility and coordination. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And you've pressed strength and constitution into one thing.
Because, yeah, Constitution has no skills.
So those attributes can range from 6, which is the lowest it can go, to 12, which is the highest. 8 is where the average is. That's your average person has got like an 8 in these attributes.
Okay.
All of your attributes will start at 6.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and like jot down, you've got 6 in each attribute.
Goes to
You'll
6.
get additions to that, obviously. Otherwise, you'd be, a team of
Below
6
average
sickly
individuals.
paraplegics that they've just sort of airdropped into France. Almost like bombs, really. That's how much troops.
I mean, we are player characters.
Maybe we'll fall on someone as we land.
Then you have skills. Skills are rated from 0 to 5.
Okay.
To give an example of what that range means, 0 means you have no training whatsoever. 5, I think I mentioned this earlier, is you are a master in your field. The best, one of the best in the world at the thing that you do. Right. And again, the skills and the attributes are separate from each other, so they can be combined in whatever the situation calls for. I'll tell you to make a skill test, which is this attribute plus this skill. Obviously, there are some that make sense, like coordination and stealth make sense. But you could do insight and stealth to try to analyze the best time to move, for instance. Then you got your focuses. I talked about those already.
So coordination and stealth would be maybe picking someone's pocket, and agility and stealth would be sneaking across a leaf-strewn lawn.
For instance,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
Contextually, there are differences. I'll ask you for a certain thing, and there you go. There are truths. Again, we talked about it. You'll have 2 truths at the end of character creation. You'll get some talents, which are, if you've ever played Savage Worlds, they're like edges or whatever. They're like, kind of like small rule exceptions or things that only you can do, mechanical bonuses, that sort of thing, right? They'll tell you specifically what they enable you to do. You'll get some equipment based on the choices that you make, and you can also requisition equipment before missions.
Okay.
That's a fun word, requisition.
You'll know at least one language and maybe more based on what your scores are. And that's it for all the basics. Okay. So all the skills start at 0.
Okay.
Okay, so just to be clear about that. Attributes start at 6, skills start at 0. Now, you're going to pick your archetype. There are 8 in total, and these are broad roles that your character plays. The job that you're called upon most often to perform out of the field and back at base.
Okay.
Right, so there's some... I would take some consideration here, because you're kind of working as a team, to make sure that you pick, archetypes that, fill out, just have try to balance your party in a way. Like, a lot of parties, there'll be like one commander, and maybe there's a Boffin, maybe there's an Infiltrator, and a soldier, Maybe they brought a transporter on there. You know, like...
So you're opposed to us doing it randomly?
I'm not opposed to you doing it randomly. I'm just saying, if you all do it randomly, that may be bad.
Yeah. You may end up
But
failing at everything.
you may absolutely do it randomly, because there is a table for that. They encourage it.
Yes, I'm doing it randomly.
Okay, well then
We'll
let's
have
go ahead.
you go first.
Let's go ahead and take that.
Yeah, you can go first.
18.
18. You are a transporter. Now, a transporter...
It's like a drug mule.
Exactly.
I was thinking more
Put a
like
balloon up there.
Madame Furiosa, but okay, that's cool.
No, she's more of a soldier, if anything.
That's true, she is.
That's fair. Yeah.
She's also really cool, so I was trying to angle it for you.
Well, maybe I'll also be a soldier, so...
Okay, alright, yeah, there you go, yeah.
Low column A, low column B.
Both is good.
Oh, I see.
Why
That's
not both?
that's a typo. Your archetype is actually called Greasemonkey,
Ah.
which is probably more flavorful.
Yeah.
So you're a Greasemonkey, which means you're an expert in getting people and supplies where they need to be, at the controls of vehicles during a war. You're invaluable not only for your ability to operate vehicles, but your ability to keep them working in the worst conditions.
Okay.
So here's how that affects you. Your brawn goes up by 1. Your coordination goes up by 2. Insight by 1. And reason by 2.
Get some nice boosts.
You get skill bonuses. Athletics, +1. Engineering, +2. Persuasion, +2. Resilience, +1. Survival, +1. And naturally, vehicles, +2.
Sure.
Nice.
I hope so.
Now you can choose any 2 focuses for these skills. Well, you can choose 2 focuses across these 3 skills, right? Engineering, persuasion, and vehicles. So tell me the skill that you want to get a focus on, and I'll tell you what the focuses are like.
Alright, let's see engineering.
Engineering focuses: architecture, combat engineering, electronics, explosives, and mechanical engineering.
I think I'll go with electronics.
Electronics. So covers an understanding of how they work, how they're assembled, what can go wrong with them, and how to construct, modify, and repair them.
Excellent.
Radio electronics, relatively new development, time of the Second World War.
Oh, yeah.
Radar, sonar, and even the first tentative steps into computing, developing significantly as the war progresses. So that's one focus. You got another one.
What about persuasion?
Persuasion focuses: charm, innuendo, which is not just sexual. Let me be clear about that.
Sorry.
Intimidation,
You know my character so well.
negotiation, rhetoric, deceive, invocation.
What is invocation?
Unusual and esoteric methods of communicating with paranormal entities not open to the average person.
That also sounds like you.
I
So
mean,
we might do that. That's kind of like a seance medium sort of.
I will put it out there. I am looking at occultist,
Okay.
but
I figured somebody would look at
yeah,
a cultist.
if you go that way, then I'd lean quite a bit more towards like a mech.
Also, as part of the playtest, I encourage somebody to take the talent which enables them to cast spells.
Ah,
That sounds great.
Good. Sorry, you'll be the guinea pig for that.
I was like between Robert and Lance.
right.
One of them will take
go
it.
for
And, but
I'm
yeah,
gonna go with
go
charm.
for it.
I will
Charm.
surprise you.
Okay.
All right.
Manipulating others through natural charisma and magnetism. Right. So those are your
I like
focuses.
support
Those are your 2
characters a
focuses.
lot.
So what does
Every now and again, I get
persuasion work with?
Persuasion,
Yeah, what does
just
it,
as a general skill,
with attribute?
it depends. Whatever attribute it calls for. Does that make sense?
So
Yes.
You might be using brawn and persuasion to try to influence someone through your body language,
Okay.
like the way that you look, or you may use like
Insight.
insight and persuasion to try to read somebody and then influence them off of
make
that.
an argument of emotion.
Yeah.
Or reason to make a argument
Okay.
of
Yeah.
reason. That's nice.
Persuasion is
Flexibility.
basically trying to influence others through speech and body language, and a mixture of the 2,
Okay.
and also to spot when other people are trying to do this to you.
Okay.
Takes a liar to spot a liar, as they say. Choose a talent from these 3 options. Keep it steady, quartermaster, or born to drive.
What is keep it steady?
Keep it steady. You love tinkering with your vehicle and can keep it working in the worst conditions. When operating a vehicle you've spent some time maintaining and modifying, you could spend 2 momentum when attempting a vehicle's skill test to ignore the effects of any injuries the vehicle suffered during that test.
And what about quartermaster?
You may spend a fortune point to reveal that a contact has a specific item available. This must be a minor item with a restriction of 3 or lower, and it cannot be a weapon unless it has the thrown quality.
Interesting. And what about the last one?
Born to drive. When attempting a vehicle skill test to operate a vehicle, and that skill test has a difficulty of 3 or higher, so it's particularly difficult, you can spend up to 3 momentum to reduce the difficulty by 1 per momentum spent.
Okay, I think I'll go with that one.
The complication range of the test increases by the same amount as the difficulty was reduced, however, due to the risk.
I like that.
Okay. Why don't I go ahead and give you this sheet, and you can take a look at that talent at the bottom, born to drive, if you need to copy down any specifics. Okay. So that's our Greasemonkey.
Okay.
Our other options, I assume you're all picking at this point.
Oh.
Our other archetypes are Boffin.
Yeah, that's what we
Okay.
got.
Boffin's the sort of traditional British slang term for like science techie kind of person.
Is that what you took?
Right.
Yeah.
Often.
Boffin, we've got Commander, Con Artist, Infiltrator, Investigator, Occultist, and Soldier. And of course, Greasemonkey is left as well. But again, I encourage you to kind of diversify.
Infiltrator. I am a member of the French Resistance.
Okay.
So what would you what would you recommend? Infiltrator or soldier? Or
It depends on how you're helping the French resistance.
How are
right?
you
I'm thinking infiltrator sounds very subterfugey and
How dare you? Infiltrator is good at evading detection, bypassing security, and getting into places they shouldn't.
that's
They're able to move unseen and unheard. They're kind of like the roguish sort of class.
Zut alors.
Okay, so you're going to be the infiltrator. So infiltrator is your archetype.
Okay, hold on. Here's archetype. Is that infiltrator? Okay, that's cool.
floating
Okay.
somewhere?
Yeah.
Is there not a blank for it?
No.
Well,
That's okay. I don't
Probably
need
put it above attributes or something.
Yeah, I've got it scribbled in it there.
it's really only important right now as it gives you mechanical bonuses like
Yeah.
I spelled out for Robert. So, okay. So you're going to be a Boffin, Lance. You're going to be an infiltrator.
Yep.
You said you were going to go with occultist, right, Rachel?
I was waiting to see what everybody else picked. All right, what do we have left? Commander, Con Artist,
Soldier.
Soldier. What would be
Investigator.
Investigator.
What would be the most advantageous for the exact thing we are playing? Because it sounds like we have a lot of support and not really any.
You need a leader.
You could be a commander or.
We do need
investigator,
someone who
since-
can fight.
I can fight.
Now, just because you're not a soldier doesn't mean that you can't fight.
Right,
It's
but
just
that's what I'm saying. Like, what would be the most advantageous to fill out this party? Because I was kind of tossing around between a couple of them anyway. So
I
thought
would
I'd wait and
say
see.
I would say it would be ideal if somebody was a commander,
I was thinking about
but-
taking like the dilettante thing.
but your play style does not necessarily match up with that of a
I can
commander.
be versatile. It just like, do you want me
Okay.
to actually? If you want me to pretend to be charming and persuasive, I can.
No,
do
you
that.
don't have to be
But if you want
charming
me
or
to actually
persuasive.
be
You
persuasive
just have
and
to be
charming in
leading.
real life, then
Well, that's the
Rachel
thing.
can be very commanding.
Well, that's the thing. Commanders don't have to be charming. They just have to get people to follow their orders, right? So you could be the asshole commander who happens to bring all of his men back alive, her man, whatever, back alive, right? That's entirely a thing you could do.
I'll be a commander. That's fine.
Okay,
Cool.
so
The
let's.
trouble I always run into when I play a face is I'm not very face-like when I play, and
Well,
you're always just like, didn't
Commander's not really a face, though.
work. So okay.
Con artist is a face. Commander's got skills like academia, fighting, persuasion, survival, stealth, and tactics.
Yeah. I'll
So
be
there's not
commander.
really a
It's not big
face per se.
Imagine if Infiltrator is probably more of a face, even if he's not active.
Technically, con artist is the most facey thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because Infiltrator is more focused on, for instance, athletics, fighting, stealth, observation, a little bit of engineering.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so let's go with... I'm going to go in order. Let's go with Boffin, right? So Lance, you're Boffin. Brawn +1. Coordination +2. Have you got the document over
Yeah.
there? Cool.
I've got it mostly down. I just have to look at the talents.
Cool. Okay, well then I'll move on to Trey. That'll be next. So Trey, you wanted Infiltrator. So as an Infiltrator, your attributes go up as follows.
Okay.
Agility goes up by 2.
Okay.
Brawn goes up by 1. Coordination goes up by 2. And Insight goes up by 1.
Okay.
For skills, athletics +2, engineering +1, fighting +2, observation +1, stealth +2, and then survival +1.
Okay.
Then you can choose any 2 focuses from the following skills:
Okay.
athletics, fighting, and stealth.
Athletics, fighting, and stealth.
So tell me what skills you want to get focuses for, and I will let you know.
All right.
Athletics, fighting, or stealth?
Let's start with fighting.
Fighting. Fighting is pretty straightforward, like hand-to-hand combat, melee weapons, handguns, rifles, heavy weapons, and what they call close quarters weapons, which is like shotguns and submachine guns.
Okay.
Stuff you would use in trenches or buildings. Right.
Right. You said hand-to-hand.
Hand-to-hand would be unarmed.
Melee. Right.
Striking, grabbing, boxing, judo, that sort of thing.
Right.
Melee weapons, knives and bayonets, or older weapons like swords and spears and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Handguns, revolvers, semi-automatic, machine pistols. Right.
Yeah.
Close quarters, shotguns and submachine guns.
Okay.
Rifles, carbines, and that general. And then heavy weapons are machine guns, flamethrowers, mortars, anti-tank weapons.
Trying to decide between hand-to-hand and melee.
You've also got some extra stuff as well.
Oh, really?
You've got threat awareness, which you could take. Covers readiness and detecting danger when in hostile territory. So trying to avoid ambushes and attacks.
Okay.
Or you can pick exotic, which covers weird or experimental weaponry. And the ability to figure out how an unfamiliar weapon should be operated without any risks.
Okay.
So if you decided to special, like if you took an exotic focus and said that for some reason you were the only French resistance member who's just really wicked at nunchucks, that's totally a thing. You'd seen, well, no, this is way too early. You'd read one too many sort of Tales of the Orient or whatever.
Right. All the yellow peril kind of terrible stuff that was written in the 20s. Yeah. Right. One too many Fu Manchu.
Yeah, exactly.
Too much Sax Romer. So threat detection sounds threat awareness sounds promising. How much is that going to overlap with what Rachel's good at as a commander? Is that
not much.
Okay. All right. I had been going between hand-to-hand and melee, but now that's popped up. Anybody got any requests that they would prefer that I take?
I love seeing people punch people, especially when those people happen to be Nazis.
Yeah.
And when they have guns.
Nazis need to be punched.
Nazis need to be punched. I'm not sure how many shuggups need to be punched, though.
That's fair.
I will let you know, no shuggups in this particular scenario.
Well,
So
okay.
it's ghouls, you say?
Ghouls are subject to punching.
I didn't say that.
It's always like your first Cthulhu adventure is almost always ghouls.
Or occasionally a deep one.
That's true.
Or your fellow party members, and there's actually nothing there.
Right.
Those are great too.
All right.
I inspect
Hand-to-hand
the
it
gazebo.
is.
You must fight the gazebo alone.
Well, it's more like you step onto the gazebo, and a clammy dread fills your heart You are inexplicably drawn to this one plank. You remove it, it's the head of your dead mother. You know, like you use it as a bludgeoning weapon to kill your fiance, who you thought was lost.
Suddenly a grindhouse film?
You know,
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay, so hand to hand it is. Now there's one more, right? Now, can I
yeah,
get
you
two
picked
in
one
fighting?
focus. Yeah,
Or-
yeah. That's
okay.
what I'm saying. You can pick 2 focuses from across these 3 skills. Basically,
Gotcha.
you're only limited by picking focuses within these 3 skills: athletics, fighting, and
Right. The things I have 2 in.
yeah.
So
So you can notice that pattern there. Like you're getting some 2s and some 1s in attributes, some 2s and some 1s in skills. Right. This is how all the archetypes are generally structured. Right?
So what are the stealth foci?
There's a good word.
Disguise,
Okay.
camouflage, urban stealth, and rural stealth.
Urban stealth. Okay. I guess I should ask what's under athletics. Just otherwise I'm
Athletics,
flying blind.
climbing, swimming, running, throwing, lifting, and physical training, which is literally how to train others.
Oh, okay. Urban stealth, I think.
Urban stealth.
I'm assuming this is more or less an urban adventure since we're in.
Well, you're in a village.
Or in the village.
You're in a village, but
You could be from the city.
We might end up driving
'Cause-
places.
'cause maybe from where.
I will say that if you're in a village, if you're in the developed part of the village, urban stealth
yeah.
would apply there.
Yeah.
If you're out on a farm, maybe rural stealth applies. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, no, I get it.
The hedgerows.
I guess there's no way for me to know before the adventure begins which one's going to be more useful.
I
Can
will.
I ask you that?
I will say that both of them will have their places.
Oh, okay.
I think, provided you don't spend a lot of time in the immediate exterior of the village or the countryside or whatever, probably urban stealth will do you better than rural stealth. I'll just go ahead and say that.
All right.
And you would know all this already from the briefing,
Okay.
right?
Oh, we've been debriefed. Gotcha. Okay. All right.
What do you mean?
Hand to
What-
hand and
Well,
urban stealth.
technically you've been briefed, right?
Not
Okay.
debriefed.
Oh, debriefed is after.
Is that
Right, right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You have
The
been
briefing.
Yeah.
Have you been
they have been briefed,
Not debriefed.
not yet debriefed. Yes. So
Visual gag.
Fair
choose one of these talents: acrobatic, assassination, or silent step.
Assassination or silent step. Either acrobatics or silent step.
When I handed you that
I'm sorry. You
Greasemonkey
said
sheet,
what were they? Something.
you grabbed your belonging as well, right?
No.
Okay. You have access to mechanical tools or access to a garage.
You're
You choose
going-
one or the other.
What class?
Infiltrator.
Take the mechanical.
Playing
Okay.
Infiltrator.
And then you also get one vehicle of restriction 3 or lower. Just
So
remind me
you look
about
at
that, and when
your
I get to
talents
the
or-
equipment page, I can let you know what that is.
It's talents.
Okay. I think this.
I forgot what you just said.
Specifically, these
those are
acrobatic,
investigative.
assassination, and
Assassination.
silent step.
Between
okay.
assassination and silent step. Mechanically, what does each do for me? Assassination is.
We'll say acrobatic. When you're moving around an obstacle, you can spend 2 momentum in order to bypass the obstacle immediately without making a skill test
Okay.
and without using tools. Right.
Okay.
Like a gap, wall, a cliff, a barrier. Right. You don't have to use climbing tools, for instance. You can just scale it.
Yeah.
Assassination. When making an attack against an unaware target, spend 2 momentum to perform an assassination, gaining the intense weapon effect to the attack.
Okay.
If the target is defeated by this assassination, the attack is silent and not heard by anyone.
I don't know what intense weapon is, but
Intense is a weapon effect that does the following. If the attack inflicts an injury and you roll an effect, you get an additional injury.
I see.
So you could, in that process, because of intense, roll 2 effects and generate enough injuries or whatever to down the character immediately. Do you see what I'm saying?
Really? So you wouldn't have to do stress to them. You just do injury straight up.
Well, no, you'd be doing stress, but like intense allows you to get sort of a free injury off on it, right?
Okay.
So it's stress
If the attack,
and an injury.
yeah, if the attack inflicts an injury,
Uh-huh.
And the attack inflicts an additional injury because the intense
I see.
weapon. Right.
It's sort of the vicious.
Yeah, it's basically making downing people much easier.
Gotcha.
And then Silent Step, whenever you suffer a complication while attempting a stealth skill test,
Uh-huh.
you can spend 1 momentum to prevent that complication from happening.
Okay.
Instead of, say, putting 2 threat in my pool
Uh-huh.
and then just waiting for the problem later,
Right.
you can nullify the
Never happened.
complication altogether.
Okay. With assassination, if you have an uninjured opponent, it sounds like it's still remarkably unlikely that you're going to take them down in 1 hit. If you've got a guard standing
Well, it
there
depends.
who's not hurt,
If you've got a decent weapon, you've got a pretty high, if you're using, let's say, a melee weapon, you got a dagger or something like that, and you're using you're making a melee attack, right?
okay.
Character's unaware, so you do agility plus fighting,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you succeed really well.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that you can spend momentum to add bonus damage
Okay.
to your dice.
Okay.
And you've also got this intense effect, which allows you to you're spending momentum to gain this effect, or if you've already got intense, to add more dice on top of that.
Okay.
So you could very well generate enough stress for a relatively lightly armored opponent to knock them
go
out.
down.
Yeah, you could get them. Just that you have to make use of the mechanics in order to make that happen.
Okay.
Does that make sense? It's
Yeah.
not just one of those things where, like, you'll spend 2 momentum to do the assassination and they're automatically downed. Right.
Right.
But you can make it happen.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Assassination.
Okay. You also have the following belongings:
Okay.
camouflaged clothing, climbing equipment, and burglar's tools. And here is the sheet with assassination talent on it. You can see it's
thank you.
right here, so you want to get
Thank you.
a clearer idea as you're jotting down. Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Working through it.
I'm kind of going backwards. I should have gone Boffin commander, but anyway. So you're an occultist.
Mm-hmm. I've been digging through it. I've got.
You've got it already?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. I've got. I think everything down from there. I touched on nationality and now looking into backgrounds
Okay.
because nationality seems pretty straightforward.
You just
It's your nationality is one of your truths, and it determines what language you speak.
Right. So
with.
again, we'll be going through this
Mhm.
one at a time. Are you looking through your commander thing, Rachel?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
So once I get all the attributes from background and, like, I picked military officer, and
I'm not going to talk about that yet. Like I said, we're going in order.
in order.
My bad. Yeah.
Like I know you guys like to go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to go
We
in
do.
order.
I'm sorry. I just,
I understand. I understand.
okay.
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
So
Especially since this is a recording that would not send.
So you've got your archetype, right, Robert?
Mhm.
You pick that. You Greasemonkey. You put all that stuff together. You're going to pick a nationality, right? It's a truth about you, so you would jot it down in your truth, right? And then you would write the language spoken there, whichever one you want, as your first. It's your native tongue, right? So you got a whole list of things. Like you could say that you're Australian, you're from Yugoslavia, New Zealand.
I want to go with German.
German? Okay.
Ah, yes.
So you're an you're an exiled German, right? So your major language will be German. That's your native tongue. So that's going to be one truth: is that you're, German. You're exiled German or whatever.
Gonna be Jewish buddies.
Now you're going to choose a background, or you can roll randomly if you wish.
Yes, I'm rolling randomly.
Okay.
Your call.
That's part of the fun with these D20 systems.
Is it?
I think so.
Okay.
For
That's
people with
for some
good
people,
luck, sure.
Yeah.
I don't have good luck, but
Luckily, there's not like a Dark Souls option where it's like Piteous Wanderer or like Naked or whatever.
4.
4. Okay, your background is Army.
Ah, nice.
Okay.
So what that means, your character belongs to one of the armies of the Allied nations. So you're an exiled German that enlisted in the army with one nation's army. It doesn't have to be, it could be Americans, it could be the Brits, whoever, right? So, and then based on that, you'll kind of determine like what that means to you, right? So, your attributes: agility +2, brawn +2, coordination +1, and will +1. Your skills go up in the following way: athletics +1, fighting +2, and tactics +1. Then you get some additional focuses. Choose one focus from fighting, and then one focus from any other skill. So the fighting focus is, as I mentioned before, hand-to-hand combat, handguns, close quarters, weapons, melee,
I knew it was going to be that. So.
threat awareness, that sort of thing.
Go with rifles.
Rifles, okay. So that's your focus for fighting. And then one focus from any other skill.
Any other skill. Oh.
Any other skill, whichever one you want.
What's some tactics focus?
Tactics
So I'll make a
focuses.
prototype weapon and that has a talent,
Hey,
and then
Robert,
I can use
just
that
FYI
talent for my
before.
thing, and then
Yeah, well,
You're just always the crazy gunman.
So tactics focus, Air Force, Army, covert operations, leadership,
that's one of my talents. Is I can
Navy,
make a prototype weapon,
or technical projects.
and it applies a talent
technical projects.
to that.
An understanding of how to divide work and
I
manage
can
team
use on
members on a
skill check.
large scientific, engineering, or academic project.
That fits.
And then for
Okay,
one of my
technical
truths
projects
is
for your focus in tactics.
experimental genius.
There you go. Got some stuff. Focus on observation and memory skill. Choose one talent. Observation.
So,
Skilled in
now you've got those
Chemical
two
engineering.
extra
Explosives.
focuses. Now you get to pick another talent with the fighting keyword. So it's got to have fighting as a keyword,
Okay.
right? So as of right now, there's not like a list of the talents per se, at least not that I can remember. But going through this character creation process, I can tell you what has the
I'm good.
fighting talent. Right?
I'm good.
Meaning, do you want me to take it away or you don't?
Oh yeah, I guess take it.
Where is it being taken to?
I
Opportunist
thought he was going to refill.
as the fighting tag. We've got.
I don't know how much is left.
Oh, should probably put that sheet back. Assassination as the fighting tag. Army of One.
What's that?
Army of One. You're deadly with a vast array of weapons and forms of combat. When you attempt an attack, you may spend 2 momentum to add one of the following weapon effects to that attack: drain, piercing, or stun.
More?
No.
Only 1 damage effect may be added to an attack in this way.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay, Army of One. In which case you can take a look at the talent there on the bottom of that sheet right there.
Can we
Just
go,
underneath the blue bit.
can we go through that for engineering?
Yeah, just a second.
I guess there's some stuff.
So the backgrounds. So you did Army, right? You've got your talent. You can choose a truth from this list. This is where your extra truth comes in, right? You've got one from your nationality and one from your background.
Oh, okay.
You can choose a truth from this list, or you can make up your own relating to your service in the Army.
Okay.
Here are the options that they give you for the pre-baked ones: trained marksman, paratrooper, deadly commando. Or again, you can just create one relating to how you served in the Army.
So with deadly commando.
Okay. And for belongings, you gain an ammo belt.
Rambo? Check.
Whether or not that is a ostentatious bandolier is another thing. But okay, so you wanted engineering talents, right? Right, Lance?
Yeah.
Is that right? Prototype is an engineering talent. Well, it's got an engineering keyword. Let me say it specifically.
Yeah, I got prototype.
So you've got prototype already. Okay. Keep it steady has got the engineering keyword. Robert, is there any of the talents on your sheet that you're looking at there that has the engineering keyword?
No.
What about on the other side?
There might not be.
Nope.
Well, unless there is a secret list of other talents, then I think
there was also another one that related to like zipping up like the car's engine. It was like a transport one. That was under the Boffin.
under the Boffin thing.
Yeah.
Push the limits, but
Push
the
the
keywords for that are Boffin and vehicles.
Boffin.
So it's not engineering. See, that's the thing. If it says you need to take an engineering one.
Yeah, it said engineering.
Okay. So it looks like you will have
But
to
if
take...
prototype is an engineer, I can always take push to the limit as my
As your regular...
as my Boffin
yes.
one,
Yeah.
and then take prototype
Yeah.
as my
Okay.
engineer.
Well, that's what you'll probably do then.
Yep.
Okay.
Can't remember what exactly it says, but
So Trey,
Yes.
thank you. Soldier, where did you...
what else was I supposed to get for engineering? Because my phone died. So
For engineering?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get to your...
Or share some of the juice with me if you want to switch out.
mine's completely dead, so it would take a lot of juice.
So you're... Well, sorry, what was your background again?
Engineer.
Me?
Engineer, sorry, yeah.
Yep.
So, did you get your attributes?
Yeah, I got the attributes, and
Skills?
then skills, 2 engineering, 1 observation,
One academia.
1 academia.
Did you get your focuses?
Focus.
1 focus from engineering and 1 from any other skill?
Well, yep.
So you should have 4 focuses at this point, right?
Yep.
Okay. Did you get a talent with the engineering keyword? We just talked about that.
Yeah, it was
right?
prototype.
Truth, you picked experimental genius.
Yep.
Right? Belongings. You have either mechanics tools, access to a garage, electrician's tools, or access to a workshop.
Okay.
So choose one of those things. And that's it.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
your background.
My background, yes. Are you asking
Well,
me?
hold
or
on. Your nationality, I assume, is French.
I'm French, of course. You
So
can
you're-
tell about my outrageous accent.
Yes, of course. So there's going to be a lot of that today. So your native accent, your native language is French. Right?
Yes.
So one of your truths you've already written down is French, Frenchman, or whatever.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
That's your nationality.
Okay.
Your background you can roll randomly, or you can choose from the following.
Okay.
You can have an academic background, Air Force, Army, athlete, covert operative. And again, this is a background. This is not necessarily what you're doing now. So you could be like formerly a driver, but now you're a commander, for instance.
Not sure.
Criminal, driver, engineer, entertainer, journalist, laborer, military officer, which is different from, say, Army or Navy, physician, police, politician, resistance,
Resistance.
or spiritual leader / shaman, whatever they're going to call it.
I could be a priest. That would be freaking awesome.
You could if you wanted to be.
Covert op, criminal, entertainer, priest, or resistance. So between the priest and the resistance, what do they actually mean mechanically?
So resistance, for instance, would give you bonuses to reason and will. Your stealth would go up, and you'd get focuses and talents with the stealth keyword.
Okay.
If you were a spiritual leader.
Mm-hmm.
Your insight and will would go up. Your academia would go up. And you'd choose a focus and talent from the academia sort of category.
Now I will go with resistance.
Okay. So as a resistance member, you can go ahead and pick this little sheet here.
Well, thank you.
This section here will detail what you get.
Gotcha. Thank you.
If you need, there's going to be a point where you want to find a talent with the stealth keyword. I can just look through that and I'll let you know.
Thank you.
So does everybody have their... Some of you have access to the documents already. Some of you are, your phones are dead. So once you have so you got your archetype, you picked your nationality, you've got your background, which as part of the background you picked a second truth for yourself, right? So you've got your nationality as a truth, and then your background, whatever that may be, as a truth. But in Lance's case, it's experimental genius, for instance. You then get a hold of a characteristic. And again, you can roll randomly for this. But it's the thing that marks your character as being special. So for instance, your character could have been built like a brick outhouse. You could have escaped from Europe. You could be a scientific visionary. You could own an occult artifact. You could have been a street kid. You could be a dream walker.
Ooh.
You could be nomadic, wanted
really
by
cool.
the authorities, young at heart.
Okay.
You see, so these are things that sort of, and they have mechanical benefits, obviously.
So is this like occupied France?
It's June of 1942.
Okay.
So the Nazis are there, yes.
And question. So my nationality is actually German Jew. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. So your native language would still be German.
Yeah, it would still be German.
That's fine. That's fine, yeah.
Yeah. A little bit more specific.
So, yeah, so you happen to be both German and
and
Jewish. Right, yeah. So you're Jewish as part of your ethnicity, not necessarily just your religion. Right, yeah.
I got a 7.
So a 7.
Nice.
Let me take a look at
Yeah.
Oh, go for it.
back of this.
If you're looking at it's Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yes, that's your characteristic. Jack of all trades, master of none. Which they do not have in the document.
Roll again.
Jackety.
They have a different name for it?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, I think it's dilettante is what it's supposed to be.
Really?
That
would make sense.
Unless it's
Yeah.
listed twice. Let me see.
Dilettante is not listed because I looked for it.
Okay, that must have been what they were debating to call that. Let's just say dilettante.
Okay.
That's just shorter to write. Okay? You can turn your hand to pretty much anything with some degree of success.
Because that's not things. That's not what I was expecting for the definition of dilettante. So
Yeah.
it makes sense.
So, coordination goes up by 1.
Oh, this also.
And dilettante was an occupation in Call of Cthulhu.
Insight goes up by 1. And you can add 1 to any other attribute. Now, for skills, this is fun for you. You gain +1 to each skill that's currently at 0.
I almost took it just
Whoa.
for that.
Nice.
That's nice.
So that's automatic
Oh.
bump up on all your target numbers for really anything that you're trying. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, so all of them become.
You can choose 1 talent with any keyword.
Free talent.
So what kind of talent are you looking for?
It's got flexibility, yeah.
Because it's supposed to be the jack of all trades.
Think about it in terms of the archetypes, right? Boffin, soldier, investigator, con artist.
Pick up something soldiery, maybe? You mentioned an interest in that.
I'm really encroaching on you here. I just noticed my stuff is crawling over you.
Your dice are invading Poland?
I guess Lance's part would be Poland.
Yeah.
Or Czechoslovakia.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Or Austria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Sudeten land.
Let me think about it for a while.
Sure, yeah. Lance's, I think, in the case of his German ancestry, would be kind of Austrian, I guess.
Austrian or it could still be Poland.
I guess so.
Because
Yeah.
you'd still have, like... First, the German Jews fled Germany, went to Poland, and then immediately got recaptured.
Yeah. Pretty
Bad luck.
So,
Since I don't have the sheet in front of me.
Italy.
let me double check here.
Are we ready to talk about talents yet?
Yeah, just a second.
That's fine. I'm just having a hard time with the tiny text on my phone.
Yeah, well,
Mold.
give me just a second here.
You can do lots of stuff like that.
Anybody can do.
I'm just trying to look at something for my own benefit. real
Yeah.
quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you should have 3 truths, one of which is your nationality, right? Because, as part of your background, as a dilettante, you can either say that your truth is dilettante, or you can make up a truth that is related to your own general and practical knowledge. So you can think on that for a while. Belongings. You have a number of trivial, useful items, pocket watch, screwdriver, matches, etc., that you can declare or on your person at my discretion.
Without using like a momentum.
Yeah, you're not generating a truth in that way. You're just like, oh, I just happen to have this.
Yeah.
Well, so he
That
doesn't
would be
pick them now.
fortune?
He can wait until.
Or would it
Yeah,
be
he can wait until the game
Could it be
is
both?
Because I think like isn't spawning an item momentum, or is it fortune?
But if it's on your person,
Yeah,
like if
you
you're like,
would-
I've got this thing.
you would know
I
already.
think that's fortune.
If you don't have that
without
ability,
that
no.
ability.
But since Robert's character does, she can just be like,
Oh, I got this thing.
I have this.
Nice.
Well, it's
Yeah,
not in
this-
your belongings list. Well, I'm a dilettante. I just haven't had one.
Oh, yeah.
I always carry these things.
Like the sort of the MacGyver effect,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Except
Of
not
course
every.
I have a slide rule. I carry
Yeah.
it everywhere.
With all these paper clips and duct tape. Yeah. Look, I've made a gun. And so that's it for the dilettante. That's your thing. So, Rachel, you said you wanted talents. What keyword are you looking for?
I need one for medicine and one
A
for
weird
tactics.
talent.
Ooh,
So for medicine,
that sounds supernatural.
let's do a quick check.
I got an occult bulk.
Lifesaver.
Oh,
We have. So I'm looking specifically at medicine right now.
That's fine.
space need.
The cutting edge.
Oh, that's good.
Do you ever read Lackadaisy?
That's it.
Yeah.
So lifesaver or the
You know how
cutting
she
edge?
does
What's the cutting edge? I
things
read
that
Lifesaver
aren't actually
already.
part of the
The
story.
cutting
line.
edge.
Like side.
Yeah.
You know
There's
the
the
latest
one where-
advances in medical science. Whenever you make a medicine skill test
I'm gonna
with a
have to-
difficulty
they keep calling
of
Pickle. I
3
can't remember
or higher,
His actual name. The
you
kid
can
who goes
spend up to
psychotic
3
when he gets a gun in
momentum
his hand.
to reduce the difficulty by
There's
1,
where
2,
he's
or 3.
sitting there looking into
It's
this cup.
it's like Robert's
Join me, brother. And
talents.
Mordecai.
The born to drive
Born
on.
to
Mordecai
drive.
to drink it.
You're
Mordecai's like,
lowering the difficulty by spending momentum, but the complication range
Sees
increases.
infinity.
I think I'll go with
reacting as you
Lifesaver.
would
That sounds
expect
more like
Mordecai to react in a
the
situation.
kind of medicine I would know.
Do you know what the life? Do
Yeah.
you know what that
It's
says?
something about keeping people from being dead and just defeated.
You reduce the difficulty of any medicine skill test made to stabilize or
Making
revive a
them
character
understandable
by what?
Through potential application.
You may also attempt to save the life of a character who died during the current scene. But you have to spend 1 fortune and make a coordination plus medicine test at difficulty 3.
Okay.
If successful, the character is defeated rather than dead.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Then I need one for tactics. I
Tactics
already
is
have
good.
opportunist.
That is
Born leader.
unreasonably engaging.
Comic?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's when that
Tactics.
keeps you coming back for every update.
So, like I said, there's Born
Born
Leader.
leader.
Uh,
I actually forget about it for a couple of months.
There
at a time. Then I'll come back and
is-
there'll be a couple. I'm like, yes.
that's it.
Which reminds me, I need to catch back up.
For real?
Yeah. With all the tactics keywords, yes, that's it.
Okay, I guess I'm alright. I can look at that one up then.
Yeah,
You may spend a fortune point in order for a single ally to immediately gain a fortune point.
It's a fine one. I just wanted to know what my other options were.
yeah.
Alright, so
It
would
seems like the talents
resilience
are
be a
something
keyword
that
for
we're gonna
talent?
expand upon.
As part of your dilettante background, you can pick
Yeah, I can pick one with any keyword.
any
right?
keyword.
Yeah.
They'll probably organize them by keywords.
Resilience? I don't think so.
Let us look for weird.
Oh, yeah, there's one. Draw their fire. Apart from that, I don't think there's any other talents with a resilience keyword.
How about
Oh, a price to pay.
what's that?
Well, that would put you in the magic, the spellcasting business. I'm not sure if you want to go into that.
Yeah, the short of that is you've trained yourself in being like a resilient body because you know magic has a cost to it. So you have prepped yourself for that.
You've prepped yourself to endure the pain of magic.
Mm-hmm. Now, mind you, as they say, you can only get one spellcasting talent. So if that's what you want to go with, that's it for magic.
That locks you in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, good luck reading the
Okay,
magic
can
rules.
you give me a list
be
of
doing
all
that
types?
quickly.
Because I just want you
Yeah. Boffin, Commander, Con Artist, Infiltrator, Investigator, Occultist, Soldier, and Greasemonkey.
No, mine would take
I
like
had a pencil,
forever.
and now I don't know where it went.
Mine's taking forever because
Well, at
Let's
least
go with
Fast
Infiltrator.
junction, so-
Infiltrator? Sure. Here are some talents that are associated with Infiltrator.
Yeah, I can.
Acrobatic, Assassination, and Silent Step.
Alright, what's acrobatic?
Spend 2 momentum in order to bypass the obstacle immediately without requiring a skill test and without the use of tools.
Okay, and the other ones are what?
Assassination, which I explained as Trey already,
Yeah.
and then Silent Step.
Yeah, let's go with silence. Yeah.
Okay, complications during stealth tests can be prevented from happening by spending 1 momentum.
Okay. So, I've been thinking about this truth,
Sure.
since I can choose anything, basically. And I was looking for something that would be like eagle-eyed, which would help making range attacks in difficulty, like if there is smoke or something. Would that be something that's possible?
Like shooting into difficult situations.
Yeah.
Kind of like a sharpshooter for 5e.
You'd have to phrase that in a way that's about you and not about what you can do. I guess if that makes any sense, right? Because it's a description of some element of you, so it would have to be like
Crack shot.
prize-winning shootist, or
All right,
like-
how about this? Eagle-eyed, I can go out to one range length further for any ranged weapon.
That's not how truths work.
That's not how true.
No, truths either reduce or increase the difficulty of something
Okay.
by 1.
But doesn't going past your range for weapons increase difficulty?
Yes, it does. So you could say that if you decide to be like a crack shot, for instance, that when that truth applies, could take one of those difficulty increases away.
Yeah, that's what.
Then that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Just to be clear, like the truths are not as free form as say the aspects in Fate are. They don't necessarily generate their own sort of mechanical applications. They just reduce or increase the difficulty of things. buy one. Or make things possible or impossible, right? Yeah, so, okay. Who else needs talents?
If you happen to find one with weird, I wasn't able to find one using Control F, so I'm not sure if they have one.
Maybe not.
Focuses and talents.
Maybe not at this point.
That's
You said weird
weird.
as for a talent keyword.
It's probably, is that for the magic?
It was under Read a Strange Book, or read from an Occult book. You get one weird
Nope.
talent. Yep. So I'll leave that up in the air for now.
And I have all of these documents printed out, and I don't remember there being a list of like generic talents or anything like that. So
Talents listed by
not in the
keyword.
documents that I got. Okay.
I need both talents and. How this is going to work anymore. I don't know about anyone else with an Android phone, but do you guys just have a hell of a time keeping any kind of charger in your port?
It depends on the cord.
It just pisses me off.
Because like my manufacturer's
Take it a
cord
weird angle.
stayed in pretty great, but then my like third party one just did not want to stay in.
I can't get anything to. So
What are the keywords you're looking for?
I am looking for. I'll need focuses and talents with the stealth keyword.
Well, let's do focuses. That's quicker. So you need a stealth focus.
Yeah, I need one
what
focus
you
from
said?
stealth and one focus from any other skill.
So a focus from stealth,
I've already got urban stealth, so I guess I could try
disguise, camouflage, or rural stealth.
rural stealth.
Okay, so you're
So now you got
no matter where.
You're good.
Doesn't matter if it's a brick or a bush.
That's right.
You can hide
Hide
behind it.
behind it.
Or within it.
And one from any other skill. That's huge.
Yeah.
So let me deal with that later while people are waiting for.
Well,
me.
this
No,
is
just go ahead.
the focuses are really
You're
quick.
good, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just pick a skill.
One
and-
focus from any other skill. How about fighting? If I could do melee. Why don't I?
Melee weapons? Yeah, there you go. So you're hand-to-hand and melee weapons, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
And I also need to choose one talent with the stealth keyword.
Stealth keyword.
Assassination was one, because I got it already.
Silent step. Assassination has got fighting and infiltrator. Technically doesn't have the stealth. But you've already got that.
Oh, that's because I'm
Talent.
okay. I'm infiltrator, right?
Anyway, silent step has got a stealth keyword.
Okay.
Chameleon has a stealth keyword. And I think that's
I
it.
assume that chameleon is just being able to blend in social situations.
Specifically, when you adopt a disguise,
Okay.
you can spend a fortune point to establish that you have an appropriate alias already, complete with the corresponding papers and other trappings in a secure location nearby.
Ah,
Oh, I'd love
so
that.
that's kind of cool, but I don't have.
I'd love that.
I think we can go with silent step.
Silent step.
I'm not a joke.
Spend 1 momentum to prevent complications when attempting a stealth test. Stealth skill test. It's spend 1 momentum to prevent a complication. It's not all complications.
Yeah, because
Okay.
is complication that costs 2 momentum normally, right?
You can't
to
spend
negate a-
momentum to negate
A complication.
complications normally. Remember, you have to add threat to my pool.
Oh, you add threat. Okay, that's
But that's 2. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
That's 2. Yeah.
okay. So that's how it worked.
I also have
Oh, it's just
one of my
cost
belongings is a
bonus.
weapon of restriction 2 or lower, and I don't know what that means.
Well, there are, depending on, it's like a availability rating, and when we get into equipment, we'll go over that because we still got to pick a vehicle for
Cool. Okay.
Robert that's 3 or below. So, for instance, there'll be situations
We can
where,
airplane.
like in this particular instance, this mission was hastily put together, like because of time constraints,
One of my
and so the
specialties
quartermaster is only
aircraft
able to get you
vehicles.
anything 3 or below.
And then if
Okay.
I have access to the
Whereas normally, if you had more time,
then
they'd be able to requisition something for you that's like more complicated, bigger, more expensive,
Like
whatever.
4 or 5 or below.
Yeah.
opening up the valve and just like spraying gasoline.
Both of these
straight
fingers are now
into it.
completely numb.
Fury Road. You're just outside.
Yes, I'm just like spinning it.
Spraying it in and out.
Okay, so
Design flaw!
does anybody need any more talents, focuses?
I need the whole next thing that Robert did.
I can give that back to you.
Which is what?
She picked the jack of all trades.
Oh, the background. Yeah.
backgrounds, yeah.
Okay. So,
Because that's the next order of things.
no, I'm sorry. That's not a background. That's a characteristic. I misspoke. Because,
Characteristic.
yeah, you want a characteristic.
Yep.
So, bookworm.
Yeah, because background's the one before.
Yeah, born behind the wheel. Conscientious objector. Criminal mindset. Escaped from Europe. Experimental subject. Dilettante, which we've already talked about. Made a scientific breakthrough. My war started early.
Oh.
Owned an occult artifact. Raised by a cult. Raised in the colonies. Read from an occult book. Street kid. The lucky one. Dreamwalker. Veteran of the Great War. Wanderer, or nomad as they call it later. Wanted by the authorities. And young at heart.
So what's the my war started early?
Whether you started the fight in Abyssinia, Czechoslovakia, Manchuria, or Spain, you've been at war for many years more than your current colleagues. While the war started as a horror show, now it's become horrifyingly mundane.
That's what I took. And you get
My war
some
started.
Because I was
Say
thinking,
that in a whisper.
that just like the oppression kind of thing. That but maybe wanted by authorities. We'll do that one.
You've committed a serious crime and are being hunted by the authorities, but have evaded capture so far, which is no mean feat considering you're now part of a secret organization which investigates the occult. Maybe you exchanged this work for your freedom, or perhaps you joined the military under a pseudonym.
I like how you said freedom with quotation.
It says there's quotation marks there. So, is that the one you want?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, agility +1, insight +1, and then add 1 to any other attribute.
Oh, these are truths?
No, these are
characteristics.
characteristics.
Oh, okay. Because I got confident saboteur as one of my truths, and it didn't occur to me that it might actually come with something.
Well, when you pick a characteristic, it says
You gain another.
you gain another truth. So you should have 3 truths.
Yeah.
Okay, I do have 3
Okay,
truths.
yeah.
Okay.
So, skills. Persuasion goes up by 1. Stealth goes up by 1. And 2 other skills go up by 1. But no skill can be chosen twice.
And the max is 5.
Max is 5, yeah.
How do you get more languages? Did I
Oh,
miss
about-
that, or
no,
is
I'm
that
about to
coming?
tell
Okay, that's coming. Sorry. I thought I'd missed it.
Your reason score tells you what
Ah, gotcha.
it is. Also, if you have the linguistics focus and academics.
No.
Okay, choose 1 talent with the persuasion or stealth keyword.
Chameleon.
You want chameleon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it just makes sense. My crime is being a Jew. My alias is not being a Jew.
Sure, fair enough.
That's
So,
straightforward.
so when you adopt a disguise,
Right.
you spend a fortune point to establish you've already got an appropriate alias, papers, and everything like that. So that's what chameleon does for you. Truth. You can use the wanted truth or make up your own establishing your crime.
Yeah. Wanted.
Belongings. You have an item of restriction 2 or less relating to your crime, or you have identity documents.
I got docs.
Okay. So that was your characteristic.
And that's a belonging is...
Yeah, the identity documents would be a belonging. Yeah. Characteristics for anybody else?
I think I messed this up somehow.
How?
Got nationality French, background resistance.
Mhm.
I also wrote confident saboteur in here that I got off something. Is that a characteristic? Why did I put that under truths?
I have no idea.
For what?
That
I think
sounds
what you did is
like that.
I was supposed to
you
pick
either
one.
picked
It was something I picked.
You either
off a
picked
list.
your truth is confident saboteur is you erase resistance because that's your truth. Since your background is resistance, your truth is confident saboteur.
Oh, I see.
Does that make sense?
Your resistance
Yeah.
was your archetype, right?
No,
Okay.
your resistance was your background,
Background, yeah.
but it allowed you to pick the truth, confident saboteur.
I see. So,
So
I
you
need to
could
write
put
background
resistance
resistance.
confident saboteur, but that would still be your second truth. And then your third truth would be in your characteristic, which I don't think
Okay.
you've chosen yet.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Okay, gotcha. You're right. I have not. So does confident saboteur get me something? I was just sort of.
Again, it's a
Speaking of
truth
flavor
that
text.
sometimes would apply, which may increase or decrease the difficulty. of something.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's something.
So
you
in that
know.
case, I do need to pick this characteristic or whatever.
Here are the characteristics, as I mentioned to Lance. Bookworm, raised by occult, conscientious objector, criminal mindset, street kid, raised by occult, nomad, wanted by the authorities, young at heart, the lucky one, my war started early, criminal mindset, born behind the wheel, raised in the colonies,
Okay.
etc., etc., etc.
Okay. Criminal mindset or wanted both sound really good.
Criminal mindset. There's always an opportunity to profit, just like there are always excuses for your actions. But let's face it, deep down, you're a crook.
I think wanted is probably my way to go then. That's
Not bad.
Yeah, that's not the way I see this guy.
Okay, wanted by the authorities?
Yeah. Now, does that go under truth? Or does
No,
that-
that's a characteristic.
Okay, so
And
there's
as
not a
part
place
of
for
that,
Okay.
as part of that, you will choose a truth in
Okay.
this line right here. So it's
Gotcha.
wanted by the authorities.
Thank you.
Anybody else need a characteristic? Characteristic, anybody?
I'm good.
No?
I'm good.
Because you picked dilettante.
I rolled dilettante.
Well, yes, you rolled dilettante. You got the same thing, wanted by the authorities. You two did. And you picked what?
Read from an occult book.
Oh, yes, right. Yes. And my war started early for you.
Yep.
Very good. Okay.
I'm English. I'm a frontline commander, and my war started early.
Okay, so bonus languages. If your reason score is 9 or above, tell me.
If your
What's your reason
score
score?
is 9 or
11.
Your reason
Yeah,
score is
what's-
11, you get 2 bonus languages.
I get no bonus languages? How
Your reason is 10, you get 1 bonus language.
Yeah, I took German.
It's a good idea.
Figured that'd be.
Oh, I'm going to
good
need
idea.
a
I
bonus
think
language.
most
kinda
of us are
wanted-
going to be.
I wanted French too, but I only have reason of 10, so I couldn't swing it.
I need to
Quite
swing
okay.
one more reason so that I can have some language besides French.
Okay, so
Oh,
what
no.
else would be a good
English
language
would be
to
good
have?
to know.
Yeah, it would be. Or German. But most of us speak English, right?
I speak English and German.
Take French so we can all talk to each other.
Well, I was going to take French and then
Mm-hmm.
German as my national, so I guess I could also do English. Or
Well,
It's up to you guys.
I want to be able to communicate with Trey. So what
I mean, if you
languages
can't-
do you
yeah.
have? Do you
Because
just have
Does
German?
criminal
Yeah, I
mindset give
believe
me a bonus
Robert
to
and I are
reason? I
stuck
could
with
take
just
that
German.
instead of...
I can
Didn't
Instead
we
of
just
wanted.
kind of hand wave this and
If
say
that'll
we
give me
all
the
know
reason
enough
I need.
English to communicate, but not
Oh no,
communicate
plus one to
well?
any other attribute. I got it.
Yeah,
okay.
you know.
We got
I'll
the
make
fix.
it reason.
That having been said,
We got the lingua franca German.
yes, but no.
Yes, but no.
Let me explain. So, like, you're part of a secret organization, either Section M, as part of the British Intelligence Service, or Majestic, which is the sort of U.S.
Oh.
version of that.
Gotta do majestic.
So, as part of those, secret organizations, you would know enough English to, like, do some basic conversational communication. That having been said, if you're trying to talk to somebody about more complicated subjects in English, including your own fellows, you might need to make a skill test to get your meaning across because you just don't know
It's
it.
fine. I can speak German. You two can speak German.
And he's
I've
grabbing
got,
German.
I've got a language coming. Is it German that we're using?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean,
It's like, yeah.
sounds like it.
Yeah, I think it'd be the one thing we would all have in common.
I just better really know
Yeah.
German very well.
40
At least enough. You know.
I mean,
so
well, if it's my
conversational.
second language, then I'm going to assume I know it pretty well.
Technically, for this adventure, you're working for Section M.
Okay.
Just to be clear.
I'm on loan.
That means whoever we talk to who doesn't know German is going to have to talk to me. Do you have English too? Okay, cool. Us too.
English, German, French. I figured that those are pretty.
That's what the three I wanted. I just couldn't get the third one. So
Late in 39, having realized that certain operations are beyond the purview of the regular intelligence and espionage services, like MI5 and MI6, inquiries began that led to the foundation of Section M, Section D's sister organization, charged with investigating and dealing with the growing threat from German occult and mystical groups. To give you sort of a very broad idea of what Section M is. You don't need to know a whole lot after that. But.
Okay. The talents with the persuasion or stealth keyword. The stealth keyword ones that I don't have so far. I've got silent step. No, I've got no. I'm sorry. I've got where'd they go? Urban stealth, rural stealth.
Those are focuses.
Those are
not
focuses.
talents.
You're right, not talents. Okay.
So you got silent steps. I think the only other one is
Chameleon.
Chameleon. So what are the persuasion ones?
Okay, Away with Words is one of the persuasion ones. We've got Summoner, which is one of those things where like, you're a spellcaster now.
Yep. I've got that covered, so don't worry.
Okay, yeah, not my thing.
Persuasion.
now we're dealing with zombie Nazis.
Quartermaster
We'll see.
has persuasion.
Okay. Right.
So those are your two.
Okay.
Quartermaster or Away with Words?
Away with Words, I assume, deals with persuading people.
Away with Words, when you suffered a complication when attempting a persuasion skill test, you can spend 1 momentum to prevent that complication from happening. So it's like Silent Step, but with
It's
persuasion
one of
skill
their
test.
staple.
That's what I'm going
Yeah.
to do. Away with Words.
Mechanical
talents.
bits. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Away with
Spend
Words.
1 momentum to eliminate 1 complication on
Persuasion.
persuasion check.
That's pretty nice.
Go.
Yeah, it seems like it's one of their formulaic talents.
It's a template for a talent. I mean, that's
Template,
just,
yeah. It's kind of nice.
Crime.
Okay, so you got languages down and everything like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, personal belongings. So you got some belongings as part of your choices you made earlier.
Yeah.
Archetype, background, and characteristic, right? You can gain some more items right now as personal gear. Stuff that you just have on you, right? No matter what the mission is.
Mm-hmm.
You can choose 1 additional item of restriction 3, 2 of restriction 2, or 3 items of restriction 1.
Okay.
So please, you can just mark that down. Just put down like 3 items of restriction 1, and then when we go into belongings, we can decide what that actually is. Right.
2 of 2.
2, 2, and
2 of 2, 1 of 3, or 3 of 1.
Got it.
and you get 1 restriction 3 car vehicle.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you've got your truths, right? You got 3.
Mm-hmm.
Nationality, background, and characteristic, right? Attributes. So none's higher than a 12, right?
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is right.
Does the total of all your attributes added together equal 51?
Yes.
Oh. I don't know. I'm going to cheat.
16.
Yep.
This is just, checks and adjustments, balancing details, just to make sure everything's 51. Yeah.
51.
51.
Okay.
51.
Your skills, nothing higher than 5,
Yep.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. I got
The
it.
total of all your skills added together should equal 17, unless you're a dilettante.
Yeah, the dilettante.
Okay.
If you hyper specialize in your before things and you leave lots of zeros, Ooh, you get a lot of extra ones.
So all your
17?
skill ratings altogether should be 17. Again, unless you've taken the dilettante, which that gets inflated, right?
Deflate.
4 focuses.
Yep.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And then 3 talents.
Yep.
1 from your archetype, 1 from your background, and 1 from your characteristic. We cool?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
I still don't have one for weird, but shrug.
I would just pick another one from under, like, occultist or something like that.
Okay.
That makes sense to me.
Well, can't because they're all spellcasters and you can only have one of those.
Right.
Technically.
Okay. Well, you could pick one from maybe like investigator or something like that, or Boffin. That might make a certain sense.
Dig into one of those. Sounds good.
So you took a spellcaster talent, right?
Mm-hmm. Summoner.
It's summoner. Did it specify what tradition that was?
No, but I've been digging into it and went with Dabbler.
Oh, so you're dabbler. Cool. Yeah. So that means that your spellcasting relies on will.
Mm-hmm. My spellcasting starts at power 1 unless I wish to generate 1 threat and boost it by 2.
Yes.
But my will being 11, I get to add 2 to that base power, so my usual base.
And you can learn any spell, but you learn flawed versions at first, and then if you study those spells, they get sort of fuller.
But you have to cast it at least once.
Yes. Successfully.
Yes, that's a good point.
Okay. So again, personal belongings. 1 additional item at 3, 2 at 2, or 3 at restriction 1. That makes sense? And we'll talk about that when we get to equipment. Your stress track.
Okay.
Resilience plus brawn or will, depending on what is higher for you. That's how many boxes you've got.
Oh, brawn or those are
Yeah, brawn or will.
I don't have resilience.
It's
Then it will be a 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then brawn or will, whichever one's higher for you.
I wanted to do extend at 6, so it would have been nice to just do the 3 boxes. But now that I have 7, it doesn't work. So I'll just do that.
So no matter if your brawn is high or your will is high, you're not crippled by that because it's not just brawn. So, anyone using melee attacks or planning on doing it, right?
Melee weapons, yeah. I
I-
do focus in that.
I don't have a focus, but I may do it.
Sure, okay. Well, tell me what your brawn is.
10.
10. You get +2 challenge dice when using melee attacks with brawn, right? You know,
And a 7 would be for brawn.
a 7 for brawn. You don't get anything. Anything else? Let's see.
Yeah, I have a 7
Okay.
too.
And what's your brawn there?
7.
7. Okay. Well, then you don't get any bonus dice.
Just want to have to.
What about insight? What's everyone's insight?
8.
8. You get nothing.
9.
Same.
9. Nothing. Oh wait, 9. You get
9,
1 plus
For-
1
for
challenge dice.
ranged.
Yeah, ranged attacks.
Yep.
What'd you get?
I have an 8.
8. Nothing.
11?
11. You get +2
2,
challenge dice.
So I'll figure.
And you?
Hey, it's 8.
8. Okay, well then nothing. Okay. And then willpower. Your will.
9.
7.
9. You get 1 challenge dice for mental attacks.
7.
7. Nothing. Everybody else?
8.
For what?
11.
11.
2, right?
That should be +2. Yes.
For what?
For magical and mental attacks based on will.
Based
Mhm.
on will.
Yeah.
I'm all about that will.
Because that uses your will, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's
Well, your spellcasting tradition uses
dabbling uses will.
will. Yes.
But
very
that's
good.
why it's kind of nerfed because everything's
Yeah.
focused in that one area.
Yeah.
And you also know flawed spells, so good luck.
So, that should be like all the basic checks. Now,
Yes.
obviously, come up with a name, please.
I got one.
And a personality, generally speaking, and just kind of get a base idea of what you look like. Right.
Well, we're going to do belongings too, right?
Yeah, we're going to get to equipment in a second. Yeah.
Oh.
That was close.
So while you're thinking about that, I'm gonna page over to the equipment.
With Michäl.
Oh, Michäl, Friedmann, right. Marcel Saint-Hilaire.
Ooh. I like it.
Hey, thank you.
It was like MAC. Oh my god.
Michäl. Marcel.
Okay, so for equipment, the way that this works is that you've already got some stuff on your person as part of the choices that you made during character creation, right? Those are your that's your personal stuff.
Okay, just classic.
Here's how the carrying works, which thankfully is very simple.
Carrying
Capacity, right? Trivial items don't count. Small change, books of matches, pen knives, stuff that are personal don't come into play unless they're needed. Minor items are small and easily carried. They can be stowed in pockets or pouches, hung on belts, tucked into clothing. You can carry up to 3 minor items on your person. An entrenching tool, a pistol, a bayonet, or a belt of grenades are considered minor items.
Okay.
You can carry 1 major item, which is large and bulky. And you can carry 3 minor items in place of a major item.
Okay.
So in total, you could have, say, 1 major item and 3 minor items, or you could have 6 minor items. Make sense?
Yep.
Also, if your brawn is particularly high, you can carry more stuff.
A major item would be, say, a rifle?
A major item would be, here's an example, a fire axe,
Okay.
a saber,
Right. Okay. Something that can't be easily hidden.
let me get to
A backpack.
a heavy weapon, obviously. Just one example of that. Like if you're carrying around a bazooka, that's obviously...
Panzer Faust.
yeah, a Panzerfaust. Or perhaps a Flammenwerfer. Which Werf's Flammen.
How about my Pickelhaben?
Okay, so...
I just love that Panzer Faust pen.
Armored fist.
Yeah, right, yeah.
It's straightforward.
It's great.
You can become encumbered, which is a truth about yourself. It's situational, right?
Okay.
And it makes things more difficult for you, right? Movement, endurance, strength, skill-related skill tests all increase by 1 because the difficulty increases by 1 because you're not able to run. You can't make the rush major action. You might get fatigue or whatever. Just try not to be encumbered, basically. So. The way that, again, as I said, this operation was put together pretty hastily based on some sudden information. It's basically an overnight drop into France. And because of that, the quartermaster was able to get basically things, restrictions 3 or below. Nothing above that, right?
Okay.
So you can say, like, all right, this is the stuff that I want to bring with me on the mission. But you have to keep in mind, this is the carrying capacity, and the quartermaster couldn't get me anything that wasn't 3 or below.
She said she didn't go and see her.
She came in to see me.
I thought she came in to see me.
Go see.
So basically tell me, like, based on your belongings already, how much more you can carry, and, like, what do you want to bring? So let me give you just a very broad example of, like, toolkits, skill kits, pistols, grenades, rifles, maybe a few specialized items, maybe a radio set. Whoa. That's basically what we're talking about.
Was not prepared for life.
Okay, mechanical tools and an ammo belt, what kind of item are they as far as size?
I will tell you. Mechanical tools, skill kits.
Oh, cool. Once per adventure, I can reduce the difficulty of any special requisition request to Section M or Majestic by 1.
It doesn't necessarily specify, but I'm assuming that that's a minor item.
Okay.
Right?
The tools and stuff.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's something you can store in a pocket or a pouch or something.
Yeah.
But not small enough that you could, like, put it in,
Yeah.
like, your shirt pocket or something.
Yeah.
And what was the other thing you wanted to check?
The ammo belt.
The ammo belt. That's a minor item as well. Ammo belt contains pouches that store 3 ammo for use with firearms and heavy weapons.
I also have a above average brawn,
So since you have an above average brawn, you get to carry... What's your brawn rating?
10.
You get to carry 2 more minor items
Okay.
before being encumbered.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get to, at the start of each adventure, I get to requisition 1 item up to restriction 2 for free.
Okay.
Cool.
Or we're doing equipment, right?
Yeah, well, this happens to be, like, again, the quartermaster could get you something 3 or below with no problem, so that's not going to be an issue
Okay.
for right now.
Well, for that, it's like you get 1 3 and 1 2.
Yeah.
Or like 3 2s.
No. That's different. Your personal belongings are different from the things you're requisitioning
Oh, right.
before the mission, right then and there.
Okay.
So we're
Most
doing,
of those things have to be returned, right, after the mission.
So are we doing personal items later, or we do those first and then we'll do the requisition?
We can do personal items first,
Okay.
whichever you want. to
So I get a weapon of restriction 2 or lower.
as part of your belongings.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So what
Restriction 2 or lower?
Yeah, what are we talking? What's restriction 2?
Well, what kind of weapon do you want? Let's just break it down into that. Do you want a pistol? Like what?
Yes, I want a pistol. I would like a knife.
So, for instance,
Some sort of bladed thing, something I can use to assassinate people quietly.
How about a garrote?
Garrotes are great.
You can also get a thumb knife,
These are restriction 2, right?
a trench knife.
That's not a knife.
No, that
This
is
is
a
a
knife.
knife.
Are there pistols at restriction 2? Or is
The equipment section, for what I can see, doesn't have a listing for the restrictions for these things. So I guess it doesn't matter all that much.
Well, in that case, I think Lance's wish list just got a lot longer.
I'm gonna have to make some choices on the fly about what is
That's
available,
cool.
what isn't.
So I'll take a Panzer Faust. take
So what kind of knife do you want?
My
A thumb knife would
specialization,
be
it has
something that could
explosives.
be sewn into clothing, missed in a frisk search.
Right.
They're designed to be used against the hands, neck, face, and cheeks in a slashing attack that's intended to allow escape. Okay, so it's not exactly assassination.
right?
But you could get a garrote or a fighting knife or a trench knife.
What's the difference between a fighting knife and a trench knife?
Fighting knife, slim, double-edged dagger, originally issued to British commandos, as one example.
Sure.
Designed solely for fighting and the quick elimination of sentries.
That sounds like my kind
That
of
does
thing.
sound
All
What's
right.
a trench
Yeah.
knife?
Trench knife is like,
Just so I'm-
sometimes it's attached to brass knuckles or something like that. It's a brutal, close-quarters knife with a sharpened guard. Sorry, the guard itself is shaped brass knuckles. Stab, slash, punch, those are your options there.
That first one, what was it? Fighting knife?
Fighting knife.
And that's restriction 2 or lower? We're guessing?
Sure.
Okay. So fighting knife. Alright.
Seems like a 1.
It deals 2 challenge dice of stress.
Okay.
Its effect is piercing. It's a minor item, right?
Okay, minor.
Carrying capacity.
Oh,
For carrying capacity,
right,
right. And its qualities
For weight.
are hidden and subtle. To give you an example of what that means, hidden. Any skill test to search for the weapon, the difficulty goes up by 1.
Okay.
Subtle. Skill tests to detect the weapon's use are increased in difficulty by 2.
Alright. I don't know what salvo is all about, but I have a feeling that that's how many rounds it fires, and I don't think it fires any.
Salvo. You can decide to fire a salvo,
Yeah.
emptying an entire clip into an enemy by expending 1 ammo, and you can add area or vicious effect to the attack.
I'm not going to be doing that with a fighting knife. However,
No.
however, I was
I
thinking,
struggled to think how that would happen. Unless you throw it in a boomerang and it cuts a lot of people.
however, I did get one item of restriction 3.
Okay.
I'm assuming that would include pistols, right?
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Yeah, you can have a Browning, service revolver, some of the more like concealed or tricky stuff. Like you could get the N Pen Mark I, a single shot 22 caliber weapon designed to look like a cheap pen. You could get a 1911 A1, German revolver, a silenced pistol. Is there?
Silenced pistols are actually pretty big, I think.
Yeah.
Aren't they?
Yeah.
So
Silencers
you
like
could get
that
the
long.
Welrod Mark II-A.
Or it's going to be very low caliber.
Compact tube designed to be used in a two-hand grip, one hand holding the pistol grip magazine, the other supporting the barrel. Due to the efficiency of the suppressor, the gunshot cannot be recognized as such beyond 150 feet. The Welrod comes with luminous night sights as well.
How
That's
easy is that to hide?
radium.
It's subtle.
we don't know that's dangerous yet.
It's subtle because of the suppressor, but it's not hidden.
Okay. Gotcha.
Now, the concealed pistol doesn't have the subtle quality because it's not silenced, but it is hidden.
I see. So you can't have both.
No.
Not in 19.
Not for
Right.
handguns, no.
Yeah.
Not in 42, no.
Right.
Could I have a service pistol, please?
A service revolver?
Sure.
You call that a hidden pistol?
Are you talking about the one that's hidden? That's
Yeah.
a concealed pistol.
Thank you.
Small caliber firearm that can be easily hidden on an agent's person. So the Enfield service revolver, standard issue sidearm for British troops, 6-chambered cylinder, top break action for reloading.
Okay.
So the service revolver does 4 challenge dice of damage. Obviously, it's close range. And the qualities are reliable. Reliable meaning you may ignore the first complication rolled using this weapon in an action scene.
Awesome.
For a concealed pistol, it
Yes.
does 3 challenge dice of damage,
Okay.
and it has the hidden quality, just like the blade that you picked up.
Okay. Effects are, I assume, piercing?
For a hand, no, there's not enough.
There's not an effect for...
I mean, for certain weapons, there are effects. Piercing is an effect, not a damage type.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So handguns just do
In the salvo, there's a salvo?
ballistics
option?
damage. Not
The pistol,
not
maybe
for the
not.
pistol. No.
Okay. All right. Do I need a focus? Oh, I guess I see. I don't have...
Well,
the
I mean,
focus.
technically, salvo is not an effect. It's something you can use with any firearm, but you have to expend ammo to do it. You're
Oh,
basically
that's right.
emptying the clip,
Right.
whatever that clip may be.
And this is a 6-round clip, right?
Well, for the concealed pistol, it does not specify.
It's probably 6.
Probably a single shot.
I mean, it's probably 6.
A concealed pistol or pocket pistol is a small caliber firearm. What it lacks in firepower, it makes up for in surprise. So I'm thinking something along the lines of like, it's basically like a Derringer,
Sure.
almost, right?
Yeah.
So what's the maximum shot on that? Maybe 2,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Derringer's 2.
But again, it doesn't. We don't track ammo
Right.
unless you do salvo or there's a complication and
Right.
like that sort of thing.
Sure.
So
All right.
okay, so for more equipment, what do people want? Let me
I
know.
want a rifle.
I want a rifle. That makes sense. For rifles, you've got a. What kind of rifle are you looking for? Like, you want like
In 1 grand.
a carbine? Like there's the N1 Garand, of course, the Lee Enfield. The Berthier Model 1892. A suppressed carbine. They have an option for that. A Delisle Commando Carbine Mark 1. Are you looking for a specific range, for
Yeah,
instance?
let's go with range.
Okay. So the ranges go from you can have a rifle that does medium range or a rifle that does long range.
Okay, let's do range versus restriction.
Remember, the restrictions...
Yeah,
are just not there.
but what would you...
Oh, I would say for any of these rifles, I mean, that's just standard issue equipment. There's not... It's not like, you know... You're not trying to get, like, a silenced submachine gun or, like...
So maybe like a
or an
restriction
anti-tank
one.
weapon or something, you know what I mean? Like that.
So that should be like restriction one or
'cause-
something pretty generic.
It would be 3 or under, so just...
Yeah, I'm trying to determine if I can get something else besides the rifle, though.
Okay.
So,
Give it.
what's the longest range I can get with a restriction 2?
I would say medium.
Okay. And what are my options there?
The M16 carbine, the Berthier, the Delisle Commando carbine, which is the suppressed one.
Oh, I want that one.
Okay. It's a 45 caliber ACP suppressed carbine. The only sounds audible are the workings of the bolt and the hammer strike.
Nice.
It's used in commando operations and in defense of intelligence service bases and clandestine radio stations. So it has a range of medium. It does 4 challenge dice of stress. When you use the salvo option, it applies the vicious effect. And it has the quality subtle.
And I guess fighting knife for my other thing.
Fighting knife? Sure. Fighting knife, 2 challenge dice, piercing, hidden and subtle is the qualities. And for melee weapons, obviously you have to be within reach. Unless it has the quality of thrown or throwing, like the thumb knife does, for instance. So you could just chuck that thing.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So in addition to like these weapons that are available, there's also armor, of course. There are skill kits like burglar's tools. There's ammo belt. There's other equipment like ration packs, ID tags, uniforms, a telescopic sight, lockpick knife, a caltrop, covert clothing. You can get a suppressor.
So with like a lockpick, what skill are you using that? Stealth?
Well, you're probably using coordination and stealth, probably.
I have burglar's tools. I'm assuming that includes a lockpick.
Yes. So burglar's tools, just to be clear, lockpicks, screwdrivers, short crowbar and hammer, boot polish, and other oils and lubricants to assist breaking and entering.
Nice.
The kit comes with enough supplies to gain 3 bonus momentum to buy d20s.
Oh, okay.
So basically on the adventure you can basically use your burglar's tools to spend 3 momentum, get some more d20s.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is that all 2 kits do, or do you actually need them to do stuff?
You need them to do stuff, but they also provide this benefit as well.
Okay.
Like your electrician's tools, enough parts and batteries to gain 3 bonus momentum to buy d20s. Okay. So armor, people wanting... So weapons. Have we got weapons sorted out yet?
I guess, unless I'm going
Pistol.
You want a pistol?
position, I think.
Same.
What kind of pistol are you looking for?
I will listen.
I don't know, something like a Luger or something. That kind of
Yeah, that's straightforward.
medium size.
I know they don't have the Luger statted at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But something similar.
The MAB Model D, the most modern pistol used by the No, that's French. It was also adopted for German service by the Wehrmacht after the conquest of France.
Interesting. Like a 1911?
Is that what you want? The Model
Yeah,
2?
that'll be fun.
Close range. Does 3 challenge dice. That's it. You wanted a 1911?
If they got it.
Yeah. It's close. Obviously, it's a handgun. 4 challenge dice. And it has the qualities hidden and accurate.
Does mine have any qualities or
No.
does none? Okay.
No qualities.
What does it have listed in terms of melee weapons?
There are the standard issues of knives and stuff,
Okay.
brass knuckles, a garrote,
Okay, garrote is listed as a melee.
baton, axe, bayonet, bat, brass knuckles.
Just trying to decide what would be the most military-esque.
Well, if you watch Inglorious Bastards, a bat.
Doesn't really have military
Sorry.
figures. It's
What
hard to
happens?
say.
You have
A
a
little more
pistol.
freewheely.
Yeah.
I have a service revolver. Yeah.
So bayonet probably wouldn't be.
No.
As a commander,
Yeah, that's what I was trying to decide. would be the
probably I would say,
Fitting.
since you're not in like dress uniform exactly, you wouldn't carry a saber around.
most- Exactly. Yeah.
But
It's more
like
cavalry.
a fighting knife would be a great
A fighting
example.
I
Well,
think
not a
that
fighting
would-
knife, but maybe a trench knife.
I think a trench knife would be
Or
good.
you
yeah.
could carry like a baton.
No, let's do a
That
trench
makes
knife. I think that'll be good.
Trench knife,
Yes.
3 challenge dice.
This is melee.
Vicious,
3 challenge dice.
and the hidden quality.
Vicious. Cool.
And it's a minor item. Well, all of these items that I've said so far are minor unless they, unless I say otherwise. Like
It's
the saber,
obviously-
for instance, is a major item.
So I'll
I
just,
assume the rifle's a major item too.
The rifles are actually, yes, they're major items.
Yeah.
All rifles and shotguns are major items, and they come with 3 ammo.
can we?
The handguns come with 3 ammo as well.
Okay.
And if you decide to make a salvo attack, you get the vicious effect.
Okay.
The vicious effect being add +1 to the total stress inflicted for each effect rolled. What else?
So we're into requisition time, right? Or what we're getting for this mission?
Well, yeah, I'm just.
Okay.
You
Okay.
tell me what you want. If makes sense.
Armor one.
I think armor would be
requisition.
good. Yeah.
Armor.
Is armor a major item?
Depending on the size. It's a minor item unless it's heavy. For instance, plate armor is heavy.
I imagine.
Yeah.
Hard to be inconspicuous in plate armor, especially in the 30s.
It counts as a major item if it is not worn. Sorry.
Ah.
And then heavy means if
Because
you
you're
wear it,
carrying it.
it's still a major item. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
So I would just pick something.
So let's talk about some armor.
There's only there's 4 choices, thankfully. The flak vest, which gives you 2 resistance, but it is uncomfortable. At the end of every scene, the character wears the armor. They suffer 1 fatigue because it's uncomfortable and awkward to wear for long periods of time. Leather armor does 1 resistance. Plate armor does 3 resistance, but is heavy and uncomfortable. And you can also have a shield, which will give you 1 resistance.
So I'll do.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm thinking expendable things.
You? That your teammates?
Well, yeah. I mean,
They are.
Besides them. Since these are things we have to give back, we might as well use them up.
Yeah, if you're requisitioning stuff, it's probably got to go back to the quartermaster at some point.
At some point.
Oh,
I'd like some electronics tools.
You already have an electrician's kit.
I have a mechanics kit.
Oh, I see. Then you get an electrician's tools kit. Yeah, that's fine. You have electrician's tools.
is there kind of like a saboteur kit?
Burglar.
There's a demolition kit.
Yeah, demolition kit. That's
There you
one.
go.
It contains everything a demolitionist or saboteur needs to shape explosives, set up traps and detonators, or defuse explosives. Comes with 3 ammo for use with placed explosives. So you could pick up some placed explosives and you'd have ammo for those. Which include things like
It's okay. I got
the
science,
standard charge.
ME, and explosives.
It's good. It's good.
So I probably know how to use them.
Probably.
Oh, I also need a vehicle.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Oh, right.
So if you're taking a demolition kit, you probably want some standard charges,
Standard charges.
so you can use the ammo with those things, right? Charges with the demolition focus do not come with ammo, and must be placed and then remotely activated or given a number of rounds until they detonate. Once you've placed a charge, the item is used up and removed from your person, but you have ammo because of a demolition kit, right? You can use a salvo on explosive attacks by spending ammo from your demolition kit, and they're all minor items. So how many standard charges do you want?
The kit comes with 3.
No, it comes with 3 ammo for them. Does that make sense? And you can use the ammo to activate a salvo on those things, which can put vicious or area on those things, right? There's already area on a standard charge, but you can put vicious on it by adding the ammo to it. Also, if you happen to run out of... If you lose a standard charge, it would make sense that you could spend an ammo from your demolitions kit to get one back. Does that make sense?
I have questions about magic, but we can wait
Sure.
if need be.
I can't imagine a single thing I would want to requisition. I think I have everything I would need.
I mean, normally, if you don't need to requisition something, you don't have to. I mean, just, they have limited supplies, and,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that needs a lot of... I mean, I guess I could use a little extra ammo, but because it comes with 3, right?
You could your handguns and everything come with 3 ammo, and you could get an ammo belt, which has 3 more ammo in it.
That would be too conspicuous. Nah.
How many standard charges did you want?
I'm still not quite understanding it. So,
Standard charges, place,
yeah.
explode, right? They don't come with ammo, which is used to activate the salvo feature or to replace, in the case of guns, like clips that have been expended or whatever. Each standard charge is a minor item.
Okay, so is it more of it's like the detonator?
I don't
In that
know
sense,
exactly
or,
what it
like-
means in the logical sense. I'm just saying that if you have a demolitions kit and you have ammo for charges and you don't have charges, you're wasting your demolitions kit. Does that make sense?
So I just have 3 ammo, but not In that case, it's like I have all the plastic, but nothing.
Imagine the
but,
parts inside, like the detonating
Yeah.
pin and everything like that. But the actual charge is not. You don't have those, right?
Okay. So I'll take 2.
2 standard charges. Okay, that's 2 minor items, right? So close range,
Close.
10 challenge dice.
Wow.
It's a shaped charge. I mean, what do you want?
Yeah.
No, that's...
It's
Gonna blow up some Nazis, aren't you?
it has the God. If you use shaped charges in this adventure, God. Please don't.
I was just thinking the same thing. Like this, I was just kind of thinking all the stuff we're talking
You'll
about.
never
is
make
stuff
it out alive.
Right. Just saying, most of the stuff we're talking about in the last 15 minutes is stuff that we should never use.
Area effect. One additional
Rage
target
at
within
best.
close range of
Right.
the initial
If you're
target
blowing up a
for
person,
every effect
You're
rolled.
inventing
Yeah,
war
but you've seen
crimes.
that.
Yeah,
Stun
exactly.
is also as part of that.
Stun is also an effect.
Also an effect, yeah.
Okay.
And if you use your ammo to do the salvo, it turns into vicious as well. There you go.
So, okay, Jason.
Yes.
Here's my thought. I just made a little note here. My fighting knife is actually concealed in the top of my cane.
Classic.
Yeah. Now, I'm wondering, out the bottom of my cane, it would be really cool to be able to discharge smoke bombs. Can I requisition some smoke bombs? My cane already does it. There's just nothing in there.
Let me check. Let's see. So
All the things that we should never use when we're playing a Cthulhu game.
Well, I mean,
Getting
No, it's
smoke bombs.
This
that's
is the
just
Nazi part of it,
right.
We're in occupied
it's
Germany.
still supernatural.
you're occupied
Or
France.
France.
Yeah.
I mean, even ghouls have to see.
Well, if they have the Eldritch sight provided to them by Nyarlathotep, then no, they don't.
Well, maybe.
They can just
Which-
feel you out there.
Which again may be relevant to some questions I have.
While I'm on the section identity documents,
Okay.
you can gain 3 bonus momentum for buying D20s before they're no longer valid.
Okay.
Ah.
So you've got your ID documents.
I've got some too.
Yeah, so that's 3 free momentum to buy D20s to try to like
For passing off.
pass
Yeah.
yourself off as that alias
As
or whatever.
the
Okay.
identity. Yeah.
Neat.
I'm trying to see if they specifically mark any kind of like smoke bombs or something like that.
Papers don't last long.
Let's have the German military equipment.
Ah, yes.
It's mustard gas.
There's the Flammenwerfer.
Werfen that Flammen. German is painfully literal.
Oh.
What do you call that thing you put all your food in? Oh, the cold cupboard?
Oh, there's a whole
Chunk.
Yeah, that makes sense.
there's a whole thing about mission requisitions and requisition points and stuff, but we sort of skipped over that at this point. So
Where did the sick people go? The Krankenhaus. The sick
Krankenhaus.
house. What do you do to get them there? The Krankenwagen?
Put them in the back of the Krankenwagen.
How long will it take? I don't know. Let me look at my armband.
okay, we'll say that.
Literally armband.
So we'll say it's a. You have one minor item. You have one charge,
Airplane. The
like
food
smoke
zone.
pellet
It's the
or something
flying
like
bus.
that, in the bottom of your king.
Okay.
That, when activated, will create the truth, situational truth, smoke. Right.
Okay. All right. One smoke charge.
One. Yes.
Okay.
It would be hard to
The
reload
way you
the
said
kit.
that, you're like, one.
Well, I just we're moving beyond playtest rules here, so I have to,
You get one.
have to be judicious about that.
Can't read my armband unless I take off my.
I think the only other thing I might like are like some,
is my
binoculars or something.
Technically,
Yes, my hand.
technically, since your mission support is low, you can't. Again, you get 3 or below, right, in terms of restriction. But the whole group is granted 10 requisition points
Okay.
that everybody spends.
Can use.
Cool.
Well, I don't need
it's a
many,
pool,
I think
so
we're
like
okay.
if
Yeah.
you buy all the things, nobody else gets the things. And then depending on the restriction, it costs a certain amount of points.
Yeah, if
Okay.
it's so much extra, then it.
Like restriction 2 would cost 2 requisition points.
Cool.
Makes sense.
I didn't buy that much.
We'll say
I
we've.
think we're.
I think
we're
We'll say
probably
we've.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're there already,
Yeah.
probably. Okay,
Still need a vehicle.
you need a vehicle. Yes, you
Last
do.
one.
Let's make sure that you have a vehicle.
I'm going
But
to the men's room. while I
You're
negotiate the
being
vehicle.
paradropped into France, so it's not coming with you. But
But they might have. They might have had.
It is if it's a dredge
Operation Dumbo Drop the.
No,
Okay.
it's like they might have had like a dead drop like car there.
That would make sense. Yeah, somebody arranged to have the vehicle.
It
Yeah.
ahead of
sounds
time.
like it's going to be a no.
See, yeah.
honestly, I don't even think the vehicles are listed either. So
So
Okay,
think
let's.
of a vehicle that you have back home. That's yours.
What year is it? So I can Google.
1942.
1942 vehicles.
Scout.
So I have a Panzer tank, but I just couldn't bring it with me.
You couldn't bring it with you because it
Yep.
wouldn't fit on the
Airplane.
on the airplane. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got what? Do you have a Tiger?
I
That'd
have
be
a
great.
Panzer.
Tiger tank.
Yeah, no, that's like the biggest
Yeah.
German tank.
Would you like a 1942 Lincoln Continental?
Ooh.
Again, will not fit in a plane. But yeah, there's no vehicle listing here, so like
Yeah.
You could just get a Ford GPW, which is basically your standard military-looking Jeep.
What was the Scout name? Was that?
so because this is a playtest, obviously you don't have access to that vehicle, but you can get like a Jeep, a motorcycle. I think would be appropriate, right?
Harley Davidson's around.
Yeah.
Only if it has a sidecar.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
That's like war standard at this point.
Because you need a.
You get a Dodge pickup.
Okay.
Either way, you have a very beautiful car somewhere.
half track.
That you can think about while you're on this mission.
Yes.
So if you got a quick
So
moment,
if we're stealing the car, I can just complain about how I wouldn't have to do this.
Yes.
If you
If you
had
had
you
your
brought your own car,
I'm going to love to hear it.
sure. Okay. So everybody have armor?
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably a good idea to at least take leather armor.
Did.
take
The other ones are
basics.
probably a bad idea because you want to get in and get out. And it's a nighttime paradrop, so it's not exactly like let's all fall in plate armor and make this
I
happen.
love that vision of like it's dark and all of a sudden you just hear this clink.
Are we all good with equipment, belongings, requisitionable stuff? Good?
You have a
I
question?
need some more
I,
coffee.
You had magic
still have
question.
a magic question.
Oh,
Okay,
magic.
well then what is your magic question?
Oh, man.
Being a summoner, I've been looking at being able to summon critters and whatnot. Do you have options of said critters in terms of like statistics, or are you prepared to say guesstimate what a servitor overlord can do?
If it is not in the magic chapter, then no, I do not.
Pretty much.
I
if
can
you
give you a
summon
picture
something,
of
we're
them
in trouble.
from the original or the older version of Achtung Cthulhu.
I mean, if it's in Achtung Cthulhu, I can just like look it up and try to
Yeah.
ballpark it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay.
You must be going to summon this.
What is it called?
There's a servitor overlord,
Okay.
and yeah, that I was looking at.
Is that
as-
is that a mythos creature?
Yeah,
Or?
of Narlathotep.
Ah,
Are
okay.
you
thank
like the Hagrid of our
Maybe?
company, where you're like, oh, it won't hurt you. It's eating my arm. Nah,
worry
it's just hungry.
That's probably accurate, because the flawed part of this spell states a flawed version of this spell summons the servitor overlords, but they are not under the spellcaster's control. Now, mind you, my talent of summoner lets me control them for a grand total of persuasion rounds in combat or minutes outside of combat.
Ah,
It's a
here they
4.
are. Yes.
So-
Servitors of Nyarlathotep. There we are.
Can't you send them back when you're finished?
They leave at the
fine,
end of
run off. Cool,
the scene.
Servitors that reach maturity undetected burst forth from their hosts as a mass of scything claws, spore-filled pustules, and the single bloody proboscis that marks their master.
Well, I'll be gosh darn. That's
They're-
amazing.
Adorable.
They're kind of nice looking.
Put down that it's page 242.
Cool.
So that I can
242.
reference it when it happens. I say when and not if.
Yep. We're here to test magic, and by God,
We will.
it was
gonna
either
test
this
it.
or summoning the undead, which requires corpses.
Adorable.
That's true. It does.
It does require
Then
corpses.
again, a lot of people have died in France recently, so maybe that won't be a problem.
I mean, there's just mass
Yeah.
graves, right?
the
We're going
catch,
to a cemetery. I'm home.
yeah, the catch. There's that in between where it's like flawed version of this. They're not under my control, but that doesn't mean they're hostile. The undead specifically states
Hostile.
they will go around and attack everybody else and save you for last.
Nice.
That being said, it does not say my allies are safe. It says I am safe until last. So I figured
convincing me this is a good idea.
this is one of those
It's
like
been great so far.
yeah,
Yeah.
last thing you try to do. Maybe they just stick around, have a cup of tea, eat a guy or two. It's fine.
Eat a guy or two.
You know,
Why or two.
we'll see how it goes. There's either that or summoning a cyclone, which again I would not be able to control, and the GM would be able to move without having to spend threat.
Do we start with scars?
Scars? No. No, you do not. Scars are the result of treating injuries, and there's a complication.
Let's earn some scars.
Did anyone take medicine?
I was about to ask that.
I did. I'm just
Oh,
asking
good.
if anyone else is taking medicine.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, I've medicine too.
Okay.
Cool. Great. And
I have a
only
medicine
saved
one.
too, so.
Better than nothing.
I swear I brought a pencil over here, and now I don't know.
And what
I
was it
agree
used?
with-
Mostly reason or coordination?
I think it's coordination.
No, I
Coordination
suppose it makes sense for the detail. Yeah, detail stitching or.
That's like 12. That's a 12.
You're good.
In our resistance, we do not use medicine.
I don't know if that's insulting. I would assume so.
I ended up having a high brawn, a high coordination, and average or below for everything else.
Are you stupid? Am I insane?
I don't know. What are you looking for?
A pencil.
I swear I brought a pencil over here, but it doesn't exist anymore.
Hochdeutsch. Get that high German on. It fell into an alternate universe.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Would you like a mechanical pencil of mine?
No, I hate mechanical pencils. Very well.
Oh, fuck.
Lance has a wooden one. You could beat it out of him.
Well,
I could just use I could just use a pen. I got a
Okay.
pen on me.
Just
Go for it, Jason. There's my pencil.
Ah, there it is.
Lance is brown nosing you to Jason.
Trying
I
very
mean,
hard.
he did give me explosives,
I gave you a smoke keg.
You did.
but you also
Let it not be said that I am not beneficent.
very benevolent.
I can't remember what the difference is between
The cane was already mine. The smoke charges.
two. Was added later.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I had to requisition
By a
those.
very nice engineer.
Yes.
Yes.
Someone who rolled his eyes and was like, fine.
All right. Yes, all right.
that could be one of my prototypes because
Bond wasn't around yet, so he didn't make that joke.
my prototype adds
And you tried to bring
a
it
talent.
back in
That
one
might be
piece.
like a talent.
Oh,
So everybody starts with 3 fortune points, right?
right,
Yep.
got him.
Got that down?
Got it written
Cool.
down.
Anything on the sheet that's blank that shouldn't be?
I don't see anything blank with my scars, and we don't have those yet.
Well,
Blank.
scars you don't have yet.
Injuries and stress we don't have yet.
Sure. Yeah.
Hopefully. I don't know. What are the effects of unarmed strikes?
None.
None.
You don't do any damage with
Well,
unarmed
you do
strikes?
damage, but you don't.
That's the
They're not
stress.
effects.
The stress is.
Is it just like a flat 2 stress if you land a hit?
No, that's how many challenge shots.
Unarmed
you
attacks do 2 challenge dice worth of
Okay.
stress.
Cool.
roll. Yeah, when it says
Oh well,
stress,
it does have the quality subtle.
So,
Yeah.
It does have the quality so.
It's hard to hear.
yeah.
You're just punching the dude. It's not like you're discharging a
Yeah,
weapon.
when it says stress, that's how many challenge dice you do.
Yeah. So that number is the number.
So
of
unarmed
challenge.
attacks do 2 challenge dice.
In addition to brawn as well, because it's technically
My brawn's not that great. It's
Yeah.
only 7.
yeah.
I'm the
So,
one that brought it.
speaking of assassination,
Yeah.
can I do that unarmed? Would that be like chokehold? And so is that still just 2
Unless
challenge dice?
unless
plus,
the assassination talent says anything specifically about like
So
let me double check that. When making an attack against an unaware target, it doesn't specify.
right.
Melee
So it
weapon or
becomes
not.
intense. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And if it's already intense, you get another 2 challenge die. on top
What
of
would
that.
make it already intense?
If you're using a weapon that's already has the intense quality?
intense
to it or
quality.
something.
I assume the inside of my elbow doesn't already have the intense quality.
I don't think so. No.
I am a very skilled assassin, Michäl.
Specifically had to cook where my elbow is sharp.
I think the wording on that is weapon attack, so I can't add piercing to my punches.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Names.
names, please.
Lena Williams.
Okay, for Rachel.
Straightforward.
Okay, so this is the Achtung, Cthulhu 2d20 playtest.
Excuse me, Major.
A Quick Trip to France is the name of the adventure we're doing here.
Write that down
It's
real quick.
technically their quick start adventure. And because we started very quickly, it's now 10:39. Well, it's because they don't have the pre-made characters. You're,
Yeah, to be able to
you're going through the
hit the
characterization
ground running.
process. Okay.
Oh wait, that's my
What's
phone's
today?
on.
March 15th still?
Mm-hmm.
2019. Okay. So, Rachel, I'm sorry. Could you spell that first part again?
Okay, it's Major Lena, Lena.
Major Lena.
Yep, and then
Isn't that
Williams.
Lena?
I.
I wrote 2 ends. I forgot it was 2 ends.
Oh, okay. It can be Lena. That's fine.
Is it 1 N or 2?
It's 1 N.
Okay.
I
That would be-
I'm sorry. I guess I was already.
That would be Lena.
Because if you were. Yeah. Okay.
And what's your surname?
Williams.
Williams. Okay.
She's English, so I just went. Very boring last
I
name.
mean British.
Yes, she's
Okay.
British.
Yes. Okay, so she is a British commander.
Yes, she's a major.
I'm just talking about your archetype.
Archetype.
Yeah. Frontline commander.
And is a female character.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right, Robert.
She is Sophie Dietrich.
Sophie, Sophie.
Yeah.
The proper German way.
Dietrich, Dietrich.
That is.
I have no idea how to spell this, so
Well,
yes.
Dietrich is traditionally spelled that way. Diet rich.
Yep.
But isn't,
Deutsch.
but isn't that the girl from the White Rose?
Sophie Dietrich.
The White Rose.
I would have to Google it.
They were protesters in Munich, handing out a bunch of leaflets and stuff, and then they got hanged.
Checking.
No, that's Sophie Scholl.
Sophie Scholl, there we go.
Yeah.
But there is
I
somebody
remember,
on
yeah.
Facebook with that name, so yeah.
Cool. Maybe she's also Resistance. So you are a German Greasemonkey. That, incidentally, is what I search on Google if I'm feeling lonely.
Which never happens.
Lance.
Michäl Friedmann.
This feels he'd love to feel
Spell
a little
that,
more
please.
lonely.
Michal.
A with an umlaut?
Yeah.
Michäl.
Michäl
And then what was your last name?
Friedmann.
Friedman, okay. Fried Man?
Yes, Fried. Friedmann.
Yeah.
M-A-N-N.
Oh, M-A-N-N. Cool. Yeah. Okay.
And
And
Michäl?
you are German as well?
Yep.
Yeah, German Jewish.
German.
What was your first name?
It's Michael, but
Michäl.
it's Michäl.
Michäl, yes.
And you are an engineer as your archetype, is that right?
Archetype is
Boffin.
Boffin.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Your background.
I'm a spy.
Trey.
Marcel Saint-Hilaire.
Marcel, M-A-R-C-E-L.
Oui. Saint. H-I-L-A-I-R-E.
Could you do that in a non-ridiculous way?
H-I-L-A-I-R-E. Saint-Hilaire.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
S-T.
Saint. Yeah. You're a saint.
H-I-L. What was that?
A-I-R-E.
Okay, got it. Yeah. French
So big.
Infiltrator.
infiltrator,
Yes.
male, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
And then Steven, what is your character?
We were going with Faust, as one would expect it to be spelled.
Is that your first name or your last name?
First name.
Faust. Okay.
Do Germans still name their men children Faust? You think that name would be used up now?
At this point, I think it's along the line of Adolf. I
Yeah,
think they
it's
just don't really use
starting
it.
to run out.
Faust, what?
Heslenwangs. Heslenwangs.
Heslenwangs.
Faust Heslenwangs.
I'm just never using.
Are
any
you
of
German
guys'
as well?
Yes.
Okay.
last names.
God, there are a lot of Germans going into France at a really inopportune time.
years, monsieur.
Friedman is easy.
Too many.
And you are a German occultist. That's right.
Are you male presenting this
There's
name?
a lot of easy German names.
Cool. Okay.
Mueller.
We're always surrounded by a bunch of dudes.
I mean, I might definitely lend a lot more towards gender neutral,
That's true.
but, you know, I have.
But you respond to male pronouns.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They, them, he, him would be your selections.
So, the lot of you. So you don't have any momentum in the scene right now because you got to generate it first, right?
Feeling a bit sluggish.
But apparently you have a lot of threat.
Yes, I start with 2 for every character. Since there are 5 of you, I have 10. Okay, so you're surveying the darkened French countryside from the open door of an airplane. It's a cloudy, moonless night, so hopefully your arrival will go unnoticed. You can see the airman by the door making some final checks. He seems satisfied and nods in the direction of your team, the quickly put together operatives from Section M. Holding up a hand with 3 outstretched fingers, you see the young man mouth the words, 3 minutes to drop. Hours ago, a coded message from a local resistance leader southwest of Rouen had been cut short. Without accurate intel to know what's going on, it became necessary to send a team in to find out more. For now, your orders are simple. Find Aramis, a military veteran and the local resistance leader. Investigate the activity of the Black Sun, who you know to be a Nazi occult organization that is unlike their counterparts in the Nachtwolf, they are more interested in sort of magic and occult artifacts and everything, rather than, say, the Nachtwolf, which are very much about, like, they use some strange artifact to power weird tech, for instance. So the Black Sun is where you're finding your spellcasters and priests and all manner of ritual hoodoo and so on. Find Aramis, investigate the Black Sun activity, and eliminate any immediate threats. Now, the officer who briefed you told you that Aramis is a survivor and provided you with a code phrase to identify the Frenchman. A survivor of the recent, well, I won't say recent, but the German takeover of Hautot-sur-Seine, the village that you're paradropping into, and the Black Sun presence in that area. So he's your contact. He's going to ask in English for a cigarette. You will respond in English, "I only have lucky strikes."
Oh!
Type of
Never smoked
cigarette.
Lucky Strikes.
The report, which
I
put you
was.
on this plane, was quite simple. Here you are over occupied France. Black Sun officer Jans Stoller spotted in village. Lorries of gear arriving. New Black Sun presence in village of Hautot-sur-Seine. Garrison. Evidently, the name of that Black Sun operative was enough to warrant throwing this team together very quickly and sending you across the channel. The quartermaster was lucky to find you basic weapons, civilian clothes, and forged travel papers on such short notice. As you're rethinking through this evening's events, the light turns green. And the first member of the team steps forward and leaps from the open door of the plane. Which one of you is that?
That would be me. The
Commander's got to
fucking
go first.
commander.
Yeah.
Or would you be the
that
last
makes
one?
The
Make sure
frontline commander. I'm the first one.
make sure everyone gets out.
Okay.
From the front.
So,
I lead from the
I
front.
need you to make an agility and athletics skill test.
Oh boy.
All right. So I have an 8 in agility,
Can make coordination.
and I have a 3 in athletics.
That's 11. That's your target number. You want to hit 11 or below.
Okay.
You've got 2d20.
2.
Good
Okay.
luck, my friend.
You have no momentum, so you can't buy more dice.
Okay.
This difficulty is 1. So
Great.
you just need 1 success.
I just need to not fuck it up. Yeah, I rolled a 7.
Okay, very good. So you've got 1 success.
Yep.
So you steady
I did not roll a
yourself
20.
as the French countryside below you, with the clouds. You can see this cold night air is on you. So you take a breath, leap out with your parachute ready. Who's next? You see the
cannot wait to
you
get
see
back
the
to
airmen
French
like doing the messages. Go, go, go.
I can't wait to get back to French soil.
So you're doing it. Okay.
So,
I'm
are you
next.
going to yell "Viva de la France"?
So you only got 1
No, no.
success, right?
I did.
So no momentum
visual.
generated.
I was gonna say why? Does that mean I died?
Précisément.
Do you want to try my carrot noodles? Okay.
So same test,
So,
agility and athletics.
Agility and athletics. All right. So
What's that give you?
13.
13. So 13 or below.
Okay.
Roll your 2d20.
2 successes.
2 successes.
So one
You only needed 1, so you got 1 momentum.
Excellent.
So,
Can we use chips for that?
yeah, I mean, that was the idea. That's why I have the chips out. So do you want to
Okay.
bank that?
I don't
I
see
assume.
any reason not to.
Yeah, sure.
We should use a different color.
You got 1 momentum in the pool.
Awesome.
Cool.
All right, I'll go next.
So the rest of you see Marcel, with little hesitation, simply just sort of walk out of the plane, essentially. And that gives you a little bit of... That bolsters your spirits a little bit, because you're like, okay, we got somebody who knows what they're doing on here. It's not all wacky ex-Germans and stuff.
No, that's the rest of
That's
us.
the rest of it. Yeah.
I definitely knew what I was doing.
But
You didn't make momentum.
No, I didn't.
That's
so Sophie, you're going next.
Yeah.
Agility and athletics. Make that test.
Yeah, I had the chance to take paratrooper, but I didn't.
Which would have lowered the difficulty to 0. Because it reduces by 1. So you wouldn't have had to roll, but you could to get momentum.
since theoretically you'd be good at it.
Yeah, I got one success.
Okay, very good. So you leap out of the plane as well. A little less impressively than our Marcel here, but without any
Nonetheless.
major complications.
French love to show off.
No. I
So,
gave the alarm.
Faust or Michäl? Or Michael?
Closing a book that he's reading, will take the next step out
Is
nervously.
the book's cover made of flesh?
Not this time.
Okay, it's just Great Expectations or something.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I have an agility of 6 and nothing in athletics.
So
Let's see how this
So
goes.
6 or below, please.
We have momentum.
6.
Very good. All right.
Thank you,
So you got one success. You're good to go. And again, if a truth applies to any of these things, let me know because the difficulty might get adjusted, right? Okay.
Would my deadly commando apply to that?
Not necessarily, because there are a lot of different types of commandos. Not necessarily they are always paratroopers.
I imagine them jumping
Well, you know
out
what?
of
I tell you what. Just to be generous, so
Add
that
on.
would be 0. You rolled. You got one success, right? That's an extra momentum point. Let's say that. Okay.
I'll use that momentum.
Okay.
I see you were like me.
So what? So how much do you spend?
Just one.
Just the one to get another d20. So you got 3.
I see everyone's gone. I'm like, well, just gotta run. That's one success.
Very good.
Any 20s?
Just barely. No,
Yeah. No 20s, no 1s, anything. Okay. Cool.
I have an 8, so that's 7. Still good. Still good.
So you run and leap out of the plane, and you can hear just as you clear the exit, the airman being like, "What the fuck?" And now you are now all sort of free falling through the air over occupied France.
Streamline.
You are so nobody generating complications. That's good.
Yeah.
Right. So you all are soaring through the air. After a few seconds in flight, you pull your ripcord, parachute deploys, and a lot of you land in a nearby meadow that is that you know from your orientation and everything. You got maybe like a mile or two to Château-sur-Seine, right? But it's nighttime. You're unfamiliar with the terrain. And so you're going to need to kind of get your bearings and make a test to figure out what direction you need
I
to
have
go.
orienteering.
Okay, well then make me a reason and survival skill test.
What does my
we
focus and
assist?
orienteering give me?
Your focus and orienteering means that what's your survival skill?
2.
That means 1s and 2s are critical successes.
Okay, cool. All right.
Do you have any truths that apply here?
Not unless
Okay.
the frontline commander does.
I mean, not particularly.
So, can I assist her?
Do you? Yeah. Okay.
So I've got survival 1, and
And what's your reason?
my reason is 9. So
So that's a 10. You can roll your 1d20. Yeah.
Okay. 1d20. Now my nationality is French, so this is native soil. Does that give me anything?
Yeah, I would say so. That's reasonable. So that would decrease the difficulty for you.
Okay.
Difficulty 3,
Okay,
difficulty
well,
2.
Okay.
I got 1 success.
So you got 1 success.
So the difficulty 2 means I roll 2 dice? No.
No.
That's not what it means. It means I need 2 successes.
Yes.
Okay.
But should that really count since he's aiding?
Well, since you're aiding, okay, that makes more sense. We'll apply. So the difficulty is 2. So you got 1 success.
Yeah.
You need to get another success in order for this to work
Okay.
because you're putting your heads together.
Okay. So that's 10. Come on. 5.
Great.
There you go. So with 2 successes, the lot of you the both of you put your heads together. Marcel, you with your general knowledge of the French countryside and just the layout, and Major Williams, your sort of orienteering and everything like that. You determined that you have landed. You've landed slightly southwest of Château-sur-Seine, and all you need to do is sort of make your way along the Seine, sort of in a northeasterly direction, to get to the village.
Okay.
Oh,
so
are
we
we
are
on-
on the correct side of the Seine.
Yes, thankfully, yeah.
All right.
Sweet.
Now, if a complication had happened, you might have landed on the other side. Or in
You'd
a
be
tree.
swimming.
And the
Or
village is
with
on the
your knees
north
locked.
side of the road.
Yeah, you can see the village there. It's hard to see, but Hotoso Sand is on the north side of the river. It's tucked in that little bend. You can see it towards the bottom left of the map there. Okay. So, as you orient yourselves, and you start towards the village.
We need to dispose of our parachutes first.
Yeah, I mean, be my guest.
So we need to.
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of my parachute.
Yeah, they need to be gotten rid of. So
How will you do that?
we stuff them back into their pack, just higgledy-piggledy, fill it with rocks, and throw it in the sand.
Sounds good. Okay. Did that,
On board.
all of you were doing that?
Sure.
Okay, so those
Seems
parachutes are out of the question now. They're thrown to the river. You see them kind of bob a little bit and then float down to the bottom as the sand is making its sort of leisurely passage. So, you orient yourselves. You start heading towards the village, and suddenly there's a strange vibration you can feel. It starts rattling your teeth. Your skin feels cold and clammy. It feels like a chill wind just cut right through you all. It passes pretty quickly, but something very strange has obviously just happened. I need everybody to roll a challenge dice for me. So pick up a challenge dice. Tell me what you roll.
1.
Blink.
Blank.
So you two got ones, right?
Yep.
You take 1 stress. Mental damage. Not that it matters in this particular case, but for clarity, there's a sense of unease and distress suddenly that this phenomena sort of places in you.
So if we would have rolled an effect, that would have been really bad.
No, it just would have been
1.
it just would have been 1 still.
Oh.
There's not really an effect for this per se.
Did we see anything like pass over? Was there a physical
No.
shadow over the moon?
No.
Or... Okay.
Now you could, again, we're doing a playtest, so I'm guiding a little bit more than I normally would. You could make an insight and academia skill test.
Yeah.
Especially if you've got the occultism focus
Yep.
to try to determine what's going on.
Let's do that and say I wouldn't mind maybe using one of those momentum to push that up to 3 dice.
To buy another dice.
Yeah.
I'll
Sounds
assist.
Sure.
Okay.
So I've got 11 insight and 4 academia. So 4s or lower are doubles.
Or double. For critical successes, and your
And then
target number is 15.
or lower.
Yeah. Probably going to happen. Difficulty's 2, by the way.
Nice. Okay. 6, 6, and 12. So 3 successes there.
3 successes.
Nothing there. Okay.
Nothing for you, but you succeeded.
Are any of them critical?
And you bank that. So you've got that extra momentum.
Close.
Do you want to spend it or do you want to bank it?
No, I'm good.
Okay. You want to bank it? There you go.
Let me help you
Bring
get
it
it.
back.
My dice are too used to.
Rolling high.
So,
D&D.
with your familiarity with the occult and kind of supernatural events, you know that this is clearly something of supernatural origin. Maybe the start of a ritual of some kind.
Okay.
Something's up. You don't know what's going on, and this, partly from your knowledge and partly from your intuition, is the start of something bad.
Lord, grant us strength. Be happiness or woe. Some strange things are happening here this night.
Do you know what the hell that was?
No, but we need to find out.
Alright. We're going to go with the TARDIS effect and assume we're all just talking German.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you all have German, then that makes sense.
We all
Yeah.
have German.
Cool.
It's the only thing we've all
Don't make
Okay.
me try to speak German.
It's the end of that scene.
There goes.
So the momentum goes away.
Okay.
Oh, they pass quickly. Okay.
Yes.
Come and go.
So it takes about an hour to reach Haute-Sorsay. Up to now, the German presence in the area doesn't seem pretty remarkable. You spotted a single patrol, but were able to sort of circumvent them through the trees. They moved perpendicular to your line of march anyway and disappeared quickly into some dense underbrush. When you reach the village, however, things are a little different. Scanning the village from a distance, you haven't gone into the village yet. You note a couple of outlying buildings have already been burned to the ground. But it looks like that happened months ago. It's not fresh arson damage. The village itself is small. You'd wager probably under 300 people. The primary building you can see is this stately chateau, which would look like a quaint and luxurious retreat from Rouen, if not for the Nazi banner draped out of one window. From one balcony, you can see an officer scanning the area with field glasses. There's an MG-42 crew sitting behind a sandbag barrier, peering out occasionally, while smoke from a camp stove rises behind them.
These people are on the grounds of the mansion?
They're in front of the officers on the balcony of the one of the balconies of the chateau.
Okay.
And then the MG-42 crew is in front of it behind a sandbag barrier.
Okay.
Right.
Are they between us and the village, or
No, you're looking into the village, and you can see
Okay.
this stuff. You haven't gone to the village yet. The most disturbing observation you make, I'm assuming, some of you brought binoculars. You're essentially looking from a distance. The most disturbing observation you make is that the German soldiers here are not the normal Wehrmacht. The Black Sun have definitely taken over. You can see it's overt. They've got their uniforms with their insignias. They've got their prominent helmets and gas masks. For them to be projecting this kind of power so close to the English Channel doesn't bode well. As you're thinking about this and scanning the village, you notice a few villagers being escorted at gunpoint into the chateau.
Blood rituals.
Do we know which house that our agent lived in?
No. Who's doing primary sort of observation? Who's using those binoculars?
Probably me.
Okay. Do you want to make an insight and observation test?
Maybe it shouldn't be me. I was hoping for reason, not insight.
Who's good with observation?
I could do it. I'll get a 15.
I mean, I've got a
15?
1 in
Yeah,
observation,
go for it.
so...
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Okay, so you're looking through the binoculars. Do an insight and observation test for me.
Okay.
Difficulty's 1, by the way.
Alright, so looking at 15 as the target number. 2 successes, so 1 bit of momentum, please.
Okay, how would you like to spend that momentum? You can bank it, or in this case, it would be a good opportunity to spend momentum to obtain information, right? Getting some more details.
That sounds good.
Okay, so you get 2 things out of this. First things, you as you're scanning through with the binoculars, you realize, Faust, that a little farther south of the village, you're at sort of you're at a northeasterly angle. A little bit south of the village, you can see there are signs of a recent fire, unlike the burnt buildings within the village itself. And there looks like a barn has been gutted. You can see livestock left in the field around the farm that have clearly been slaughtered. Open sort of carcasses kind of rotting there. Also, you see that there are 2 sniper teams lurking. One on top of the town hall and another on a nearby roof.
Gonna pass the binoculars off to the Major. Major, there are 2 sniper teams in town. I'm gonna point out the locations. And it looks like they tore the barn apart to start a fire. And they've clearly been doing something to the livestock in the area. It looks like they harvested them for parts. I assume this probably has something to do with what we felt earlier.
Well, it could be war tactics, starving out the locals to get them under control.
You can get me closer, I can tell you which.
Could be the start.
I want to go look at the barn first.
Start with animals,
sniper
and
teams
now
are
they're
arms.
going to the
Good.
villagers.
What's the time of day? Is it?
It's
is
night.
it, well, I know, but I mean, is it wee hours of the morning, or is it late?
It is
late at night?
basically, let's assume that it is 1 a.m.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
1 a.m.
Very deep within
Way
the night. Yeah.
past curfew.
There's certainly
Close to the
Unless you want to volunteer to be taken into the chateau. Let's go look at the barn.
We may have
Bless you.
we may have to be careful with the sniper teams about.
Yes.
At least within the village itself. Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So you're heading towards the barn, which is a little south of the
Yeah.
village proper.
See if we can find another way into the village too.
Okay.
Not by the sniper teams.
So as you're making your way towards the village, sort of crouching in the underbrush, making sort of a relatively stealthy movement to this this barn, you spot a gentleman with a long face, short brown hair, in what looks like what you'd recognize. Marcel is sort of French peasantry kind of clothing,
Okay.
right? You know, that of a farmer
Yeah.
or a farm hand, tending to a couple of cows that he is sort of leading by rope leads, across basically between you and the barn itself.
Okay. Now, this 1 a.m. That's an odd time to be leading
That is odd.
cattle around.
Yes.
Does he seem to be trying to hide his activities?
He's looking around, not quite furtively, but cautiously. But he doesn't seem to be trying to hide himself, per se.
You need to go talk to him. You speak French and English. So if he is our contact, he can speak English to you and you aren't, like, fucking up the code and phrase. But if he's not our guy...
I think you said we could all say... We could all...
We can
understand
all
English
kind
well
of
enough that we
do
can
English.
do
You have
the
some,
code
like,
words
pidgin
and-
English or, like, yeah.
I believe I could try, but
However, there's no guarantee that any of these people speak English.
Right.
Now, your contact, Aramis,
Exactly.
probably speaks
That's what I'm saying. If he doesn't speak English...
He at least knows the English for, can I have a cigarette?
Exactly.
You go. We'll wait here. I'm back here.
So you're going to try to make
I'll go.
your way towards this individual? Are you sneaking up? Are you walking with your hands? Like, how are you approaching?
I'll offer you a package of cigarettes if you need them.
I don't think that's how that works.
it's not.
No, but it's a reason to be walking around.
No. My reason is going to be more honest.
Be careful how honest you are, Michäl.
Hi, I'm a German.
But I'm Jewish, so I'm okay.
Please hide me from the Germans.
I'm here to kill Nazis.
So I'll do like the cautious, but like
Hello, friend.
I'll try to like be somewhere nearby and do like the psst, psst kind of thing, like.
Okay. So you make your way to sort of some nearby underbrush. You see this guy sort of slowly kind of dragging his cows along. And so you're trying to get his attention, right? Okay. So he sort of looks around for a second and then turns in the direction of the underbrush. And he says, Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Oh wait, I couldn't hear.
What is
He
it?
says, Qu'est-ce que c'est?
I don't know what that means.
What is it?
Oh.
You speak French, right?
Yes.
Okay.
His
Who will be
character
the
doesn't.
translator?
Yeah.
People who
So-
actually
so
speak French at this table are you.
You
two.
see that he speaks French, first of all.
Yeah.
And he says, what is it? Who's that? What is that?
So I'll say, please, I need help.
Sort of eyes you suspiciously. Make an insight and persuasion skill test for me, please.
Insight and persuasion.
Yes. The base difficulty for this is 2. It's reduced by 1 because you speak French fluently, but it's increased by 1 because you're obviously German. So no change.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about what we looked like.
Because how would I? Obviously. Oh, I guess I have an accent.
Yeah.
Even if I'm speaking.
Get that German face.
It's like,
So that's a complication.
you rolled a 20?
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
See, I rolled a 19 and a 20. I've rolled like 4 19s already.
That's
Very
what your
nice.
dice are used to doing.
Very
You need to use different ones.
Now your good dice luck is making things worse.
You know what's great?
Yeah.
This feels pretty good. All these low rolls, it's gonna be great.
It, like as soon as if he sees where I'm at, I'm like coming out, like, you know, like my
Okay,
hands out.
so you didn't have any successes, did you?
No.
So, but you did generate a complication.
Yes.
Okay, so you get up and sort of you're coming out of the underbrush,
Screams and
and this
freezes
guy
the
can
cow at
clearly
you.
see that you're of German, nationality, and he quickly sort of raises up. He
Wait, please, don't inform. I just my livestock. Please, don't come any closer.
No. I need to be hidden. These people they're crazy.
You're trying to fool me. You're German like the rest of them.
And then I'll pull out like my like the Jewish like armband.
Okay. Yeah, very good. No.
Hopefully, don't hold it up that high.
Yeah, it's like
I think that's reasonable that you would have that on your person as like a personal effect, like something that's meaningful to you. Okay.
Star of David.
What is that?
having this makes me more of a target than any Frenchman.
From the underbrush, you hear a small son of a bitch.
So
And just a
We can hear all this?
it's whispered. I mean, if you went with him,
Yeah, I
then
didn't.
yes. Then no. You see the two of them sort of
Okay.
furtively whispering to
We
each
see
other.
him.
I mean, I'm sure we see him bring up the alarm band.
Good old Blue.
So he very slowly he sort of drops the rope leads for his cattle and makes his way up very slowly and actually takes it. He tries to take it out of your hand to look at it.
The Germans are no friends of mine.
He looks at it and then looks back at you. What are you doing here? This place is overrun with the Germans.
I've been trying to escape. But there was a friend of mine I was supposed to meet. He could help me get out of the country.
What's the name of his friend? Is he local in the village?
Aramis.
Aramis.
Sort of blinks. No, I don't know if any one of these Aramis name. You sure you were supposed to meet him here, around, in Hotososan?
Yes. I tried talking to her, but then the telegrams, they just stopped coming.
I'm sorry to hear of your difficulties. I'm afraid I can't help you. What is it that you want? Why are you... If your friend is not here, then you need to get out immediately. It's the Germans. They will see you. They will see me talking with you. Will kill us both.
This was a well
Maybe
thought
time
out
to leave
plan.
this guy alone.
That's what we're known for.
Yeah. This is working about as well as our other plans.
Quick, shoot him!
Slowly away.
And then he dies very slowly and very loudly.
Cattle.
How you said that?
Just back slowly away and we'll regroup. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I know these aren't the normal Germans. Like, I saw them carrying people into that chateau. What if they took my friend in there? You could be in danger.
I don't know what is going on in the chateau. The Germans, they move in and move out. They take some of the people in there. We never see them again. If your friend has gone in there with the Germans, I doubt that he will make it out. I'm sorry. He puts a kind of hand on your arm. This is
That's a good thing you got explosives.
this is what they do. They're animals.
We are not literally going to blow up the chateau. Right,
But see, my idea was
We might.
was use the
Let's call that
explosives
Plan Z.
as like a distraction. You know, deploy the troops out over there.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's not a good idea, but it's not a bad idea.
That's how you get reinforcements.
It could
called.
possibly make things worse.
That's how you get ants.
Yeah, you don't want ants. Do you want ants? That's how you get ants.
Do you want Eldritch ants?
That's how you get all the
That's how you get Eldritch ants.
Yeah. So this Frenchman gives you a kind of a piteous look, and that's is they
That's
kind
about
of
as good as
vaguely
playing
shuffling
in
around. He
some-
kind of looks over his shoulder to make sure that he's not being
Troops away.
observed.
That's true.
I do not want to impose on you any longer.
Thank you. It is very dangerous even out here, even this close to the village in the countryside.
Do you think I could stay in the barn?
No one is staying there, my friend. There was some kind of gunfight here earlier in the evening. This farm. I don't know what the details were, or what exactly the Germans were looking for. Must have been involved with some of the civilians that decided not to go quietly. But the place is abandoned. If you need to use it, I would suggest that you only stay there for a couple of hours. The Germans are likely to come back at some point.
Thank you for you.
Okay, he kind of gives you a nod and goes back to grab the leads of his cattle. And as he begins sort of guiding them away, there's another cold wave passing through your skin, all of you, sort of radiating out. You see Jean. You see this character, this Frenchman, shudder. And suddenly, one of his cows, you can see their legs sort of buckle under, and you can see the cow fall to the ground. It gives one sort of piteous moan, and then falls over to its side and dies. Frothy blood coming out of its mouth, which you see very clearly. The rest of you just see a cow collapse and fall over. You see that the Frenchman is horrified by this, and he goes and puts his hand on the cow's body, checks it very clearly, realizes that it's dead, and he looks at you with kind of a look of terror and grabs the leads of the other cattle and hurries back to the village.
I would not do that. I'm sure it's fine.
Everyone, please roll 2 challenge dice.
Oh, right. Yes, I got an effect.
I got a 1 in effect.
So you got 2.
2 blanks.
So that's 2 mental stress. What about you? 1 mental stress.
Okay.
Two effects.
2 mental stress.
So that's 2 mental stress, because the effects count as 1.
2 blanks?
Blanks and blanks.
blanks.
You're good, yeah.
I'm sorry. How do we calculate mental stress again? Is it different than?
No, mental and physical stress are
Same
mechanically they're the same thing. You're just crossing out boxes.
Yeah, what was that? Make a breath action to recover from stress?
Catch a breath.
Catch a breath?
That's a conflict thing. You do that in
Okay.
conflict.
Dang it.
Can't do it right now.
So this Frenchman has left you, and this body of this cow with frothed blood sort of cascading out of its mouth, very clearly dead, lying in front of you. What about the rest of you? What are you doing?
Watching and.
Well, I knew you were watching.
waiting.
There was a sort of peanut gallery thing going on in the bushes.
Waiting for the coast to clear and.
Well, the Frenchman's clearly made his way out back towards the village, or at least some kind of adjacent building.
Waiting for Michäl to come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go check out that cow. Now that I've seen the Frenchman has left.
Okay.
Because how near to the barn were we? Like,
That's a good point.
He was basically crossing about...
Because was he bringing the animals from the barn?
No, it looked
Okay.
like, from your guess, it looked like he was leading... Okay,
like a
tell you
nearby
what.
field.
Give me insight and
Observation.
no. Give me insight and actually give me reason and observation.
Oh, sweet.
Reason and observation.
Okay. And will I have my truths effect? There we go. That's 2 successes.
2 successes. Okay. So that only required 1 success. What do you want to do with your momentum?
Yeah, extra information.
Extra information. Cool. Okay. So, sort of thinking back on the event. Okay, so he crossed from the countryside in front of the barn back towards the village. He was leading some cattle by the rope leads. Your assumption is that, okay, probably at some point he lost track of one of the cattle. It ran or
Spooked.
got spooked or something like that, wandered off into the countryside. He went back to get it and is only now sort of returning with all
That
of
makes
his
sense.
cattle
Yeah.
back to the countryside. You also noticed that even given his sort of skittishness of being surprised in the middle of the night, just outside of what's clearly a German-occupied village, there was also a kind of based on his body language, you're getting this out of. It's kind of like a caginess to him, like. He wasn't necessarily hiding anything, but he also wasn't volunteering things as well, which may have been a part of the situation, or maybe something else.
Self-preservation.
Dangerous times.
You hear some footsteps coming behind you.
As I'm very stressful. Just immediately, just like shoving.
Oh, this thing! Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of it. So where you go?
Murdered on sight? Yeah, let's hide that.
Like turn around.
Okay,
just like,
so you got your hands. You see Faust just making its way very.
Just kind of like slowly walking. I'm gonna go check this creature out.
I see the
It's
coast is
Those
clear.
tiny little Gunter
I
guys.
will,
It's
uh,
just like
I'll join Faust
it's
at the cow.
that
Why
evil
not?
wind.
Let's
It's
look at a dead cow. Sounds like fun.
it could
Well,
have
since
been
everybody else is going,
what's
I'll go
happening toward
Okay.
the field.
With the rest of you kind of converging in this area?
Yeah,
or-
We're gonna.
You're still far enough away from the village that, like, just standing around, you won't be able to be noticed unless a
They're not,
patrol comes out there specifically.
They're
I try to like motion over to the barn. It's like,
Which it might.
Yeah.
So,
Are there any houses nearby or anything?
so you're no, it was just a barn.
Just the barn.
Yeah.
Okay.
barn's
you're,
empty.
So you're taking a look at the cow, right?
That's why he said.
Do you have any ranks in healing?
No.
Okay.
In medicine,
None in
Well, that's what I meant. Medicine. Yeah.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Up to.
Okay.
You lead then, definitely.
So, let's say, Robert, as you're coming up, you take a look with your medicine skill. You're able to take, some basic, with medicine, like, you have some very basic veterinary knowledge as well, because there are a lot of animals that kind of share similar biologies and structures of their their cardiovascular system and all that stuff like that. So you take a look at this creature,
Listen, Michäl.
and given the blood coming from the mouth, sort of the pallor of the creature right now, the way that it collapsed and everything like that, you're able to put together that without an autopsy you can't be sure, but there is what's probably caused this is a ruptured organ of some kind. Some catastrophic organ failure, specifically some kind of rupture or something. What organ that is, you're not sure. But something made some organ in this cow burst, instantly died.
So
Almost instantly.
I kind of share that information and say, "Oh, that's probably what's happening to us too."
Hold yourself
Why
together.
heartburn?
No.
Hold yourself together. We should probably figure out which organ burst.
Would you give me, Faust, an Insight and Academia test?
Sure.
Occultism focus. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Difficulty 2, by the way.
Okay. 15 or lower, there's a decent chance here.
You're probably good.
Nope, there's a 17 in there. 14 and 17. So
you got one success. Okay, that's not
Can
a...
we use fortune?
Fortune
Reroll all dice
allows
with an
you to
option?
re-roll as many dice as you roll. So let me just be super clear about that.
On what we can do.
Fortune. There are no page numbers because it's a playtest document.
Yep.
Reroll
In
any
progress.
number of dice in the character's pool.
I will re-roll that 17.
Okay.
And what kind of roll was this?
This was
Insight.
Insight and Academia
Yep.
with
Occult
the
focus.
occultism focus is as applicable.
Oh, there we go. So that was a 14. That's a 4, which is my rank for it. So 3 total.
So 3 successes.
There we go.
Throw that in there.
Very good. 3 successes. You only needed 2. What are you doing with the momentum?
Let's spend it on this. Get a little bit more information.
Cool. Okay. So you, similarly, as you were after you'd landed, you get a kind of a sense of you look back into your sort of studies in rituals and black magic and voodoo and all this sort of thing. You're beginning to put pieces together. You know that,
Pulling up field notes.
given that the intensity of the reaction that the cow had after this cold wave, this sort of phenomenon, you realize that whatever's happening, the most likely culprit is something in the chateau, given the radius, the increasing effects as you're moving closer towards the village. You also know that whatever is causing it is getting stronger. So it's not just proximity, but whatever thing is happening, ritual, summoning, whatever it may be,
It's starting to
it's
accelerate.
it's getting more powerful. Yes.
Well, we may not find our agent, but we know our immediate threat.
Yes, and that immediate threat is definitely in that chateau.
Would it still be a good idea to look at the barn?
Yep.
It looks like they tore the barn apart to start a fire, but
At least get us off the road in case a patrol comes by.
sure, give us a place to hide.
Find a way into the village that's not going by
I
horse
figure it would
snipers.
good place to think, at least.
Yes.
Follow your lead, Major.
And we'll start slinking down through the bush and go into the barn.
Heading towards the barn? Yeah. So the place is, as you can see, like, it has been recently burned. It looks like, it doesn't look like explosive damage. It looks simply that the barn has caught fire at some point, and there are blackened planks and singed areas around the barn itself where the grass is burned away. You can see that as you draw closer to the barn, you can see that there are very obvious, even despite the fire damage, you can see what are clearly bullet holes.
They had said there was a firefight.
Right. This Frenchman mentioned that there was a firefight earlier in the evening from this farm.
So, are the bullet holes in burned parts of the barn?
The whole barn is generally burned.
Right.
Like the whole place
So-
caught fire.
My question is, do the bullet holes reveal unburned wood inside? That will tell us if the firefight happened before or after the fire. If it was after the fire, then the bullet holes will reveal unburned wood in the core, whereas if they were from before, then it wouldn't.
Or during.
Yeah.
It looks like, as you're sort of peering inside, that the whole place
Mm-hmm.
is torched. So it doesn't look like there's any unburned wood in there. It looks like this place.
Well, I mean, like, if there's a scorched board, right? And then you shot it, and inside the bullet hole, there'd be some unburned wood.
Oh, I
Right.
see.
Because the outside of the board was scorched, but the inside wasn't. Whereas if the bullet holes were there when the thing caught on fire, then it would burn all the way through the hole.
Give me, let's do reason,
Okay.
and then let's also do, what would be the appropriate skill?
Explosives?
Here? What would be the appropriate skill? Here?
Probably observation, unfortunately.
Let's do observation.
Okay.
Yes.
So-
Reason, observation.
I was going to try to
Target
swing
number of 10.
tactics, but okay.
2 dice?
I was going for engineering.
You start with 2.
Yeah. Just target number of 10. No successes. Oh,
Okay.
well.
So,
You have fortune.
you do have your fortune point.
Is it worth spending one of the fortune points on this?
Just remind me.
Probably not.
Okay.
It's probably more important
So-
for that interaction that I had made. I totally forgot.
Given that you don't have access to, like, haven't taken a sample of the wood, you're not in there sort of making through the place, it's difficult to tell.
Okay.
Your assumption,
Mm-hmm.
I'll say, based on, since you are French resistance and they're sort of, you understand kind of generally German tactics, there was probably a firefight, and then the Germans probably set fire to the barn in order to smoke out anybody who was left in there, or to simply eliminate the barn as being used for meetings or cover or whatever.
Gotcha.
Or to destroy the structure.
Gotcha. Are there any burned bodies in here?
That's the next question.
As you look inside, you can see that the place is actually empty.
Okay.
Lots of burned bric-a-brac. There is an animal or two that looks like it was caught in the blaze.
Like livestock?
A pig, a sheep. But other than that, there don't appear to be human bodies in here. But of course, you're looking from the outside in,
Okay.
from the angles that you
are
can
we?
see.
Okay.
Let's
we
approach
should
and
go
get
in.
inside.
Oh,
Okay, as you go inside, the situation is much like the exterior. The place is burned. There's a heavy smell of burnt wood, and it smells like there's it's like gunpowder, like discharged firearms. The place is dark. You can see again the smell of the stench of decayed flesh. Specifically, there's a pig that looks like it has been burnt. And a sheep in a nearby pen. But other than that, as you're kind of taking a look through the place, you don't see any obvious signs of dead human beings.
okay. Any other clues? Anybody who's got a better observation, sort of insight, reason or insight and observation than I?
Yeah, another reason and observation might give me, might give you some more information if you want to try it. I assume you're all like in and around the barn at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Could we lower the difficulty if we had a flashlight?
So I got 2 successes.
A flashlight would not be one of the small things that you could have on you. That's a piece of equipment.
2 successes.
I got a success.
Are you assisting?
Yeah, I'll help.
Okay, so you got 3 successes in total.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a good thought, but the flashlight's too big of a. It's not a book of. It's not matches, for instance. Right. So you got 3 successes. You only needed the 1,
Okay.
so you've got 2.
All right.
How do you want to spend this momentum or bank it?
Let's see.
Or spending.
You could spend 1 and bank the other. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
up
yeah.
to you. But
Well, I'll definitely spend at least 1. If I spent 2 of them, would that just be tons of information, or?
if you spent 2, that would be 2 additional.
Okay, so I can spend 2 to get.
Well, the way that
not sure.
that obtain information works is that technically I don't necessarily give you information. You can ask me a single question,
Okay.
and I have to answer truthfully.
Okay.
In most cases, I find it's quicker for me to just give you an additional piece of information. Sometimes the adventure, for instance, will say, if they spend momentum to gain additional information, they learn this.
Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
But in this case, this is more freeform, so you can ask me an additional question.
Okay.
If you spent 2, you could ask me 2 additional questions.
Gotcha.
But you've already succeeded, so you're getting some information out of it.
Okay. Okay. So.
So you could save your questions after the information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To like help
Okay.
clarify.
let's just.
Well, let me tell you what the information is so
Okay.
far. So the 2 of you kind of comb the place, look around. You can see that it's confirmed that this was done. It's an intentional fire, based on scorch patterns, based on sort of the totality of the fire, you know. You don't see inside any sort of knocked over lanterns or torches or anything that have been burnt out. Mm-hmm. It looks like the place was intentionally caught fire, probably by, maybe a gasoline fire or a Nazi flamethrower or something like that. Mm-hmm. Something from the exterior burned this place down. Well, almost down. And you can see that inside there's a lot of sort of... You can see that some of the furniture on the inside of the barn, some of the tables and chairs and things like that, in addition to being burnt, have also been, it looks like, sort of tossed to and fro.
Okay.
Which would not be consistent with... For instance, there's a burnt chair missing 2 legs lying several feet away from a nearby
so someone
table.
Smashed that chair.
Yeah. The possibility is there. Like it has sustained some damage that isn't entirely consistent with the fire. Right.
Okay.
Now, you've got your 2 momentum.
Gotcha. So, I'm wondering if there's no sign of any people. I wonder if there was some supernatural thing that happened in this barn got out
What
of
about
control.
drag marks? Are there like drag marks or like...
What about a trap door in the bottom of the barn?
Right.
Start stomping around.
One of the questions you can ask me is there a trapdoor at the bottom of the barn? I'll tell you truthfully.
I've seen enough Tarantino movies. Like, there could be a trapdoor. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you open it and then you get shot several times.
I mean,
there's
yeah.
there's more blood than there's really normal.
Right.
Yeah.
So...
Or it happens off screen.
That too.
We're actual paranormal investigators. So we
Not necessarily.
No?
You work for Section M. Whether or not you have any experience with the paranormal outside of your officer saying, like, there's some weird shit going on. Okay. So you're aware of these things, but whether or not you can pick up on the signs of it is an entirely different thing based on your background. For instance, I would expect Faust...
Occult journalist is my journalism background.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just a fucking major in the army. You know what I mean? Like, I'm smart and I'm...
Who got
open
thrown
to
into
shit,
Section
but-
M and is now...
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of the group, I may be just like the spooky one.
You're the molder of the group.
Yeah.
So I probably shouldn't be asking questions about do I see any sign of the paranormal, because I don't think Marcel probably...
I can answer that from you, again, truthfully, but from your limited perspective.
Right.
I mean, you've been fighting with the French Resistance for some time. Maybe you've seen some strange shit. That's sensible to me.
Well,
but your body of knowledge wouldn't be anywhere near as deep as Faust, for instance.
And I can't pass these on to him. I need to ask these questions, right?
You could bank them.
We could find other uses for them.
Find other uses for them.
Which could eventually come.
But you would have to ask these questions because it'd be out of your observation.
Okay. Are there... Here's a question. Hang on. Has he already answered this question about whether or not there were ever people in this barn fighting back?
No, I have not answered that question.
No. Was there anyone in the barn fighting back against whoever burned it down from outside?
Your sweep of the barn has revealed shell casings on the inside.
Okay.
And what looks like foot traffic patterns.
Okay, so there were people
people in here recently, given the condition of not only the footprints, but also the shell casings as well.
Okay, so these shell casings are from a German or French issue weapon?
I would say that as a member of the French Resistance, you realize that these are probably... Bullets generally look like bullets, you know. They don't. There's not a whole lot of.
But Lugers tend to be 9mm.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
if you want to talk about a caliber, yeah, absolutely.
Right. I mean, is this something that's more likely to be used by resistance, or
it's more likely to be used by they're not Nazi munitions.
Okay,
I'll say that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot of information.
I'd like to kind of follow the tracks that we can see?
Yeah.
So let's bank. Let's
You're gonna bank
Sorry.
that?
bank the last one for now because
Okay.
I can't think of anything else to ask unless anybody else has any ideas.
It's mostly
Not
just
at this
like
point.
foot traffic and not like drag marks.
Given there's no drag marks. It just looks like foot traffic.
I'll just kind of gesture for you guys to stand back, and I'm going to follow the track.
So you see that these tracks, again, they don't follow any sort of particular pattern. There's movement all the
more
way
like
throughout the
shuffling.
barn.
Yeah, I want to see.
You can
what-
see that some of it leads out into the barn, but very quickly, sort of the muddy impressions on the inside
Yeah.
of the barn give way to sort of a drier dirt on grassland and things on the outside
But
as you
they're-
exit the barn. So it's difficult to track what is beyond that.
But
But it
they're
looks like they're
only-
exiting.
Okay,
But
they're
people
exiting the barn.
left. Okay.
Yes.
So probably they were just burned out. They were smoked out, so to speak.
And they head back towards the vegetable. They head back towards the village then, in the general direction.
It's 420 somewhere. Anyway, sorry, what?
Do they head back toward the village?
Again, it's difficult to tell. Once they get out of the barn, the footprints
Which
are...
side of the barn? The side of the barn that's like the dead animal carcasses, or the one that's
The opposite side of the barn. The side of the barn you came in from.
okay? Yeah.
Is
There's really only one entrance into the barn. There's the sort of big doors, and you came in through that.
Okay, so it's not like a double door.
is there
Both
a
sides.
high vantage point in this barn that's reasonably hidden where we could go up and get a better view of the village?
There was a hayloft, but most of the support structure has broken down, so you wouldn't be able to... You'd have to, you could do it, certainly. You could, try to climb up there and get on what remains, but it would be clearly risky, and it would be difficult, and the support might fall out underneath you, right?
Okay.
Given that the entire barn has been torched.
Okay.
I don't want to dissuade you from doing it, but I'm
Right.
presenting the difficulty, the complications
right.
involved.
Structural integrity.
Might not be worth it.
You know it might not be worth it.
Says the man who married me.
This
I know, I've had a long time to figure that out.
this chapter or whatever is probably about to end. So
3 years
we'll
and
lose
2
that thing.
weeks.
if we
Oh, is that what
lose
it says on your Fitbit?
Yeah.
Right?
I'm sorry, we were bickering. What?
That's okay. I said this chapter or whatever we call it is probably going to end soon, in which case we'll
Yeah.
lose that thing
Yeah, the
if we don't
scene.
use it now. The scene.
Not necessarily.
No?
Things
Okay.
may surprise us.
I will tell you when the scene is in.
I would like to just kind of. I want to
Right,
see if
that's a
there
long
is
camera
there
thing.
somewhere nearby where we could get a good vantage point of the village and see a way in.
Yeah, that's what
To
I'm, that's what
avoid
I'm
the
trying
snipers?
to figure out a way
If
to...
you leave the barn,
Yeah.
travel sort of east along the edge of the village and go into sort of one of the sort of higher rolling hills, you could have,
Yeah, let's do-
have a better
let's do
vantage
it.
point than you did.
Okay.
And using the binoculars again, you could get a kind of a better scope of the village. Yes.
I'd like
Okay.
to do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like a good
Just
idea.
go over here.
So a lot of
So
you
if
make
I'm
your way
gonna
out of the
avoid the
barn,
snipers.
crouching through, make your way to a hill that crests on the outside of the sort of eastern, southeastern side from your perspective of Hotel-Soussin. Give me another insight and observation, whoever's holding the binoculars there.
Heck, I'm looking for a way to get into that chateau.
Or
As-
into town at all.
Could you focus on getting us into the village without the sniper seeing us first?
Yeah. If we can get into the village, then we can blend into the...
I'll use momentum.
Cool. You're buying another dice?
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
And this is just observation insight.
Insight observation
Okay.
and difficulty 1.
15 or lower.
First we get into the village, then we get into the chateau.
2 12s.
Then we walk the dice.
All right.
Yeah.
2 successes.
So 2 successes. Very good. Okay, so taking a better look at the village now from a high vantage point with your binoculars, you see that since you've drawn closer to the village as you sort of circled around it, you can see that there are no lamps or street lights. But there's clearly light in the area. Quite a lot of it is being provided by spotlights on portable stands that it looks like the Black Sun have set up. You also see that the road through town shows signs of heavy use recently.
All right.
Sort of very clear tire tracks of the sort of what are clearly truck variety and larger vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with the second success,
Those were your 2 successes.
those are the 2. Okay.
Yeah. There are no lamps or street lights.
Lights.
They're provided by spotlights on portable stands. And the road through town shows signs of heavy use recently.
Okay.
Looks like they've been moving a lot of things through here. Heavy machinery or
The spotlight's moving,
items.
or are they just like stationary?
No, they're stationary. Yeah.
Kind of like those generator power pole things.
Yeah, basically, yeah. The kind of thing that you would set up like in a work environment.
Because I was thinking it's like one of those one that kind of like swivels.
A
you know,
swivel
like,
spotlight?
yeah, kind of like the prison yard kind of a thing where
No.
they
It's more like the kind of light that you would put up in an engineer,
Very light.
no,
very directional.
Construction?
a construction site or something like this. That kind of thing.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Providing broad
of
swaths of light.
Like on a
particular area.
telephone pole kind of thing. Like it's
Yeah,
just like
yeah,
angled
yeah.
down.
Yeah. Or those things where like there's a big light and there's a cage around it and it's on a pole. And you set it down so you can work on something in
Work lights.
an abandoned building or something. Yeah, it's like that.
So, any clues as to how to get into town unobserved?
Well,
So we could.
first obvious question, it's not a walled town, right?
No.
We
We
can
stay
pick pretty
out
much
of
anywhere.
If we stay out of the way of the lamp of the
Lamplight, it should
lamp
be.
lights, could be able to sneak in, but we need a place we know we could get into. We'd probably have to scout the area first. The other option is to wait until morning and hitch a ride on one of the heavy machinery.
We don't have that much time.
Where is it
Yeah.
getting the power from? Is there a generator or something?
I haven't
think
been
I
able to
could
see
find-
any.
But if we cut the
we
power
could
to the
find that,
generator,
I could cut that power like mighty quick.
That will draw attention.
it will draw attention to it. And an investigation.
And if then
Possibly
we use that as an
more.
opportunity, there'll be a lapse in guard if they're trying to investigate this.
To do what, though?
To get in?
Or it will be
Once we're in,
increase-
we will be dealing with higher security.
Yes, because they'll be on alert.
We do need to know where it is so we can cut it perhaps on the way out, should we need to just run.
That's a good
But
idea.
until we find our mark, or the longer I'm here, the more I think.
As you're chatting,
Man, see,
You
I
hear-
was just thinking, are there radio trains?
off in the distance to your left,
That'd be-
from coming from down the hill, you hear what sounds like it's very clearly German being spoken, with
We're
a
speaking German too.
with a strange cadence that you pick up on. You're hearing this first. You pick up on as being like
That's
somebody's a little tipsy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you hear the sound of one man saying, "We're not supposed to be out here. We're supposed to be back at it's a crossroads to make sure that there's no monkey business going on." And you hear what sounds like a slightly older gentleman, clearly older than the one previously speaking. Just get over it, Hans. We're out here having a drink. It's no fine. Everything's good. You know, why don't you loosen up, Sam? And as you're you sweep your binoculars around, and you can see two Black Sun troopers. They've sort of removed their helmets and got them under their arms, and you can see that one of them, a sort of older-looking one, in his 40s. The other one's probably in his early 20s. The older man has got what is very clearly like essentially an armful of varying sort of liquor bottles, and you can see the younger man sort of following slightly behind him and giving a kind of a
Look over.
furtive look.
Eye contact.
Mm-hmm. Just the
Sweet.
the like joyous look of oh yes.
And the sudden realization that you might have misunderstood me. And I'm like
Oh, you're
gesturing
meant
for
to
us to
kill
go
them,
this way.
Yes, we
And
murdered.
I'm like
Yes,
doing little hand
that's all
gestures
from
to
their
go.
bodies. Yes, of course.
And you're just like, yes.
John.
I see the yes, and then I look over to you. And go, you have ways of killing people quickly without the blood?
Yeah, but it's not.
Right.
I know 36
Yeah,
ways
please.
to kill with a spoon.
It's not the blood. It's
37 if
maybe
it's a sport.
Maybe
There is-
screaming.
If everything goes as planned, there will be blood, but minimal screaming.
Well, and blood uniforms.
That's what I'm thinking.
Don't damage the uniforms.
Yes.
Oh, well, all right.
We may have
So
two
both.
uniforms to get two of our fine German citizens, ex-German citizens, an easier way in.
Very well. We will do this without blood if we can.
We never went over what
Okay.
everyone looked like, by the way.
We've been too busy trying to move forward.
You jumped
with the
out of a
plot.
plane,
Yeah.
so
I'm sorry. No, but it actually
No,
does
fair,
kind of
yeah.
it does kind of actually
That
matter
mood.
in this time period.
Mm-hmm.
sure, yeah. But I mean,
Because-
based on your nationalities, I have a general idea of like.
Okay.
Supposedly,
What
I'm
do you look
clearly
like?
German.
You're clearly German.
I mean, you are German.
This much is
Being
clear.
a woman,
But
I
I'm
don't think
probably-
I can
I am
pass
very
as a German
not
soldier.
Aryan.
Actually, you can because the Black Sun doesn't necessarily
They're a special people.
adhere to this traditional Wehrmacht kind of situation. The Black Sun takes all kinds.
And limitations.
Well, they take all kinds that are German.
Yes.
There is a slight problem, and that is that it is very difficult to silently kill 2 men at one time.
That's true.
That's fair.
I hold up my rifle.
You get one, and you
Which
get
is
one.
technically it is silent.
Yep.
At 150 feet.
You just get closer. Then you murder.
No, I meant like people 100 feet away from them. You know,
Steven,
or us. Fine.
you're supposed to be the voice of reason with me. What did you do?
The reason is we get the suits, and then we can be.
Okay, yeah, no, I
disguised.
totally already thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I went there and I left that village and I was like, fuck, we're going there, aren't we?
Yep.
Alright, cool.
Alrighty then.
If you shoot me, mademoiselle, I come back to haunt you. Remember.
Because I hope we get a chance to quickly check what combat is like before we end for the night.
Yes,
Exactly.
that was my idea. Bringing in
Alright,
these
alright.
That's the push I was going for.
Okay.
In
So-
a meta level that I tried to reason with in character.
Are they...
So
Mostly
what's
you
your
just want
plan?
to kill
My
some
plan
mutants.
is...
A little
I'm
comedy,
hoping that
little
they're not
comedy.
so far out in the open that I have no hope of sneaking up on them. My hope is to stealth up to them, come
As
up
they
behind.
pass by the sort of the sloping elevation of this hill, you could sneak up behind them. Yes.
Okay.
But they are walking relatively close to each other, so
Okay. So,
I'll line up my shot and
all right.
So-
So you're gonna
aim?
shoot. Can I suss which one looks like the easiest
the
target?
younger one.
The younger one.
Mhm.
All right. So you shoot the old guy, and I'll take out the young guy.
Okay,
Um,
sounds good. So
Alright.
please make a. Let's do. So stealth is your skill. right?
Stealth is my skill.
I would say agility here makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah.
Moving quickly and quietly.
Rural stealth is my jam.
Focus will apply
One
here.
of my-
Yes. So what's
one
your
of my-
skill with stealth?
That's gonna be my stealth skill is 5 and my agility is 10.
So your stealth skill's 5. So that means 1 to 5s
Or
are
crits.
crit successes.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
So I still use 2 dice.
This is going to be an opposed test
Okay.
to see if this trooper can notice you
Okay.
right, coming in. So we've
Alright.
got
Insight observation.
insight.
How many successes do I need?
At least one.
It's one of those. It's one of those opposed
it's
tests. So we have to look
right.
compare.
Who gets the most successes? Right.
Well, it's did you succeed, and if you did,
But
and you both succeeded, just check the momentum.
Gotcha. Okay.
So let's
and I don't have
see.
any things I can spend.
Insight.
no,
Observation.
unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. 15. If I have a 15% chance, then 15 is a success. Or a 15.
15, yeah.
If your target number is 15, 15 is a success.
And
yes.
that's a 5, which means that's 2 successes for a
So you got
total of
3.
3 successes.
3 successes. So we've got our roll here. Nope.
Okay.
So you got 3 successes.
Mm-hmm.
You've succeeded.
Okay.
And for momentum gained through opposed
Did he get no
tests-
successes?
The base difficulty is 1, so you get 2 momentum.
Okay.
He didn't get any successes.
Okay. So I got 2 momentum.
So you're able to sneak up behind him. You're sort of crouching and making your way behind him.
I'd use
Right.
moments. I'd bank them. So
Oh yeah,
she
I'm
could use
definitely
them.
banking them.
Okay, you want to put them in the pool there?
Make the
Cool.
So once I get behind him,
So you're gonna just with your
because we don't want any blood, right?
with your hands. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's make this is a melee attack, and since you've stealthed carefully behind him, this isn't. We're not kicking off initiative yet. Agility
It's only
and
when
fighting.
things go south.
Agility,
Which
And
will happen soon.
hand-to-hand fighting, which is one of my things.
Focuses.
Foci, yes, focuses.
agility. So that's going to be 13 with a 3 for my.
Are you using your
For green.
assassination thing here?
Oh, absolutely. I forgot about that.
Very
Assassination. I can spend 2 momentum to get intense weapon effect, which I better do if I'm going to kill him with just the inside of my arm.
Remember, that does 2 challenge dice of damage. Your
So
unarmed,
that's after-
unarmed stuff.
Okay.
So that's after you roll.
So if you succeed, you will then roll the 2 challenged.
Yeah, yeah.
Or damage.
Okay. So.
It's difficulty 1.
So I do this before I spend the momentum, right?
In this
For the
case.
intense thing.
For the
Yes.
assassination, yeah.
Okay. All right. So first, I'm just going to roll to see if I got him. What's it? 13 is my target number.
So that's 1 success.
1 success. Well,
That's
2
2.
successes.
Oh,
'cause
yeah,
I rolled
two,
a
yep.
2. So that's 2 successes. I guess I could spend a fortune to re-roll that 14.
Yep.
Yeah. if you want.
This might be a good time to do that.
Yep.
I'm going to spend a fortune and re-roll that that
How
14.
many
See
fortune
if
do you
I
have
can-
left?
2.
I'll
Two
have
left.
2 after
You only
this.
spent the 1.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's
All
on.
right, so I'm going to re-roll that 1 failure.
Alright.
3.
So that's
4
4.
successes.
Oh, so you got crit,
Got a
crit.
2 and a 3. Yeah,
Very
2
good.
crits.
Okay.
Damn.
Woo! So you've generated 3 momentum from that,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
because you only needed 1, right?
Okay. Right.
So that's in play.
Okay.
So, now,
Um,
you can use 2.
And-
now I,
our friend here, I'll tell you, the trooper gets an opportunity to do agility and fighting to try to avoid it. He was unaware, so the difficulty was higher.
okay.
So I made it a difficulty 2, which is normally difficulty 1.
He's
Okay.
also drunk, isn't he?
The young one's not drunk.
The young one.
The older
Right,
one
feels-
is.
Yeah, because he.
Sorry, I might have misspoken there. The
It's
older
okay.
one's a little tipsy.
Yeah,
The younger
yeah.
one hasn't gotten drunk yet.
Because he's
Okay.
the one trying to.
He got 3
Persuade the
successes
young
as
one.
well.
Okay.
But you got 4,
Right.
so you've won.
Okay. So I've got those 3.
And the 2 that are in the pool.
So I can spend 2 to make this intense.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to
Is
go
that what you're
ahead and
gonna
do that. Yeah.
Okay. So you know what intense does, right?
Plus 2 CD damage.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
challenge
already
dice.
intense, but that's I don't know what. No, that doesn't apply because it wasn't already intense.
Intense means if the attack inflicts an injury,
Which
and you've rolled an effect as part of your challenge dice, you get an additional injury on top of that.
Okay.
Does that make
So now I
sense?
have to roll challenge dice, and
Yes.
I rolled. What'd you say? 2 challenge dice.
For an unarmed strike, it's 2.
Okay. All right.
Your brawn doesn't give you any bonus to that, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Come on.
I got
Effect?
one
Effect.
One effect.
Okay, so that's 1 stress, and then an effect.
So that'd be 1 injury, right?
So the subtle does apply here, but so that's going to be. It wouldn't be an injury; it would be 1 stress.
Because I thought.
The way that assassination works is you have to enact an injury first, and then the effect will give you an additional
A second
injury.
injury.
Does that make sense?
Oh, so I was never going to
So
enact
it's
an
not
injury.
for.
Not necessarily.
I mean, how would I have done that?
You could,
I would have to go all the way through all of his stress to get an injury.
because we're
You would have had to inflict 5
damage.
stress.
yeah, because 5 or more gives you an injury, and then because of that, it would give an additional injury. So each momentum spent, you could adds 1 challenge dice to the attack's damage.
Oh, give me another one.
Okay.
Actually, I guess I'll have to take 2 if I'm going to give him 5 and have any hope.
You could get.
Didn't he already have 3? And there was 2 in the bank, and you only spent 2 for the assassination.
Sorry, yeah. So there were
So
there were 2 here. Here's the other one. Right.
there's the other one.
So you've technically got 1 floating and 2 in the bank.
And then 1 that he just.
Do you want to spend this to get another challenge die?
Absolutely.
That's 1.
Okay.
And then you're normally supposed to do this before you roll the challenge die, but we're learning. right?
Okay. So,
How many more challenge die do you want?
if I'm going to give him 5 injury or 5 stress, then I'm going to have at least another one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's 2. Okay, so there's 1 in the pool.
Come on.
So that's
I mean,
3.
2,
effect.
3, 4 stress in total.
Not bad.
Okay.
It's good damage.
It's good damage, but it's not gonna put him down.
Unless he has a really low stress.
He doesn't.
That depends.
He's a
Well, I mean,
soldier.
for us,
So,
our
what do these
minimum
effects
is
do?
6, so.
Basically,
we're
that means that
heroes,
whatever
so,
weapon
I
you're
don't know.
doing, the effects that are registered to them,
One can dream.
like knockback or whatever, are triggered when you have an effect symbol.
Okay. So the effect of a headlock is to prevent him from.
Speaking?
And no, it would just be there's no. Those only activate qualities or effects on your weapon, whatever that may be. Since you're using an unarmed strike, that would be the only effect on there is essentially subtle, which is a passive thing. That's
So,
just-
like, my explosive has AoE and stun. If I roll an effect, then those happen.
So, that's it for me, or can I? Well, I'm going to save that one for you.
you can spend another one to roll another challenge dice if you want to make sure that you get this guy.
She's got to kill the other guy.
Yeah, but she could be successful in other ways. You can also spend fortune points, right, to get an automatic critical success on the roll to hit, or to re-roll any number of challenge dice, right?
Okay. So strategically, how should we do this, Robert? I could spend that and maybe kill him. Wait, no, I can't kill him outright. I'd have to do 3 injuries.
Well, not necessarily, because PCs take 3 injuries. NPCs don't necessarily take that many.
Necessarily.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Unless
Go
they
ahead and
retail.
spend it and see
All
what
right,
happens.
Because there'll be 2 injuries if you actually
No whammy, no whammy.
give them one.
Not a
One.
whammy.
Okay, so
Five.
in total,
So that's
that's
five.
2, 3, 4, 5. So that's inflicting an injury.
Okay.
You did assassination,
Right.
so that's another injury on top of that.
Right. 2
Right?
injuries.
Yeah. Am I reading assassination right?
I think
That's what I've got here.
It's not an injury per effect, right?
No, unfortunately, it is not. I wish it was. No, it's
Paper murder.
you're activating intents because of assassination, and intent says that if you inflict an injury,
You get to inflict a second injury.
well, there's another caveat to that, and an effect is rolled, so you're good. Yeah. So you put 2 injuries on this guy.
So that's where the effect.
So
Yeah, you do still have.
thankfully,
Mm-hmm.
you only needed 1.
Oh,
He's super dead. That's good.
for heaven's sake.
But you still needed the 5
It's
to
fine,
put him
Boffin.
down.
It's alright. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess I did, didn't I?
Yeah.
To do at least 1
One
injury,
injury,
right?
Yeah, but
So you
didn't
grab
get the
him
assassination. That's okay.
subtly and you essentially, are you going to break his neck?
Why not?
Yeah, so you break his neck. You feel his body go sort of limp in your hold after a brief, you can feel a quick tensing of the muscles as he realizes that he's being grabbed for half a second, and he's gone.
Okay.
So that was subtle. Now what that means is that
It's harder to spot within 150 feet.
His brain might just keep
not
walking and
150
realize
feet.
he's
It's
gone.
that was a
Just for the guns.
no, that was just for that one particular gun's flavor text for that gun. Skill tests to detect the weapon's use are increased in difficulty by 2.
Okay.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
because you're doing this pretty close, I'm going to give the other guard an attempt to hear what is very clearly the cracking of bones.
Scuffling of feet, maybe.
But the difficulty is going to be harder.
Okay.
So it was going to be because he's drunk.
Now, it says, if I defeat my enemy, then the attack is silent and unheard by anyone.
Oh, barrels of assassination?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, great. No problem then. Yeah.
There you go.
So you see this guy go down.
And I immediately shoot the other guy.
Okay, so that is
No aiming?
so that is insight. No, I'm sorry.
It's coordination.
Coordination
fighting.
and fighting, please. Yes.
And do I still get, since it's silenced, even can I still use a salvo even if it's silenced?
Yeah. I mean, you're just there are silenced weapons that are designed to shoot multiple
Okay, sure.
rounds. Yeah.
That was like a chewy weapon. I like
Can
it.
you aim?
Yeah, can I?
As your minor action, yeah, you got time, so you get to re-roll one of these d20s.
Nice.
Let's see.
That's 16.
Yeah, that's getting there. On the
What's the range on that rifle, by the way?
Medium.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, you're within range, so there's not any
Okay.
additional difficulty or something.
Oh, a critical, so 3 successes.
3
Nice.
successes. Very good. Okay. Base difficulty. So you've got 2 momentum. Those are floating. So you do hit this guy. Roll for challenge
Damage.
dice.
Alright, so, since I got those 2 momentum,
Yes.
and I got Army of 1,
Uh-huh.
can I use them to add piercing to this?
Let me check Army of One real quick. That's a soldier tone, I believe.
Yeah, it's spend 2 momentum to add drain piercing or spend to the.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you want to put piercing on there? Yeah, that makes sense.
Got the impression that cheesy popcorn is not Stephen's thing.
And then
Not really, no.
Yeah.
piercing, just to be clear,
It
Honestly,
ignores-
kinda
ignores
hard.
one resistance for each effect you roll.
and
So you're going to spend that 2 momentum to put pierce on. Cool.
So both piercing and vicious.
Cool. Okay.
Okay.
So you're rolling 4. That was your other one right there.
Very
That's
nice.
3.
So that's 3 and an effect.
Excuse me.
So 3 and an effect. So you roll the effect. Resistance, you chopping up 1.
What's the vicious do?
Vicious,
Because I got
It
that.
adds another injury, right?
no,
No?
I don't think so. Vicious, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's intense.
+1 to the total stress inflicted for each effect roll.
Okay.
So that's
Nice.
+1 stress. So how much are you dealing?
4.
2, 3, 4. That's right. 4 stress. Okay.
So for like Army of One and Assassination, do they have to spend that momentum before the die is rolled? Since those are pretty... Like,
When you attempt an attack, you may spend 2 momentum to add one of the following weapons first. Yeah, so the
So
the
it's
language
up
there
before.
suggests that you when you attempt the attack, not when you hit with it, right? So,
Oh, so it's when you attempt the attack, not... Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you're dealing 4 stress.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you spend a fortune to?
That
You have to do that
challenge die.
before you shoot? If he spends a fortune. on
You can
this
spend
attack.
1 fortune point per scene,
Mhm.
and it doesn't specify. Well, it depends on what you're doing.
Look, I spent a fortune to
Reroll.
reroll. To
Reroll one of your
reroll
dice
one
on
of
the
my
attack.
dice.
Mhm.
You can also spend it before the attack to get an automatic crit. Is that
Automatic critical success to hit, but in this case, the damage wouldn't be changed.
right?
Right?
Gotcha. Okay.
You could use a fortune point to re-roll any number of those dice, but you're losing. You could get blanks, right?
Sure. I got a blank one, so
Oh, I see. That's part of your
Yeah.
4. Cool.
Yeah.
Worth the risk.
So spend a fortune point and roll that one.
Can we get that shot?
We'll see.
Take the shot.
Yeah.
So
All
that's
right,
2 more
yeah.
damage.
So
That's
it's
6.
6 damage.
1,
Nice.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Because of the
Cool.
vicious, right?
So that's an injury.
Brutal.
It is an injury, yes. Okay. So, luckily for you, I'm peeking behind the curtain here. Luckily for you, this guy, that stress wouldn't have been enough to drop it. But since you got more than 5, you procced an injury,
Which is...
which is enough. So, you fire, do a quick spray. So you spend one of your ammo to do the salvo, right?
Yeah.
And so there is, yes, Leon, sounds just like that. And so you do a quick spray of bullets, sort of going from center mass up, and you see that this guy's back and the back of his head is sort of like riddled with bullets, and he drops. You hear the smashing of what sounds like glass bottles against some
broke
rocks.
the bottles, too. didn't
It's gonna happen.
And then I think about, God damn it, we needed
That's
that
right.
uniform.
Well, you notice that thankfully there is.
There's one.
You probably hit the very top rear of the uniform twice. The rest of them landed in his neck and head. But there's also what is probably, given that he fell over, clearly the stench of various alcohols on the uniform as well. So,
Fine.
you know, if you want to be a drunk Black Sun trooper with some slight damage to his collar, you absolutely can.
Maybe I have some wet naps to clean it off.
They didn't have wet naps in 42. Did they? Why not? No.
Not wet naps.
No.
Some seltzer water.
Honestly,
Prestidigitation.
a little bottle, like a travel sized bottle of seltzer water or something, like a little flask, or I'll say that. Yeah.
For a jack of tea? Why not?
That seems reasonable.
Jack of all trades.
Sure.
Get that blood
I
right
knew
out.
this would come in handy.
So you go over to the body and begin just sprinkling some seltzer water there, trying to clean some stuff up.
You get the uniform off before he bleeds all over it.
I think
Doing our job.
that's a nice place to stop. As you're sprinkling
wonderful
seltzer
image,
water on the
right?
bottle of, on the body of a Black Sun trooper, a drunk
but
one.
we
but
did get to kill some
tipsy, I should
Nazis.
say.
We
so
We
it
did
was
it.
successful.
It's always a good day when you get to end some fascists.
Will not disagree.
Okay, so since we haven't completed the adventure, we're gonna run the rest of it and finish it. But so far, I know it's late, but what are your observations about the system specifically? You know what? I'm gonna pull up the
Doc I got for it?
well, not the document. I'm gonna pull up the submission form thing.
Let's see what they
It's a
ask.
URL.
Does it have like some question prompts too?
Yes. So, this is focused on what you read, or in this case, if you weren't able to read how I was explaining to you. Are the rules on spellcasting clear and easy to understand?
Are we dealing with like a rolling scale or just verbal?
It's like
literal.
I would
response?
type in like a sentence to saying like, well, I found this was complicated, but this wasn't.
I look at it. It could be a little bit clearer about what is it? Binding spells. Let me check real quick, so I'm using the right terminology.
Could be clearer about binding spells with respect to what? Specifically.
Let me get to the part real quick. Sorry.
Leon,
Spell
stop
casting.
digging at the couch.
Binding spells, casting spells.
Because I folded up the blankets and put them on the back of the couch.
No. Binding a spell. So bound spells are prepared in advance of a battle held in a spellcaster's mantle. So I'm trying to figure out, is this the same from like a D&D mindset? I'm trying to go, are these the spells you've prepared for combat? Or are these the spells that you've like cast and then these are the ones you get to bring out? I'm under the impression that it's like this is what I prepared for the day. If this was D&D, would be what I've bound to a mantle. And admittedly, I haven't had enough time to read through everything, but with the quick skim, I'm not sure if this is like I've prepped a fireball for later, and all I have to do is then roll the dice to properly cast it from the mantle, and it's like a 1-to-1 sort of thing.
It might be something like that.
Or
So you're
if it's a...
So you're asking whether or not they're like prepared or daily spells, or whether or not they're stored like in like a ring of.
Yeah, ring
Yeah.
of story.
Yeah, in that sense.
Are they already prepped to cast? Is the energy already like ready to release?
So are they prepared / daily spells or ring of storing spells already cast?
Yeah.
This is your sort of question.
But outside of that, the rest of it was pretty straightforward in terms of how it was used.
What about
I
like
guess
the
I-
stats for the summoning?
That's going to be in like the monster area, I assume. One of them directs you to like monster stats on page XX.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
The
it
other
says
one-
page XX and
Okay,
just
I
don't
didn't
have
know if it
that
had that.
section.
Yeah.
The other one didn't have that, so I assume that's just something that'll get caught by editing once they get back around to it. I'm not as worried about that, but I suppose they could also break out the type of spell. Right now it's hidden under effect, where it'll go like effect, ward spell, and then give you the
So
effect
type
of it.
of spell could be more
More
prominent,
yeah,
obvious.
because it is obvious. You read effect and it's right there.
So type of spell could be more prominent in the text.
Yeah. Because I was looking for summoning spells because I'm playing a summoner, so I'm like, okay, let's find those. And yeah, it took a moment to go, oh, it's hidden.
So type
or
of
it's
spell
in
like-
effect.
Like summoning, for example.
Yeah, because they've got summoning, ward, attack spell. Like, it's clear that those are the spell types. It just feels like it shouldn't be under effect. You should probably do it as a type.
Like a category.
Could be
Yeah.
more prominent in the
Category.
text.
There
Cool.
you go. Yeah.
So that was your question.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations.
Got it.
Did you feel the costs of resources, such as spells, weapons, traits, or others, was appropriate?
We didn't have costs because we didn't have the restrictions.
Well, no, I'm talking about like they're talking about
And
like,
character generation.
no things that like, for instance, if you have a trait and that costs 2 momentum to activate, is that reason? Is that appropriate? Are there any key examples of unbalanced costs?
I mean, like, was it worth it for me to spend the 2 momentum to get the intense
Well,
effect on me?
is it worth it is a completely different question, right? That's a contextual factor.
Okay.
Mechanically, does it feel unbalanced? Like, why is this
So
2
expensive.
momentum when this could be, like...
In the situation we were in, I didn't
Steven,
feel
you
like
just
it was too
Dump
much.
that blanket down on top of it.
But it occurs to me that
Thanks.
had we not had the momentum lying around, I still generated enough momentum because I rolled really well.
But
Mhm.
with like assassination, it says like when you make an attack. So could you then actually spend that momentum you generated to trigger assassination? Because if Jason just rolled that, you have to do it when you roll. That was after you rolled.
That's a fair question.
Yeah.
In that situation, we already had the momentum, so you could spend it.
Mm-hmm.
My assumption is based on the text that you would have had to proc
You
that
would have had it
before.
Beforehand.
Okay, so had we not had the momentum lying around,
You
I
could
would have
not
been
have
unable to use.
Use assassination.
assassination off of the momentum you
So-
generated.
From a balance point of view, I like that because it prevents characters from feeling like I don't have to worry about the momentum pool as long as I can generate it myself.
Mm-hmm.
It
There
definitely
was no
pushes.
guarantee that I could have generated it myself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I rolled really well.
Yep. But yeah, I could see somebody trying to go like, I'm building a fighting character. I want to have like really potent moves.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna really just push my fighting to 5, get that 1/4 chance per die roll
Right.
to get a crit, and build up your own momentum from that, and then immediately cash it out.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels very self-centered
Yeah.
in that usage.
Mm-hmm.
And I do like the idea that is like, no, if you generate it, somebody else gets a chance to use it first.
Sure.
But I also do like having that generated momentum is kind of like the Fantasy Flight
Mm-hmm.
advantage, where since you generate it yourself, you're able to proc your own abilities. But that may be just specific. That's the talents rather than like the effects of the weapon.
Yeah.
If I had a talent,
Advantage and effect feel a lot more linked if you want to make that comparison.
having built this character around subterfuge and assassination type. If I had these abilities but could only use them if we just happened to have 2 momentum lying around, that would have been really frustrating.
So that's where you make your
So
stealth
that-
roll
Mm.
to generate.
Make the stealth roll to generate the... Yeah, okay. That's right, that's what I did, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The stealth roll is what gave me the momentum to do that. Right, okay.
That way, that shows how you could do the assassination. That's how you spawn that.
Yeah. Okay.
So the thinking, I think, in this case is if you want a lot of momentum to either, say, add challenge dice to your damage, to possibly create more stress, to possibly inflict more injuries, right? I think instead of doing it you have to think of it in sort of reverse, where like you're pumping up your initial thing to generate momentum, and then
How are you prepping your action?
yeah, and then based on that, you've got a lot of momentum to work with
Mhm.
to then accomplish this assassination. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
In that way, it
Yeah.
really is
Well,
like.
that was a really satisfying round.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it
Sure.
took a lot of
Yeah.
finagling to figure out how I was going to do it, but I didn't realize that this had this sort of Savage World thing of where like mooks only have 1 injury or something. You know, I thought I had to get through
Well-
3 injury to take these guys out.
I'm not. There's no like. This is a playtest, so there's no game mastering chapter available. There's not like designing
Stat.
things or like there's a handful of stats for the things in the adventure, obviously, but like so looking at that stat, I was like, okay, well these aren't PCs, so they don't need to take 3 injuries necessarily. In some cases they do, in some cases they don't. Right?
Right.
Depends on sort of the rank of the.
Are they a wild card to use
In a way, yeah, right,
Savage
yeah.
Worlds terminology.
Are they a minor NPC? Or are they a recurring one? Are they like a nemesis or what? It's that kind of grading, right? So is the general answer to that question no?
I forgot what the question was.
Do you feel the costs of resources, spells, weapons, traits, and others was appropriate?
I'm gonna have to say yes. I don't know what you guys think, but that would be my thought. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure with spells.
Well, obviously,
because
I'm tracking this. Next time I'll add on to this, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, the other question. Do different characters feel like they're comparable in ability with the other characters in the group? So, like a magic user versus a physical combat-based character.
I gotta say, I felt like I played a pretty straightforward commander. I took a military background. I took all the things war and military related, and I really didn't feel super useful. Like my highest stat was a 10 and my lowest was a 7. I was just kind of in the middle everywhere. And wasn't exactly super useful.
You felt comfortable.
High proficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There wasn't like something I was really good at, like my highest was a 10 in reasoning. Well, as a commander, when am I going to use that unless I'm like legit fighting a battle with the Germans, which I'm not. I'm
doing tactics.
Well, you can use tactics. Tactics is not just like battle
I understand
stuff.
that.
It's
I'm
also
just,
like it's
even,
field analysis.
Even if I was using reason and tactics, that would be a 14. That is my absolute highest. Everything else would
That's a 70%.
would be like
That's
yeah,
good,
but like for instance, agility and athletics 11. You know what I mean? Like everything else is around like 10 or 11 for me.
I think
And
that's,
I went very down the board.
Very well rounded.
I think
for
that's
commander.
about the target that they want is
If that's what they want, then
10
that's
or
fine.
11.
But it just, I was like, oh, I could roll for that and have a 10, or I could let
That's
someone else do it and they have a 15.
What
So
it
I'll just
seemed
let
like to
somebody
me
else do it.
was most
You know
of
what I
mine
mean?
ended up
Yeah.
being like
Because that happened a couple times where I was going to roll, and then I was like, oh no, you have a 15 or you have a 14. Never mind, I'll just let you guys do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we hit
So-
points where we hit some very like highly specialized people with just the number of skills available.
Yeah. And I wasn't trying to be a jack of all trades.
So your observation was that you didn't feel particularly capable or useful.
Yeah,
You mentioned the relatively low target numbers on average,
yeah.
and that
Comparative to
and
other more specialized.
relatively low target numbers on average, and sort of generalist build feeling
Yeah,
compared to others.
yeah.
I was a jack of all trades, and I kind of stumbled into it. It just perfectly lined up for me.
Yeah.
But that's but that's like what you signed up for.
No, I signed up for completely
So,
random. I could.
That's true. I'm just mean like when you got jack of all trades, you're like, oh cool, this is what I'm
Yeah,
gonna
but
do.
that was the last
Yeah.
thing I got. So
Yeah, but
everything
it
before
helped
that
everything out.
just
Fit.
fit. Yeah, because I had 2 10s, 3 8s, and a 7.
I'm pretty sharply focused. This evening's gameplay just happened to play to my strengths. I've got an agility of 10 and a stealth of 5, and nothing else is particularly high.
Well, it's
know.
because you play a certain role, and
Yeah.
this is a mission that again plays to your strength.
Right.
Nighttime infiltration makes
Yeah.
perfect sense.
Yeah, if we were,
The thing that could have been better for you is a higher strength for the assassination.
yeah, that would have been
Because that would have given
I'm
you
not
extra
rolling
challenge
anything
dice
higher.
on that. Yeah.
Get that
Yeah.
damage.
one suggestion I might have is that you kind of get to choose some of the stats.
Yeah.
With the options you take, it might be nice to have like
A bit more flexibility.
Yeah.
like one like free choice stat.
Per option.
Maybe not even per option. Maybe like
Oh, just like at the end.
Yeah.
Get a
at
couple
the
of
end,
free points.
or like one of your like from like your background, having one where you get to place yourself.
hmm
I mean,
If you knew the
I think
rules
I got
well
one
enough,
from
you
my
could do it,
background.
but-
Because not all the backgrounds are
That's true. Yeah, some of the backgrounds were very focused in what you get out of it.
for at least like the attributes.
being able to like
jump into that.
Put
real
an
quick.
attribute in somewhere that you want.
Boffin players suggested additional, flexible, choosable attribute increase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice.
Because I mean, technically, you do have choice in the options you pick, but
Yeah. I mean, all of
Even
my
within
attributes, I
the
sort of
backgrounds.
fell into them because of things that backgrounds that I picked, and I wasn't doing it strategically. I just lucked into a high agility because of the things I picked. Yeah, it would be nice to have been able to, at the end, go, I want my brawn to be a little higher. At the end of character generation, you get to add 2 points.
Do you feel,
Where are you?
Stephen, that
Mhm.
there is an adequate range of spells and effects? Is anything missing? Obviously, this is probably a question for later. I'm just
Yeah,
posing it to you.
I'll definitely need more time to look
Yeah.
through things. They had a kind of a nice variety of stuff. Kind of interesting to get the flavor between the different traditions.
Mhm.
Um,
There's like shamanism and runic warding and all this stuff
Mhm.
like that. Druidic magic. And
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have liked to have seen like an animal summon or something like that. All the creature summons, if you end up picking summoner, and it's one of those where I was looking at a character and going I want a character who can summon an ally, maybe communicate with them, have dumb banter or something like that. And some of the options for the earlier summons was summoning a tornado. I'm like, that's interesting, but your options for summoning minions are like a deep one, and not a deep one, like a ridge or reef defender or something
Mhm.
like that. The servitors of Nyarlathotep and raising the dead. Those were the three choices, and they
So-
felt very focused.
Occultist player hoping for more sentient, conventional summon options.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right. Yeah.
Anything else? An example of that?
Something that will
Animals alone
automatically
would be good, yeah.
Ghosts?
will
Spirits
automatically
could be
gnaw
interesting,
your arm
yeah.
off or your face off.
Yeah,
No, I think that
something a little more
I think that's some of the
Does that make sense? to you?
normalized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
supposed to be the danger of.
For my own
I
personal
mean, even if it's
taste-
just they show up and then once you lose control of them, they disappear, or your wolf summon is now a wild wolf. Oh crap!
Yeah.
That would be kind of interesting.
I've
They
come
bounty
to
you for that.
expect
Mm-hmm.
magic and Lovecraft scenarios to be rare and hard to come by and extremely dangerous to use, which is what they're going for here.
It keeps
No.
the danger. though.
There's danger there.
Anytime you cast a spell, especially the one I'm using,
Mhm.
5 challenge dice of damage to myself.
Oh gosh.
Jesus.
So that's anywhere from nothing if you get really lucky to 10 points of damage.
Just dead from trying to summon a spell.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
goodness.
Thankfully, they do build out the character to give you resilience. So you are going to be able to take a hit or two.
Mhm.
And they do tend to build up willpower, so you do end up rather tanky, which is nice, but you immediately know, yeah, some of that tankiness is for spellcasting.
It's for absorbing the cost
Mhm.
the spells.
Mm. Okay.
So I'm going to be real curious to see how the talents work out for it, because a talent that reduces damage would be great for spellcasting. And that's something I'm sure we might see later, but I don't know. There was a slight reference of some talent that would increase your spell casting power, but that's the only reference I saw to it. Never actually saw one yet, because I don't think they're
They've
in the
written it.
test version. Yeah.
So, hoped for more sentient conventional summon options. Suggested weird talent that reduced
Spell cost damage.
reduced damage impact of spellcasting.
Yeah, effectively armor for spellcasting.
Tell that improved resistance to.
Yeah, and it could just be
Magic feedback.
one of them. where it's like
Same.
you've got to use momentum to reduce or to take away a
Injury.
die of damage or 2 dies of damage. One where it's not even necessarily armor, but yeah, depending on how they find a way to balance it, I could see it being spend 2 momentum to remove one of the challenge dice, or using it from the armor point of view of spend 2 momentum to gain a point of armor just for spellcasting, or maybe 2 points. Again, I don't know their numbers for
Speaking
balance.
of that, is there any spell or ability you wouldn't use because you're inhibited in some way? The cost is too great.
Like, I'm worried about summoning in the costs, because it is between like 0 and 5 damage. But the likelihood of getting 2s is pretty low.
Well, that's a feature of spellcasting in general, not a
Mhm.
particular spell or ability. So we'll go back to
Yeah.
that question later when it's more
This
Yeah.
one is
relevant.
because is there a spell that's just like too dangerous to use on yourself?
Yeah.
Like the effect.
Yeah.
Did you
We'll find
find a pitfall while playing a particular type of character? Which one, and for which type of character?
Like, I'm worried I've built a character who is solely focused on, like, the investigative and spellcasting parts. I've effectively forsaken fighting. I've got a pistol just to, like, have that option, but I'm not good at it. And I'm curious to see how that'll play out if we get into a larger scale battle. If I will be able to enjoy playing somebody who just summons an ally and gets that ally to do my work in battle.
And the sad thing is because the
Occultist
damage
player worried that,
cost is so high,
PC build has
you
left
couldn't
them
do that
incompetent in combat.
often.
Specifically as a summoner, yes.
Occultist player
Summoner, yeah. I'm worried that all the summoning spells I saw were relatively high cost. I think the whirlwind one was fairly low in comparison to the 5 dice of the other, but yeah, that'll be something I look forward to seeing.
So,
how
do you
it
only get
works.
one spell, or do you get like?
You get 1. You start by learning 1, and then you can pick up others through play or downtime learning, but that then depends on your tradition or your means of spellcasting. I think it's called tradition.
It may be because I have difficulty imagining different scenarios for this, but I wonder how useful a vehicle is.
In World War II, I can see it a lot more.
Yeah.
But
if
yeah,
we're,
it
like-
is very scenario dependent.
Yeah. It's like a paladin's warhorse. It's much of a pain in the ass as it is an asset.
Yeah, where
Like, now what am I going to do if we're going into a dungeon? What am I going to do with this damn horse?
park it out front.
Yeah. The same kind of thing
Leave
seems to be true of the
some goddamn
vehicle.
apples and hope it's there when you come back.
Exactly. Like, we couldn't have taken it into this scenario.
No.
You know, even if we hadn't been airlifted in.
Greasemonkey player concerned about broader utilization of vehicle skill seems very situational.
And that's something I think is fair to almost any
It's not
modern
the
setting.
Vehicle correct me if I'm wrong, Robert. It's not so much the vehicle skill that she's worried about as the vehicle itself as an asset that's a problem, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if that's clear, then concerned about.
Types of spellcasting.
So you're concerned about utilizing vehicle
Utilization of
Assets.
vehicle
The
assets.
Jeep itself.
Yeah.
utilizing vehicle belonging.
Yeah, the very good comparison is the paladin's horse. I mean, you just can't take it anywhere. But having vehicle skills where, if you need to find a car and you need to hotwire it, yes, that's
awesome.
useful.
Yeah.
Can anyone fly this plane? Well, shit, I can try.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I would almost wonder if it worked better for them to say, you as a character, instead of here's your vehicle, here's a side requisition amount specifically for vehicles. So
No,
you go,
there is.
Is it per mission or is it like a one-off? My impression was You picked your one vehicle and that's it.
The based on the character gen, that was your vehicle.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a requisitioning thing.
Yeah.
And maybe it would work slightly better to have it as a requisition amount where you're like, each new mission, okay, we're going into this type of situation, this is the type of vehicle I'd want for it.
Yeah.
If you're going into like heavy combat, yeah, maybe you get that tank because it makes sense in that
With the
condition.
Jeep with the mounted machine gun.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just get a
technical.
civilian car because you're trying to blend in. Like,
Yep.
I worry, or I would worry that a Greasemonkey's decision at character creation further limits the usefulness of that resource.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you enjoy about playing your character?
Killing Nazis.
Valid.
Yeah. Punching
I'm not
Nazis
sure how to phrase it.
Punching Nazis.
Nazis.
is good fun.
All players enjoyed hurting Nazis.
It's a trip.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it's not what did you enjoy about the game.
Yeah,
it's what you enjoy about
about
playing
your
your character. Your character.
Save that for next time around.
Sure,
I
yeah.
do feel like we got very mechanical
Little-
this time,
yeah.
with especially the fact we didn't even do character description.
Only one person had interaction with an NPC.
I mean that,
In that
and
sense.
we didn't even really do much in the way of banter. We were very focused mechanically,
Sure.
which makes sense. We were looking at the time as we were starting
with the rules and see what.
What are your first impressions of character creation? You guys need to go because we can. wrap
I
this up.
do.
Okay,
I
that's
I
fine.
have to be up early in the morning, but I really like the mechanics of the system. I think, and it's the system, like just the numbers of the system seems to translate well from one situation to another. You know,
It's smooth.
yeah,
It's fluid.
it is, and you know, unlike in first edition Dungeons and Dragons, it felt like the spell system and the combat system are two completely different systems, really, that are kind of kludged together. The system they have here works for everything. First edition AD&D had a psionic system. If you wanted to use it, it had a spell system. It had a combat system, and they didn't really
Mesh well.
right. I mean, we didn't notice it at the time, but looking back,
So we got you this as payment for your.
I haven't done anything.
What is now your preemptive payment for your
Yeah.
Thank you
your
so
assistance
much.
with
With
our,
the desk,
with our
yeah.
desk.
Oh, beautiful! Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah.
We thought you would like that.
And the maps and stuff. And
Thank you
have a
so
set of
much.
dice.
See, now
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to go to sleep tonight when I go home to sleep for this. I've got to get up extra early for this stupid. I keep agreeing to help this old guy because he's 80 years old and he can't do it by himself. But every time I volunteer to help him, I go away.
What are you helping him with that early in the morning?
Cows.
Oh, well,
Look,
I don't know why I didn't
the
think of
older
that.
you get,
Yeah.
the earlier you wake up. My grandma's been getting up at 4 a.m. since she was like fucking 60 years old, and I don't understand it.
No, then
4
they,
a.m. I'm not exaggerating.
and then they take naps at 8 a.m.
Usually she's okay until like 6, and then she just like takes
so
a
much.
nap in her chair. You're welcome.
Wait, 6
Hello.
p.m.
When are we going
or
to get
6
together
a.m.?
and do this thing?
Because my
We'll
grandparents
find
would
a way.
always
Put
take
some furniture together.
immediate.
I don't know,
naps.
man. Like,
Honestly, don't.
are you
I
gonna be
just-
able to come on Sunday?
Let me see.
Because
Yeah, I have to be at rehearsal like 4 something on Sunday, but like
but you'll be done at 6:30.
I'll be there most of the day. I mean, if we can get together and do it, that'd be great.
That's
All
true.
right,
You'll be
so-
home most of the day. Yeah.
So I'm working tomorrow.
So save this because we are going to go back to it because I have a
Sunday.
we have a
actually,
duty as playtesters
Sunday
to
To
finish
complete.
it. Also, I'm not
During
gonna
the
book.
day Sunday, I'm free.
Okay. He's free during the day. So probably
Okay.
not during
Day
the
on
game,
Sunday.
but
Oh,
What
yeah.
time you guys want to set aside for this?
Let's do. Are you going to be going Sunday morning?
no,
Okay.
no, we should all be
So
here.
you should
Sunday
all
morning.
be there at the same time. Okay.
But you said morning, and I want you to think about that statement.
You know what I mean by morning.
Okay.
Let's say like 1.
One?
One on
Does that
Sunday.
sound fine?
That's
One
fine.
on
Gives us
Sunday.
plenty of time before I have to leave for rehearsal to get the thing up and running. Thanks, Stephen, for
Oh, of course.
The drill.
babysitting
Yeah,
your
we're-
drill. So you don't even necessarily have to bring a drill. Stephen brought one over.
Was
Oh,
Yeah.
kind
You
enough
get
to
a nice.
lend us.
God, I'm trying to even remember what.
Unless you need it
brand
back
it is.
because it's been here like a week.
Black and
No,
Decker.
no, yeah.
Okay.
Drill.
I'm trying.
I
to
promise we
remember.
haven't touched it.
I mean, I gave it to you specifically so you could touch it.
That was part of the exchange. The touching was involved.
I can't not say it now. I expected you to touch my drill.
He's a little disappointed.
I'm sorry. I'm really tired.
Lack of
I'm
drill
not.
touching.
It's
I'm not policing my language as much as I should be.
Okay, well that would be great. If you
Okay,
could,
yeah. So you don't need me to read
too
the
perfect
rules?
of an opportunity.
I
for
can't-
me.
I think
I'll
you
let that
should
go.
just in case.
Okay.
You know, just in case, for whatever reason, you
So what are
know,
we putting
battery's
together? What
dead.
am I
or-
likely to need? A drill?
We're not putting anything together. We're literally putting it up
The
on the
desk
wall.
is together. We just need to mount it on the wall, which means we'll need some, you know, like sort of bronze support, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll just need to, you know, screw
Drill
it
some
in
holes.
screw in
Is the
wall.
hardware all? Did it come with the screws that you need to
Yeah,
mount it?
yeah, that's
Okay.
all there. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's just
Well,
that it's hard. It's a difficult job for just the two of us without a drill when we tried it the first time.
Because one of us has to hold it up,
Yeah.
I'll
and
bring-
I'm a
sure
pretty
it's
strong
level.
person, but it hurts to try to hold it up on my own.
If the two of us can hold
I have a
and one of us
bruise
can
in my
drill,
thigh
then like,
actually from
that's great. I
holding
think
it
that'll-
up last
that'll
time.
So
do
yeah,
it.
I'll
So I just
bring
sit it down. And,
I'll bring an electric drill.
Okay.
With Phillips head size thing.
They are Phillips.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that Phillips. Yeah.
And a level.
See, that would be
Bad
helpful.
idea.
Appreciate
Yes.
that.
Absolutely.
If you think of anything
Should
else
have
you
thrown
want-
that in there.
What's that?
Stud finder.
Oh yeah, that's what it's
I'm
called.
alright. No, yes, you're right.
Aw.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yeah.
Of
Thanks
course.
for coming.
Don't worry, it'll be like the gaydar that they gave Dwight Schrute, and it's just a metal detector.
Oh, I never saw it. Okay. Well,
It's a stud finder, and you just found yourself.
right. So, well, I hope everyone enjoyed it. I'm looking for. They're actually putting out. They just put out like days ago versions of these books that have been properly updated to 7th edition Call of Cthulhu. So I imagine at some point I will get that, and then like I'll probably go in here with like post-it notes
comparison.
and like fix that. There's very little difference between 6th and 7th edition stats, but they're enough to like warrant putting a new
Book
version of the
version.
PDF
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Right. So, but anyway, I want to run Achtung Cthulhu stuff, but it's not always
Smooth.
For instance,
Hold on to that
sometimes
What?
running it
No,
with
that's
Fate,
Trey's.
running it with Fate didn't quite work, and then running it with normal Call of Cthulhu rules can sometimes be cumbersome. So,
Yeah.
you know, I'm glad we got an opportunity to at least do.
Get the toes in.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be reading Magic so I can give them a good feedback on that because there's a lot to go on in a Magic system.
Well, if we do it again, you know, like what, Sunday or next Friday or something, maybe
Well, next Friday we could probably get
do La Marasma, right?
Oh,
Because G will be back, but next Friday I
Unless
may
he
be
gets sick.
like.
yeah.
God knows, my fucking schedule for this thing is
A nightmare.
fucking